I love you, Victor. I'll never change.
Ian McShane, John Rhys Davies, Chaim Topol, Robert Morley, Jeremy Kemp, Ralph Bellamy, Peter Graves, Barry Bostwick, David Dukes, Michael Woods, Hart Bachner, Victoria Tennant, Polly Bergen, Sir John Gielgud, Jane Seymour, and Robert Mitchum. Tonight, the motion picture event of a lifetime begins. War and remembrance. Tonight's presentation brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Together, winning the world over with the exciting line of 1989 Ford cars. Have you driven a Ford lately? IBM, the bigger picture, the people, products, and resources of IBM. Nike, who reminds you to just do it. And GE, from plastics to financial services, we bring good things to life.
Who has the highest owner loyalty in the automotive industry? Higher than any domestic or import car division? Ford. Because Ford owners in households all over America have proven their loyalty to Ford by buying another Ford.
Winning the world over. You're winning. Have you been behind the wheel? Oh, winning the world over. Have you driven a Ford lately?
We go hand in hand, you and me. We are threads in the invisible tapestry.
People helping people. At GE, it's part of everything we do, so that every product and service we provide is the best it can be to help you reach your dreams.
GE, glad we can help.
We bring, we're always next to you.
A cheese riddle. Hey, Mom, what do you get when you add melted cheddar cheese to ordinary broccoli? Oohs and ahs. Yes, cheese makes it taste better. So don't forget the cheese. Another cheese riddle. Say, ma'am, what do you get when you add Monterey Jack cheese to plain chili? Happy cowboys. Cheese makes it taste even better, so don't forget the cheese.
What's that fragrance you're wearing?
Make a statement without saying a word.
Here's a glove just for you, my Toys R Us kid. I'll show you how to field and run and hit like I did. All the fun that we'll share, my Toys R Us kid. You've got the stuff a pro's made of. Tagged him out when he slid. Can't wait to grow up with my brand new Toys R Us kid.
Toys R Us. You'll never outgrow us.
Next Sunday, an impossible mission.
I haven't done anything!
An old friend unjustly accused.
Barney? Champ? My father never murdered anyone.
The great escape you won't believe. Greg Morris guest stars. Next Sunday, the all-new Mission Impossible.
Detail. Halt. Color detail. Left. Base. Down attention! Platoon! Attend! Colors! Ready, two.
The Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor on the morning of December 7th, 1941, struck a blow at the United States that will never be forgotten. 2,337 American servicemen dead, 1,153 wounded, 183 airplanes destroyed without leaving the ground, sunk or indefinitely out of action. 3 light cruisers, 3 destroyers, and 8 battleships. The California, the Oklahoma, the Maryland, the West Virginia, the Nevada, the Pennsylvania, the Tennessee, and the Arizona. The new odds, 11 Japanese aircraft carriers, to the United States, 3. 10 combat-ready Japanese battleships, to the United States, none. Superior numbers of Japanese combat aircraft, and enemy-controlled seas, from the Japanese home waters to the very approaches of Australia itself.
Permission to come aboard.
Permission granted, sir.
My name is Victor Henry.
You look great. You smell great.
Oh, you haven't even looked at me. You're smelling fried chicken.
It's been 5 days.
Dad's here.
That's nice.
He's in the backyard with Vic. Oh, come on. Dad! Dad, look who's here.
Hey, Warren.
Hey, Dad.
I almost visited you on the Enterprise today. I'm relieving the Northampton.
Northampton? Why, that's great news. Can't believe it. My own man, skipper of our screen flagship. Congratulations, Dad.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I stopped by the California shore office. These just came in.
Okay, lunch in half an hour, man.
Come on, Sprout. Let's clean you up for lunch.
I'll ride down the hill with you later.
My love, I hope this will somehow reach you. There's news. The BBC has asked my father to make a sort of Phileas Fogg broadcasting tour clear around this tortured planet of ours, touching the main military bases. When he told me about it, I only heard 2 words: Pearl Harbor. I know you were supposed to write to me first, but for all I know, your letter or cable will come next week, and I'll be gone. If so, I hope it is a love letter, not a dismissal, which is what I half fear and expect. You're so utterly devoted to your wife. The weather in London is unspeakable, and so is the war news. But for me, to be quite honest, the only news that counts, and it's glorious, is that suddenly there's a chance to see you again. Now, crossed fingers, here I come. Love, Pam.
From the Chief, Bureau of Navigation, Captain Victor Henry, Detached Commanding Officer of the USS California, BB-44, to relieve Commanding Officer of the USS Northampton, CA-26. I relieve you, sir.
I stand relieved, sir. Congratulations.
Commander Grigg, all ships' standing orders remain in force. Dismiss the crew from quarters.
Aye, aye, sir. Crew! Dismissed!
Hey, Gene. My father's ship. New command.
Right 5 degrees rudder, all ahead 2/3.
Right, 5 degrees rudder, aye, sir.
All ahead 2/3, aye, sir.
Sir, rudder's right, 5 degrees.
Engines answer ahead 2/3, sir.
Gentlemen, I want to bomb Japan. I want to strike them at once. Anyway, as soon as possible. I want to be able to tell Churchill when he arrives that such an airstrike is in the works. Mr. Secretary of War?
Mr. President, such a token raid at this stage will be very difficult.
And very costly, sir. Not a token raid. I said strike. I want to hurt the Japs, shake them up, give them something to think about beside running wild with victories in the South Pacific and East Asia. disrupt that timetable of theirs.
Mr. President, with our present bombers, our closest air base in the Aleutians is out of range of Japan.
I've been studying the maps. How about striking them from North China or Siberia?
If these governments will agree, sure, Mr. President.
The logistics are formidable, sir.
And will take months?
But then we can hit them hard.
How about a carrier strike?
When ordered, Mr. President.
At once?
Zero possibility of surprise, Mr. President. Against overwhelming odds. The Japs know our carrier strike range. 300 miles. Their land-based bomber patrols cover the sea approaches far beyond that.
And that sounds like a suicide mission. No, I want a surprise. A jolt to the Japs and a psychological lift to our people and our allies. But a victory. Those aviators must have a good fighting chance.
A way will be sought and found, Mr. President.
Fast.
Fast.
Splendid, General. Now, gentlemen, sit yourselves down.
So, gentlemen, the word from headquarters for War Patrol number 1 is that a mess of big transports have already left the Jap home islands for the Philippines. Escorted by battleships, carriers, cruisers, and God knows what else for an invasion of Luzon. They'll probably hit the beaches at Lingayen Gulf, and from there, try to march to Manila. So it looks like Christmas on patrol for the Devilfish and most of the squadron. As you know, Guam and Wake look to be goners. Probably be operational Jap air bases within a week. So our line is cut, and we will be patrolling in waters totally controlled by the enemy. Our mission is to harass, and if we can, prevent the landing of the main Japanese expeditionary force. It goes without saying, enemy destroyers will be as thick as fleas on a dog's back. Questions?
Yes, sir. Are we authorized to sink unarmed merchantmen and tankers?
Okay, Mr. Exec, here are our orders on that point. On December 8th, this force received the following fleet order from Commander-in-Chief, Pacific Fleet. Execute unrestricted, repeat, unrestricted warfare against Japan. The Devilfish will govern herself accordingly. Anything we sight, we sink, without warning. Gentlemen, the Japs attacked Pearl Harbor without warning in the middle of peace talks. We didn't throw away the rules of civilized warfare. They did. This isn't the war we trained for, but it's sure as hell the war we've got. Any further questions? Prepare all departments for War Patrol underway for Lingayen Gulf, 17 December. That's it. Byron.
Sir.
Congratulations on your transfer to Submarines Atlantic. I got the dispatch from headquarters just now. Signed by Admiral Hart. Sorry to lose you.
When can you detach me, sir?
Well, not till after this patrol. You're needed.
What's his problem? He disapproved my request, didn't he?
I changed his mind.
Thanks.
Yeah. But you're wrong to go, you know. Our war's out here.
Lady, my wife and kid may be caught in Europe.
I know, but even if they are, what can you do about it?
Well, for starters, I can be 10,000 miles closer. Just a little while longer, baby.
fun. Are you enjoying the sun, Professor?
Well, what there is of it.
I altered my dress, Natalia. Would you like to try it on? Oh, thank you,
Any
yes.
news from the rumor department about our getting away, Mrs. Olewski?
Just the usual. Nothing definite.
According to our we should have been in Palestine by now.
What are you working on, Professor?
This all just a diary. Something to pass the time while we wait and wait for us to sail.
Oh, I had hoped it was a new book.
It is a new book, Sarah. Aaron intends to coin this flight of ours into publishable copy on faith, war, the human predicament, and whatnot.
Well, you can make what jokes you like, Natalie. When a Jew's journey comes up as the head of the Book of the Month selection, well, then something will have been gained by all this disconfabulation.
Just keep an eye out for Lewis, Aaron, while I go with Sarah.
Yes, of course.
Perfect, Sarah. I really do love it.
I bought it in Paris, spring 1938. Seems like ages ago.
I'll have to pay you for it.
Whatever you think it's worth.
Yes? Abraham.
Mrs. Henry, I was looking for your uncle.
Oh, he's up on deck.
Your dress.
Oh, yeah, it's Sarah's. I'm buying it from her.
We'll talk later, Natalie. I should be going.
She needs the money for her family. And I started to loathe that everlasting prom wool dress of mine, and I mean truly loathe it.
Good choice. You look very pretty.
Thank you. Well, what did you want Aaron for?
In Rome, Mrs. Henry, did Dr. Jastrow know anybody at the German embassy?
German embassy? I don't know. Why?
Werner Beck. Why, yes, I did know of Werner Beck years ago. What about him?
I have a message that is coming from Rome and is bringing with him your manuscript, the Arch of Constantine.
How could that be? I left the manuscript in my hotel room when we fled. I never hoped.
Who is he, Aaron?
If he's the same Werner Beck, he was a student in my last graduate seminar at Yale. One of the good German students, a demon for work. I've not seen or heard from him since. But what is he doing with my manuscript? And how has he managed to track us here? It all seems rather ominous, doesn't it?
I don't know, but when he arrives, if we deny you're here, the Ovra will come on board to search. They do anything the Gestapo wants.
When is he due here?
Very soon now.
Then you do remember me, Professor Jastrow?
Well, of course, Werner Beck. Yes, you've put on a bit of weight, that's all.
Yes, far too much. Well, here's the Arch of Constantine.
I can hardly believe it. Natalie, do you see? It seems to be all here. Oh, Werner, I can't thank you enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But how on earth did you happen to come by it?
I found it in your hotel room at the Excelsior.
How did you know we were there? And how did you find out that we'd come here?
Please, Mrs. Henry, the Gestapo, of course, has a list of all foreign nationals staying at Rome hotels, and the Ovra reported to the Gestapo that you had boarded this vessel.
Then you're in the Gestapo.
No, Mrs. Henry, I'm a foreign ministry officer. Please, allay your fears. I took the liberty of reading the work. Compared with a Jew's Jesus, it is a great advance. It is your finest achievement.
How kind of you to say so, Werner. As for you, your English has improved considerably. Remember the trouble we had at your orals?
Indeed, I do. You saved my career.
Oh, hardly so.
Your child is not well, Mrs. Henry?
He's catching a cold.
Oh, that is too bad. I was hoping that you and the professor would have lunch with me at the Grand Hotel. They say it has the finest dining room in Naples.
Leave the ship? Surely you're not serious, Dr. Beck.
Why not, Mrs. Henry? I thought you might enjoy some good food and wine. In a few days' time, you and your uncle will be starting on a long, rigorous journey.
A few days? That's more than I know, and I've just come from the harbor master.
Oh, that's no information. No, I have police passes for you both, and it really is quite safe for you to come ashore with me. There is much to discuss.
Werner, what were you doing in my hotel room?
Professor, when Mussolini declared war, I thought I'd better offer you my help. Now, suppose I withdraw so that you can talk it over. I hope to see you at lunch.
You're not seriously thinking of going, are you, Aaron? I'm certainly not.
What do you think, Rabinovitz?
I don't know.
Well, I've always been a clumsy old dunderhead, so I may as well follow my nature. I think I shall go and take lunch with Werner Beck.
By all means, Aaron, enjoy your lunch. Maybe some of his Gestapo pals will join you and make things jollier.
Find out all you can about our departure.
Yes, of course I shall. Natalie, if I don't come back, at least you'll be rid of one of your millstones, won't you?
Sorry, you couldn't join us. It was a marvelous lunch, Mrs. Henry. Professor, I'll be hearing from you soon. I hope the little baby is feeling better, Mrs. Henry. Auf Wiedersehen.
Well, my dear, I'm back, you see, like a bad penny.
Thank God for that.
You must speak to Rabinovitz.
Sure you don't want a nap first?
No, I'm not feeling sleepy.
So, was it an interesting lunch, Professor?
Rather interesting, yes, it was. To begin with, your Turkish captain betrayed you. He reported our presence here abroad last week. The harbor master decided to notify the Ovra in Rome about the examination of the American fugitives before letting you go, hence the machination.
What about leaving?
Still a few more days, he says. And he gave me this. Those are the Italian police regulations for the American internees to be sent to Siena to await exchange there. As it happens, my home is in Siena. My staff is still living there.
So, you've made up your mind. You're getting up and going to Siena.
I told Werner it's entirely up to Natalie. If she wants to sail with you, I'll sail too. If she prefers to go back to Siena, I'll go back there with her.
I see. Very nice. And what did Dr. Beck say to that?
No, Werner said that as a mother, he was sure that Natalie would decide wisely. But he did ask me to point out to you, Natalie, that for us the risks of this voyage are pointless and intolerable. This ship is not even seaworthy. The refugees will be entering Palestine illegally. The Syrian mountains are full of bandits and hostile Arabs. Why take such chances when we're perfectly bona fide Americans with our papers all in order?
He's trying to keep you here. Why?
No. I think he's just hoping to help his old teacher.
God in heaven, Aaron, will you ever show a trace of common sense? The man's a high-placed Nazi. What makes you willing to accept a word he says?
He's not a Nazi. He's a professional diplomat. He regards the party as a pack of gross, ill-educated opportunists. Their anti-Jewish policy appalls him. However, all that is neither here nor there. I stand by what I said before. Whatever you decide to do, of course, I will support you to the fullest.
Come in. We'll talk later. I have to fuel and provision the ship.
What is it?
The harbor master has cleared us to leave. You'll have to decide, Mrs. Henry. Come with us, Natalie. You'll be safe and free, you and your baby.
Tomorrow in Philadelphia on WNEP-TV.
For years, IBM has made the typewriter secretaries prefer most.
New typewriter, huh?
Now we're introducing our Wheelwriter Series 2 family.
Bet you're happy about that.
We'll see. New Wheelwriter models can erase entire words, print in bold, even reprint from memory. So if you loved your old IBM typewriter, get ready to fall in love all over again.
She likes it.
The new Wheelwriter Series 2, part of the typewriter family from IBM.
Weave your way through the streets of Miami, and you'll come to a place where lions stalk their prey. Bears hunt intruders, and eagles make ready for the kill. The place is Joe Robbie Stadium, home of Super Bowl 23. But if you go, you need a winning team and your Visa card. Because at the Super Bowl, they take only the best, and they don't take American Express. Visa is everywhere you want to be.
Everywhere you go, you see them. Those human zooms. Back and forth they go, trying to get just the pictures they want. Don't they know Pentax now has an IQ Zoom for everyone? The Pentax IQ Zoom 70 and now the IQ Zoom 60. Both with a motorized zoom lens. So you can get this, and everything in between. Get a Pentax IQ Zoom and get the pictures you want. Let Pentax do the zooming so you can keep on moving.
A few years ago, I would have had trouble walking up this hill. I smoked, I drank, I was fat, and I hadn't done a lick of exercise in my life. So I started jogging. Who says you can't run away from your problems?
The road from the battlefields of the Ukraine, where the hordes of Soviet prisoners of war swept up in the German November drive on Moscow, is a long and bitter one. On this forced march of more than 100 miles, with the barest of starvation rations, death from exposure and brutal treatment has already taken a heavy toll. But for Beryl Jastrow, Aaron Jastrow's cousin and fellow yeshiva scholar, this is an old and familiar road. Part of a labor draft culled from the sturdiest of the Russian prisoners. They are bound for a place near the village of Jastrow's youth, Auschwitz, a place that takes its name from this village. But now, since the occupation, a place called Auschwitz.
Klappe halten und weitergehen! Dali, beeil dich! Steig da mit dir, du! Ja, stehen bleiben! Da kommen wir ja gleich zu Hause! Wird es zeigen! Nicht stehen bleiben! Weiter! Zusammenbleiben, ihr dummen Hunde! Los, weiter! Warte mal ein bisschen, bist ja gleich da. Los, bleib du! Los, daher bleiben! Ruhen Sie nicht aus hier! Vorwärts! Los, du Hund! Los! Beine! Los, schneller! Weitergehen! Dali, beeil euch, Beine! Beine machen hier! Los, vorwärts! Den Pferd! Schildklar! Los, weiter mit Rede! Weiter! Und weiter! Machen Sie schon!
How many were there at the start of the march?
More than 10,000. And perhaps you would like to tell me how I'm to build barracks for 100,000 prisoners with what's left. They are nothing but walking corpses.
There are good specimens, too.
Yes. 1 out of 10. Maybe 1 out of 20. Besides, I have to use up 900 straight off.
SS Major Rudolf Franz Ferdinand Hess, Commandant, KL Auschwitz. SS Lieutenant General Heinz Kammler. A doctor of engineering, Kammler is in charge of the all-powerful SS Works Division. Primary responsibility, all concentration camp construction in the Reich. Highest priority, expansion of the Auschwitz interest area into an industrial and slave labor complex of unprecedented magnitude.
Gruppenführer, may I speak my mind?
By all means.
For 18 months now, I've put my heart and soul into building this new camp. The point is, what does Reichsführer Himmler really want of me? Maximum production of war material or maximum elimination of the nation's enemies? I'm a soldier, Gruppenführer. I will do either job, but I cannot do both at the same time.
But why do you suppose you were chosen, Hess? The Reichsführer knows you're a man who can accomplish the impossible. And he will see to it that you are richly rewarded. Of that, I assure you.
Okay.
But what will you be using for the special test? Zyklon B. An ordinary insecticide.
So simple. Standard camp issue for fumigation. Cyanide base.
Of course, you're aware we will have to process hundreds of thousands. Eventually millions. It's the Führer's will. Will the new material work on such numbers?
I believe it will. We have already tested it on smaller numbers. Besides, what is the alternative? The carbon monoxide they used at Treblinka was preposterous. I could have told them that. Messy, wasteful fuel. And shooting on such a scale, the psychological effect on the execution squads would be unendurable. Besides, the Reich has better uses for the ammunition.
So, you will be testing on 900 POWs. And on the camp records, what?
900 political commissaries.
When?
Christmas Day. You won't be ready any sooner. Anyway, what do godless Bolsheviks care about Christmas?
track 2, train number 4, the Colombian from New York. Departing track number 4.
Palmer, here.
The Capital Limited.
Rhoda.
Palmer, you should have your overcoat on. It's Arctic outside.
Well, I put on long johns in Chicago.
Long Johns. Shades, President McKinley. So how was the trip?
Fine, it was wonderful.
Now, what is this awful hush-hush thing you're working on? Oh, good Lord, Palmer, you're getting as bad as Pug. Can't you tell me anything?
I can tell you only that if we get it first, we win the war. And if Hitler gets it first, he wins the world.
Well, good heavens, who's going to get it first?
As of now, Hitler, hands down. Kid, look at this, Rhoda. Christmas. Got the country half paralyzed. I'm beginning to wonder if anyone remembers there's a war on.
Oh, Palmer, dear. I'm afraid I have some bad news, Tom. Madeline's here.
Madeline? Since when?
She dropped in on me from New York this afternoon.
How long is she staying?
Just for the holidays.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's freezing. Hi, Madeline and Simon.
Hi, Mom.
I'll fix us a drink.
Okay. Well, Madeline, how nice to see you again.
Simon, this is Dr. Palmer Kirby. He's a good friend of Dad's, Lieutenant Anderson.
Hey, Lieutenant, just back from the sea?
No, sir. I'm at Buord Proving Grounds.
Ah.
New weapons section.
Oh, working on anything exciting?
Not that I can talk about.
Simon, you were just scaring me now about radioactive bombs blowing up the world.
Pure theory, I said, Mad. Not for this war. 100 years on.
Well, we'll see you later, Mom. Come on, Simon. Feed me.
Well, aren't you two going to eat here? There's plenty.
We're going to grab a bite before the movies.
Oh, well, have a nice evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye. It's very cold out there.
Good night.
Night.
Black, right?
Yes, that's right. Oh, Rhoda, you certainly know how to spoil a man.
Why, thank you, Palmer. Palmer, I have something to tell you. I wrote Pug about a month ago and asked for a divorce. Now, darling, listen, you're free as air. Just remember that. I'm not sure I ever want to get married again. I'm in such a terrible turmoil. You see, when he got to California, I thought he might ask me to come and set up house in Honolulu. I simply couldn't face leaving you, so I did it, and now it's done.
What reason did you give him, Rhoda?
I simply told him we'd been seeing each other, and I'd fallen so hopelessly in love it was wrong not to tell him.
Has he answered you yet?
Yes. A lovely, heartbreaking letter.
Let me see it.
Are you sure that's what you want?
Please, I want to see it, Rhoda.
What's the matter, dear?
Nothing. I still have a report to write tonight.
It is awkward, isn't it? I mean, Madeline being here and all. Palmer. Palmer, Palmer, take me to your apartment.
Is that what you really want?
Oh, what do you think, you fool? Don't you? Dearest Pug, I cried when I read your offer to forget my letter and go on as before. It's almost too generous to accept, and we both ought to take time to think about it. That you would be willing to forgive me is almost inconceivable to anyone who doesn't know you as I do. Believe me, I have never respected and loved you more or been more proud than when I read your letter. Oh, my dear. Our whole world seems to be coming apart. You're a rock. I'm not. Please try to forgive me, and maybe we can still pick up the pieces. But for now, life has to be clear and simple for you. Beat the Japs. Beat Hitler. All my love always. Ro.
Pamela, can't you ever get anything right? I never said that. Oh, perhaps I did. Oh. This is going to be worse than Ceylon. We're going down into a bloody inferno.
Looks like a peaceful little inferno to me. Where are the vast fortress walls, the masses of cannon, the swarms of Spitfires and Hurricanes?
That doesn't show naturally. Believe me, the little green scorpion of an island down there packs a hell of a sting.
Prepare to land. Please prepare for landing at Singapore.
Oh, I look as if I've been digging a ditch.
So Philip Rule is meeting us.
Oh, Swine cabled me in Ceylon.
Damn able correspondent, Philip.
Torquay, I finished with him long ago.
Qantas Flight 23, arriving at gate number 5.
Hello, Tudsbury.
Philip, just in time.
How are you, Tudsbury? Welcome to the bastion of the Empire.
I'm overwhelmed.
Well, don't be. They grow by the roadside.
Mr. Alistair Tudsbury.
Yes?
Air Chief Marshal Brooke Popham invites you for a tour of the island's defenses before your broadcast.
Oh, I accept.
My car will be waiting for you, sir. Outside customs.
You do rave with the high brass talking. Imagine a mere journalist being offered such a tour, eh?
What on earth happened to your hand, Philip?
Why, when on maneuvers with the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders. Got bitten by a centipede. It was a nasty brute, about a foot long. Didn't know whether to kiss it or kill it.
Still playing your Hemingway act, eh?
Nasty, nasty, Tudsbury. Come on. I'll whisk you through formalities, and then I'll book you both into raffles.
What are you sending to the Express these days? My sources have it, our lads are smashing the Japs on all sides.
Now, that's the official line talking. But the rumors filtering down the peninsula aren't quite so rosy. The Tug Bridge.
Looks peaceful.
This is the residential section. We are east of Suez.
Where are the British, Phil?
Oh, you'll meet them tonight at the Tanglin Club. Governor's reception for whites only.
Governor's reception?
For the celebrated Alistair Tudsbury. You get a chance to meet all the calcified pucker Sarves who are responsible for sweating and oppressing 500 million Asiatics in the name of God and the British Empire. So, Tudsy, tell me about this U.S. naval captain, Victor Henry.
Who's that?
Oh, come. People talk, especially in the Moscow press corps. You and this Yank lovers?
None of your bloody business. And as long as we're on the subject, how's the little wife?
God knows. Last I heard, she was working in a factory outside Moscow making tank turrets out of borscht or some bloody thing.
The idea of you married, and to a Russian ballerina. Well, I must say, you always were full of surprises.
Tell you the truth, it was the only way into her knickers. Beautiful girl, Tudsbury. But prim as an Anglican bishop's wife. The Yank, Tudsy. And, I hear, over 50. You must tell me, what's the appeal?
Among other qualities, Phil, he's as little like you as anyone could possibly imagine. He's decent to the bone.
Ah, the charm of novelty.
This war will be won, though it may well entail further grisly sacrifices for mankind. But after what I have seen today, thanks to the generous cooperation of Air Chief Marshal Brooke Popham, this is what I'm going to say tonight when I broadcast to England, the Empire, and the world. Fortress Singapore is ready. Fortress Singapore doesn't expect a tea party, but it is well prepared for its uninvited guest. Let the rest of the world be assured, the Japanese will not enjoy, if they ever get near enough to taste it, the bitter brew that awaits them at Fortress Singapore.
Be
sir.
Good morning, Brian.
Morning, Skipper.
Morning, Brian. Not much longer till Lingayen. I'm taking her down, lady. Pull the plug as soon as we're below.
Aye, sir.
Clear the bridge! Clear the bridge! Let's get dive! Let's move it! Dive! Let's get forward! Watch from the other side! Watch it! Get forward! Green board. Lead air. Pure air.
Green board, pressure in the boat.
Very well. Make it depth 125 feet. Let me know when you got a trim, boo.
125.
125 aye.
I'll relieve you, Brownie.
Stand relief, sir.
I want you to go forward and check the new torpedo exploders.
Aye.
Blow negative to the mark.
Bridge surface secured, sir.
Very well. Give me a 9-degree down, boat. Line it up.
Hey, guys.
Hello, sir.
How we doing, Hanson?
Ready to load all 6 bow tubes with warheads, Mr. Henry. All fish routine. Exploders are ready for insertion.
Well, let's get at it.
Booster well and insert the booster.
What? Tracking party to the conning tower, Mr. Henry.
What's going on?
Captain wants you to take the dive so that Mr. Turkel will command the TDC. We're in silent running.
We have a contact?
You damn right. There's screw noises all over this ocean. We're inside Lingayen.
Lady, when did all this break?
We picked up these clowns on sonar at about 9,000 yards. All of a sudden, we must have come out from underneath the thermal layer. I want you to take the dive. I'm going to go back up to the conning tower.
Very well, I relieve you, sir.
And I stand relieved. We're at 125 running silent, all ahead 1/3. And for once, Foof left you with a good trim.
Sure sounds like a mess of them.
Yeah, like the whole damn Jap landing force.
From the moment you create a document, Xerox can make it the best it can be with workstations and typewriters that easily change, correct, or revise anything. With business publishing systems that compose documents so sharp and crisp, they make your whole company look good. Intelligent printers that are incredibly productive. And fax machines that send your document, let you know it got there, and guarantee delivery. And you thought we only made great copiers. Team Xerox, we document the world.
With its 24-valve V6 engine, double overhead cams, and 220 horsepower, the new Ford Taurus SHO isn't for everyone. In fact, only a select number will experience this sport interior and performance suspension. The new limited production Ford Taurus SHO. Power in the hands of a fortunate few.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
Meet Pamela, who's been hearing impaired since birth. Today, her world is changing with the aid of an IBM computer.
Ooh, ee, ah.
Ooh, ee, ah. These may look like games to you, but they're actually part of an innovative system developed by IBM researchers to help people with hearing and speech impairments develop their vocal skills.
Motor Deco. Motor
Dr. Gecko. That eagle is a bear.
This system, called Speech Viewer, is one more example of how the people at IBM put technology to work. Not only in business, but in life.
My name is Pamela.
Even when all of Company B heads for the phone, it's no problem for Gail Godfrey.
Delta Airlines, Gail Godfrey.
Y'all fly to Lubbock, Texas?
Yes, that is confirmed.
I got some friends who want to talk to you now. Just hold on a second. Thank you. Cincinnati, Ohio. New York City. Monroe, Louisiana.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
San Jose, California. Portland, Oregon. Butte, Montana.
You're all set. Thank you for calling, Delta.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Gail. Did you get many calls this afternoon? One.
Delta, we love to fly, and it shows.
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will continue in a moment. This is ABC.
Things sure have changed since I was growing up, Stephanie and Philip.
How, Grandpa?
Today, your mom and dad have you covered with Blue Cross and Blue Shield protection. We didn't have that years ago. And when you turn 19, you'll be covered on your own. Make sure your 19-year-old has the best Blue Cross and Blue Shield coverage. And what do we say? Stay healthy.
Monday on Live from Disney World.
Little baby Jessica, 1 year later.
Now, Brownie, listen carefully. I'm gonna raise #1 periscope all the way. I want you to come to exactly 66 feet and level off. And then another foot and level off. Just the way we did on that last practice run on the Litchfield. Nice and easy, you know.
Aye, sir. Make it up 6 feet. 0 bubble. Six feet, sir.
Very well. Up scope.
Make it up 5 feet. Six 5 feet, sir.
Very well. That's it. Hold it. Wow. Unbelievable. Mark.
045.
Leading AP, Mark.
046 1/2.
Second AP, Mark.
044.
Third AP, Mark. Downscope.
042 1/2.
Target angle on the bow, 40 starboard, range about 10,000 yards. TDC will track the first transport. Give me the normal approach course, all ahead standard. This is the captain. We've got 3 big transports in column, screened by 3 destroyers off our starboard bow. The rising sun is flapping plain as day on all of them. This is it. Flood the bow tubes.
All tubes flooded, sir.
Very well.
They're still beyond torpedo range, Captain.
They are now, but they're zigzagging, and when they zig back, they will be in range. All ahead, 1/3.
Answering all ahead, 1/3.
Up scope. Okay. Here they come. They're zigging back. Get ready to shoot.
Still in outside range, Captain.
I'll use slow settings then. I'm gonna shoot. Open outer doors. Lead transport bearing. Mark.
350.
Range. Mark.
4,500.
Down scope. Angle on the bow. 70 starboard. Now all hands. I intend to shoot 4 bow tubes at those 3 big overlapping transports. Set depth, 30 feet, all tubes.
Acknowledged, sir.
Very well. Up scope. Target bearing, mark.
352.
Range, mark.
3,500.
Up scope. Angle on about 90 starboard.
Solution light. Shoot any time, Captain.
Fire one.
Speed 1, fired electrically. Number 1, fired electrically, sir.
Fire two.
Number 2, fired electrically, sir.
Fire three.
Number 3, fired electrically, sir.
Fire four.
Number 4, fired electrically, sir.
All fish running toward target, sir.
Very well. Up scope. All wakes running hot, straight, normal. Beautiful. Down scope.
19 seconds to impact, Captain.
$15, 14. Now, it has to be. Up scope.
Scope's been up 14 seconds.
Down scope. 4 misses. Lady 4. These 2 wakes had to go right under the lead transport. They've spotted the wakes. That near destroyer's coming right at us with a hell of a bone in its teeth. All ahead full.
Answering, all ahead full, sir.
Brandy, emergency. Give me 250 feet.
What's he talking about, Mr. Henry? Lingaya's no deeper than 170. We're gonna hit bottom like a ton of bricks.
All hands. Rig for depth charge on the double.
On that dive order, Captain, I think you mean 150 feet. That's about down to the mud here.
Oh, right. Thanks, lady. Byron, make that 150 feet.
150 aye, sir. Passing 100 feet. Make it up 150 feet. Blow negative to 4,000. $150, sir.
Well, what course, Captain?
Course. Oh, yeah. Whew, give it a fade, eh? Left full rudder. Come to, make it, 270.
Left to 270, sir.
Death charge on me.
getting creamed! Let's take her up to 55 feet and give him a knuckle.
Brady! Take her up to 55 feet, smartly! 5 feet high, sir. Give me a 10 up, Whitey, no more. 4 degree down as we pass 60 feet. Auxiliary from C's, 800 pounds. Leveled off at 5 feet, sir.
Very well. Everything okay down there?
Seems to be, sir.
Now all hands. We seem to give him the slip for now. Congratulations on bringing the devilfish through her first enemy attack. Make depth 65 feet. Lady, Foo, let's look at the chart. Lady, what do you think?
Well, I'd say he's heading for the beach.
You know, why is that?
Because he probably knows that we're still trying for the landing area.
Well, if you're right, that's just great. Because we're heading for the entrance.
The entrance?
Of course. The whole landing area will be on full submarine alert now, lady. We can't accomplish anything here. But up at the entrance, we might find some fat pickings. All right. Foof, you relieve Briney. Lady, you and Briney, take a look around the boat. Let me have a full damage report as quickly as possible. Lady?
Aye, sure.
No, you tell me why he's not going after those transports.
Robert knows what he's doing.
He does.
Yes. You heard him say that our torpedo attack put the landing force on full sub-alert.
Lady, the landing force has to be on full sub-alert anyway. You know that. We're still little with 20 fish, and he's running. What the hell are we out here for?
He's zigging again. Range 6,500.
Steve, ready to relieve. He's back with us. We're at 80 feet and 1/3 speed. Very well. I'll relieve you, sir. I stand relieved.
Sonar's got him at 6,000 yards. He's already completed 2 tight squares. It looks like he's about to take a wider sweep.
What do you think, Chief?
Well, it's a pretty dark ocean up there, but if he carries out the right search pattern, he could pick us up again. Range 5,000 in closing.
Lady, let's take a look. Steve, keep feeding plot. We're going below.
Aye, aye, sir.
He's right there, sir, and he's making another turn.
Well, maybe we should change course, Captain. Come right.
Negative. We're continuing towards the entrance, where the pickings are. Hold course, speed, and depth. He may not pick up an echo at all. The Litchfield didn't, passing us at 3,000 when we were at the bottom.
Well, why don't we at least pop the scope up? Maybe the weather's lousy topside, and we could surface and run the hell out of here with our diesels at 21 knots. The batteries are pretty low, Captain. How much juice left for underwater aviation?
Damn it, lady, what if the weather isn't lousy up there? We're up moon from him. Even our attack periscope might show up in his binoculars.
He's turning towards us, sir.
Well, maybe he picked up a school of fish. Or something.
Range 4,000. Speed 30 knots. Range 3,500. Collision course, Captain.
Rig for depth charge. Rig for silent running. Emergency, give me 100 feet.
Negative 100 feet.
All ahead full. Flood negative. Retract the sonar heads. I'm going to the bottom.
You're bottoming.
That's the way I shook off the Litchfield, remember? His sonar couldn't screen out the bottom return. We're in extremis. It's our best chance. Give me a fathometer reading. Have all hands prepare to bottom. Right! Full rudder!
Will it work? Well, it depends. On what? How good the Jap sonar is.
The '89 Ford Bronco 2, with its new aerodynamic design, fuel-injected V6 engine, and a new, more versatile interior, you can definitely say it's made for the best of times. And with Bronco 2's anti-lock rear brakes and available four-wheel drive at the touch of a button, you could also say it's made for the worst of times.
See the entire lineup of tough Ford trucks during the Ford Truck Month celebration.
I got it!
Now people who work at home can get a great deal on an IBM PS2.
The boss will love this.
The affordable PS2 Model 25.
Distribution, of course. Why didn't you think of that?
Get instant credit, a cash rebate, plus a whole lot more.
That was inspired. Aha! Right. I'll sleep on it.
Visit your IBM authorized dealer for details about a special offer on the PS2 Model 25.
We have the means to unite the country, the world, in seconds.
It's perfect.
Imagine putting that power in everyone's hands.
Japan, Zurich, LA on board?
The network. Everything's in place.
Network secure.
Banks should be this secure.
Activate the network.
Introducing MCI Fax, the world's dedicated fax network. Now send documents with the speed, the quality, the power only a dedicated network can provide.
What a beautiful day for a revolution.
With MCI Fax, it's there already.
Wherever there's a light shining in the night, we'll be there. GE is light, warm and bright. Wherever there's a moment and a dream inside, GE is light, we'll be there. Things to life.
The orange is 100% pure. New Minute Maid Premium Choice is 100% pure. Squeeze the orange for fresh-tasting juice that's not from concentrate. Pour Premium Choice for fresh-tasting juice that's not from concentrate. Nature's perfect package. Man's perfect package. But maybe this really isn't as perfect as this. After all, ever tried to reseal an orange? New Minute Maid Premium Choice for juice that tastes fresher. You'll have to squeeze it yourself.
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will continue in a moment. This is ABC.
Introducing the 3 new chicken sandwiches from Burger King.
Ah, il panino italiano di pollo con la salsa marinara e mozzarella. Sono innamorato.
Le sandwich français au poulet avec ce jambon et ce fromage suisse.
The American chicken sandwich with lettuce, tomato, and American cheese. Let's do lunch.
Try the 3 new chicken sandwiches from Burger King.
More people are reading the Times Leader every day because of what's in it.
Mr. President,
It's got the inside scoop from around the world to around the block. The Times Leader has the late scores and the great buys in stores. So whether you want to know what's good on TV or what's good to eat, it's in the Times Leader. The Times Leader, there's more in it for you.
The Adventures of Theo and Cockroach, tomorrow on WNEP.
All right, level off.
All stop.
Answering, all stop. On the bottom, sir, at 97 feet.
Very well. Shut down everything but topside sonar.
Topside sonar reports is dead overhead, Captain. It's too close for a good bearing now.
My God, it's working.
He's gone by us, sir.
How are we on air?
40 hours, Captain.
Okay. We'll just lie here until he fades off.
He's coming back, Mr. Henry. He's coming back, sir.
Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about down there. Bottom return blanks out his sonar. We know that now.
Slow negative of the mark, 10 degree up.
Our compartments report damage.
Mr. Astor, high-speed propellers, they're approaching from the entrance. One bearing 300, the other bearing 120. Speed 20 knots. Mr. Astor, 2 more destroyers.
Periscope depth, Ronnie, but be ready to flood negative and get me down fast.
655, sir, make it up 65 feet. Flow negative of the mark, 10 up bubble. Level off at 65 feet. Leveling off at 65 feet, sir.
Let's go. Hot damn, it's raining, it's pouring. We're right in the middle of a damn squall. Black as a cow's inside. Prepare to surface 4 main engines.
Prepare to surface 4 main engines.
Tell maneuvering room to stand by to make 21 knots.
Ready to surface, sir.
Surface, surface, surface!
Blow bell buoyancy, blow main bells.
Lay out with the conning tower on the down. Righty, come up here a minute.
What happened?
He got knocked off his feet in the darkness. I just wanted you to see why I was giving orders.
Is he all right?
Doc, come here, have a look at him.
All right, sir.
What do you think?
Anyone else get help?
Okay, guys, listen up. Sonar reports that the destroyers are rapidly opening the range, and it looks like we've shaken them off. Now, I'm sure you already know that during the last barrage, the captain was badly hurt. Doc Halson says he's got a concussion, that it seems serious. Well, what it means is that the Devilfish is going to have to return to base. I know, I'm sure you guys feel as badly about this as I do, but the captain just isn't up to conducting attacks, and he can't delegate command.
Well, how do we get out, lady? And when?
On the surface, Foof, straight down the middle at 21 knots in approximately 40 minutes.
On the surface?
Yeah. I know, Billy. It's a tough one. Destroyers and sub-chasers are going to be as thick as whores on Market Street. You see, on the other hand, we've got 0 visibility topside. The entrance is 12 miles wide, and at flank speed, we can run through and get away in 15 minutes. Any comments?
That's the way to go.
All right, then that's that. I secured for a while to allow the crew to get a sandwich and hit the head.
You mean there's a sailor on this boat who hasn't already pissed in his pants?
All right, back to battlefield.
We're passing through the entrance right now, lady.
Sonar reports screw noises and echo ranging all around us, Mr. Astor.
It's all patrol maneuvers. No collision courses. No sign they picked us up.
Just goes to show you, ignorance is bliss. Here we are absolutely ringed by the yellow bastards, and it's like a pleasure cruise. Let's just hope we don't ram one.
What's up?
Oh, Brian. Close the curtain. So how do you like submarine duty so far? Listen to me carefully. There's nothing wrong with the captain except that he's absolutely scared out of his mind.
What? No concussion?
No. He confessed to Doc Halston, and the doc told me.
I can't believe it.
He just can't hack it, Briney. The doc had to put him asleep with a sedative.
Does anyone else know?
No. And I'm gonna back his story. The truth will come out soon enough. Meantime, we're returning to the barn with our tail between our legs, and that's poison for the crew. So if we make a contact on the way back, I'm gonna ask the captain's permission to shoot.
Yeah, damn right.
Foof will be my kibitzer. You'll man the TDC.
Me? Lady, I've never run the TDC on patrol.
Well, so what? You did a damn good job in the attack trainer. Anyway, there's nobody else.
Phil Rule.
Phil, my God!
Pam, this is Major Denton Sharp.
How do you do, Miss Tunsbury?
Come in.
You have any brandy?
Major Sharp?
Yes, please.
Bless me, Phil. You're drowned.
Major Denton Sharp, Alistair Tunsbury.
My dear fellow.
Penang has fallen. We've just come from there.
That far south.
All Malaysia's falling. It's a rout. I heard some of your broadcasts up country. Criminal lies, Tudsy. How the hell can you still suck up to these incompetent, mendacious bastards who botched this job and lost the empire? Not that it was worth saving.
I told the truth, Phil. Such as I could find out.
Your truth is Rule Britannia drivel. You might as well let Government House make your dispatches.
Phil, please.
I say, jolly good brandy.
Oh.
Don't mind Phil, he's got the wind up. He's never been through a retreat like this. But Malaya isn't gone. We can still defeat these little bastards.
Well, I don't agree with you there, Denton, but listen to him. At least he'll give you something real to report.
Do you have a map of Malaya about, Tudsbury?
Yes, of course.
That hand looks awful.
Yeah, I had some imbecile army medico lance it at Jitram. Hope I don't lose it. I could have a touch of blood poisoning. I'm shaking all over.
You always were a real hypochondriac.
You've always looked naughty in a nightie.
Then I shall put on my dressing gown.
But despite the poor performance of our Asiatic troops, we've still got the edge, Tunsbury.
If the top brass ever awakens from its funk. If.
The trick is to use delaying tactics, to force the Nip into using up his ammunition and supplies. Meanwhile, our main forces fall back to two very strong lines. One here in Johor, and the other here, along the north shore of Singapore Island itself. Now, there's still time to build those defenses, what with a labor pool of nearly 2 million Chinese and Malayans.
What are you talking about? The North Shore is impregnable. I've seen the defenses myself.
Well, you're wrong. There's nothing on the north shore of this island but marsh. They probably showed you the walls of the naval base.
Are you telling me that the BBC has been lied to by the highest officials of this city?
Oh, my dear fellow, one uses you. Why do you suppose I'm here? I don't feel badly. Churchill himself has been lied to. There's not one man to tell him that Fortress Singapore never did exist. The empire is teetering in the balance, Tudsbury. That's not journalism. That's military fact. We can win here, but we must get cracking.
Very well. If what you say is true, I've lent myself to this government's suicidal sham. I shall broadcast your story.
Really? Smashing.
They won't let you broadcast out of Singapore, Talkie. The governor and Book Topham will put you behind bars before that happens.
Very well, I shall go to Australia. I'll leave in the morning.
Yes, that might work.
You better stay here, dear, and keep an eye on things.
Well, Philip, I thank you, and take care of that hand. I shall be listening for your broadcast up country. Don't bother to see me out.
Well, you'll be in Australia then for Christmas. I'll be here.
I know. But what's to be done? The war. This story must go on the air.
But what if the Japanese show up before you get back?
Nonsense. You think I'd abandon you? The little beggars are still 300 miles up country.
Oh, well, good. I mean, given the choice, I'd rather not be raped by platoons of slavering Orientals.
Well, now that's settled. You won't mind if I stretch out here on the couch? I've got to get to a doctor with this hand in the morning.
You could have Pam's bed. We shall be up all the night writing this story. Draw him a hot bath, dear, and then let's get to work.
Follow me.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Tudsy. I can see as being very, very cozy in here until the old gas bag gets back.
Not bloody likely.
All right then, Tunsbury. Now let's talk about them. Well, what finally finished us off in Paris, I mean, it all got very blurry. Was it the waitresses? Low taste, I admit, but an amiable weakness.
Not the waitresses, Phil.
No?
Not even the whores. The Yale boy.
Oh, yes. Young Antons. Schoolboy labs. Nothing to get upset about.
You're hopeless.
I do my best, though. But you do realize you will be alone here if those slavering whores do make a sudden breakthrough. Now, if you're feeling lonely on Christmas Eve, I'll be staying with some friends of mine in McMahon's. They'll be having a do.
On that, I may take you up. Don't think I could stand to be in Singapore alone on Christmas Eve. Supposing Sharp is right, when do you think the Japanese will get through?
What the devil, Pamela? Come get at the typewriter. Let's go.
As a leader in business solutions, IBM's developed a new computer you can really hang your hat on. The IBM Application System 400. Whether you're in construction, banking, or mining, education, from manufacturing to medicine, retailing to ranching, the IBM Application System 400 can give you specific solutions for your specific business, no matter what hat you wear.
Announcing the Holiday Inn Make the Super Call game. Come to Holiday Inn, get a game card. Now, Super Bowl 18. 4 minutes to go. Raiders face a 4th and goal. You call it. Scratch off the right play, and you win. Thousands of prizes. Even a trip to the Super Bowl. Everybody's getting into it.
Only at America's favorite hotel. For reservations, make the Super Call.
Crowley's been foreman here since I was a girl. He loves oranges. And only one orange juice, Tropicana Pure Premium Homestyle. It's pure juice with no water added or taken away. But what makes it special is sweet, juicy bits of orange. Crowley says it has the taste and feel of fresh squeezed. Your choice, Pure Premium Homestyle with juicy bits of orange or Tropicana Pure Premium. You just can't pick a better juice.
You tell him, Mary.
Ford profiles in quality, prevention.
A small imperfection in a part can be overlooked by the human eye. That's why Ford has installed vision machines like this on many of our engine and transmission assembly lines. These machines help detect imperfections before they are assembled in our cars and trucks. At Ford, we believe in prevention.
This profile is one reason Ford Motor Company has designed and built the highest quality American cars and trucks on average for 8 years running. At Ford, quality is job one.
Try to imagine surgery performed without anesthesia, without sutures, even without a scalpel. This is the CT scanner by GE, a remarkable machine that lets doctors explore the human body without a single incision, showing clearly intricate details of the human anatomy, which until now could only be seen through conventional surgery.
That's it? That's it. I'm okay.
Oh, great. GE, we bring good things to life.
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will continue in a moment.
An ABC News brief. Now, from New York, Forrest Sawyer.
Good evening. Aides to President-elect Bush tried to reassure Wall Street today, saying reducing the deficit will be his top priority. A majority of the Palestine National Council apparently has accepted a resolution implicitly recognizing Israel's right to exist. And on World News Tonight with Peter Jennings, the first of a series of in-depth reports on major issues. Tomorrow, will fears about the greenhouse effect lead to greater use of nuclear power? The American Agenda, beginning Monday.
Let me tell you how I've done so well. I always buy the best, but I pay as little for it as possible. For pain, colds, indigestion, I buy SquibCare, the only non-prescription medicines good enough to be called Squib, one of the most trusted names in medicine. But best of all, they cost less.
New SquibCare, the brand name medicines without the brand name price.
Saving money does wonders for a headache.
When I want Oriental food, I go for a walk. Don't do those bits. The big boy for stir-fried dinners, yeah. And now I am ready for my delicious stir-fry. Hey, I can eat more this way.
Now try our chicken stir-fry dinner. It's only $5.45 at LB's Big Boy. Or try our shrimp or vegetable stir-fry.
Oh, a fortune cookie. He who makes wisecracks should learn to duck. I don't get it. I got it.
America loves its Big Boy.
For stir-fry.
Ooh. Monday on Live from Disney World.
Little baby Jessica, 1 year later.
Ausfall bitte. Danke.
Field Marshal Walter von Brauchitsch, Commander-in-Chief of the German Army.
I have already offered twice to resign. What can he do to me?
Colonel General Franz Halder, Chief of the General Staff.
You must not resign. I am sick. Yes, the most colossal mistake yet was to declare war on America. Why? Why? Perhaps his treaty with the Japanese? But the Japanese attacked the United States, so there was no treaty obligation. He is an adventurer. He acts on impulse.
Conspiracies to depose or assassinate Hitler have existed in the army for years, hence the unprecedented security. The Fuhrer's headquarters is built in 3 concentric rings, each protected by minefields, pillboxes, and electrified fences. The entire SS complement at this advanced headquarters has been selected with one single quality in mind: their fanatical loyalty to Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party.
If only he will listen. Going on the defensive in the Soviet Union is the main thing. Then, in the spring, with a smashing new offensive, we may be able to win some kind of peace.
Meine Herren, Ihre Sonderausweise bitte.
Even the highest generals must display a special pass at this highly guarded complex.
Danke.
Good for one visit, and pass the personal inspection
Danke.
of Himmler's own chief of security and commander of the Hitler elite SS Guard.
Who is responsible for this driveling nonsense?
As ordered, mein Führer. The Eastern Front strategy to knock England out of the war.
What has England to do with this filthy rubbish? General withdrawal in the east to rear positions. The front straightened and shortened. New front line chosen with an eye to easy quartering and simplified supply problems. Ah, yes. You gentlemen of the officer corps with your fonts before your names, who never dirtied your polished boots in a trench, the kind of trench I served in for 4 years. Always looking for an easy war, for simple war, while you snicker behind my back at the Bohemian corporal who knows, from bitter experience, from lying gassed in a field hospital, that war is hard. Vain, soft, cowardly wretches, beneath contempt.
I repeat my request to be permitted to resign.
Yes, now! Now that you have ruined my Eastern campaign, I designed it with crystal clarity. It was bound to lead to victory if you had done as you were told and driven for the Caucasus oil. But no, you knew better. You and your generals had to march on Moscow. You wanted your prestige successes. Fool! Weak! Nincompoop! There will be no withdrawal on the Eastern Front. Not 1 inch. Every German soldier will hold or die where he stands. My Wehrmacht will not turn its back on the Russians and fall to pieces like Napoleon's Grand Army.
I beg you, let me resign.
Resign! You are dismissed, Herr von Brauchitsch! From your post, from my armed forces, from all further service to the fatherland that you tried to betray with this treasonous filth! Will remain. This little affair of operational command is something anyone can do. The task of the commander-in-chief is to educate the army in National Socialism. I know of no general who can do it as I want it done. Therefore, I shall take over command of the army myself.
Yes, mein Führer.
I shall require a chief of staff, of course. If you wish to resign, I will permit it. If you want to remain at your post, you may. For now, that is all.
corporal relieving a field marshal.
The time may be coming to relieve the corporal.
Never say it, never think it. The time has passed. He is the fate of Germany, and fate cannot be stayed.
I shall resign too.
No. You are professional. He will listen to you. I'm the scapegoat for his Russian folly, and that so be it. For the sake of the fatherland, stay at his side. Try to curb the mistakes, the excesses. Hope for a turn in the tide. God in heaven. The horrors that are being committed. We all have blood on our hands.
Yeah. The Jews.
It has only begun.
The British Empire staggers under worldwide disaster. The Japanese continue to advance down the Malayan Peninsula toward Singapore and land at Hong Kong. The Repulse and the Prince of Wales, the pride of the Royal Navy, are sunk off the Malayan coast. 2 more British battleships go down in the Mediterranean. 4 million tons of shipping sunk in 1941 by German U-boats and Japanese submarines. Sagging beneath this weight of catastrophe, Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister, sails for the United States for urgent meetings with President Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
What about my grand strategy memorandum for the President?
25 single-spaced pages, Prime Minister, much to digest. But I have digested it. Germany first.
Correct. Japan's thrust into Southeast Asia may well spell, for us, a disaster. But America's entry into the war can make amends for all. I shall press my views on President Roosevelt with all my force. All my force. Germany first. Despite the Pearl Harbor debacle, Germany first.
Winston, we have always talked softly and diplomatically with the Americans.
Uh-huh. We talked like that while we were wooing her. Now that she's in the harem, we talk to her quite differently.
By the by, gentlemen, we shall be lighting the White House Christmas tree shortly. You're all invited to the ceremony. Immediately thereafter, to eggnog.
Thank you, sir. That's very nice, Mr. President.
A productive meeting, Winston.
Mr. President, we've discussed many great issues, but not the greatest, not yet. Mr. President, is it still to be Germany first?
Here's the view of my Joint Chiefs on that. It's quite short. At American-British staff talks in February, it was agreed that Germany was the predominant member of the Axis and Europe the decisive theater. Much has happened since then. Notwithstanding Japan's entry into the war, our view remains that Germany is still the prime enemy and her defeat is the key to victory.
Thank God.
Once Germany is defeated, the collapse of Italy and the defeat of Japan will follow.
Franklin, we shall have that evil man.
I believe we shall, Winston. Come, you'll throw the switch and light the tree. And perhaps you'll say a word or two.
That would be a great honor.
All set with your speech for Congress?
I'm somewhat nervous.
Not you. How will you start?
Well, I shall say, I cannot help reflecting that if my father had been American and my mother English instead of the other way around, I might have got here on my own.
You'll do well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us in this annual tree lighting ceremony this evening. Standing beside me is one of the great leaders of the world. He and his people have pointed the way in courage and in sacrifice for the benefit of little children everywhere. And I'm asking my associate, my old and good friend, and yours, to say a word to the people of America tonight. The Prime Minister of Great Britain, Winston Churchill.
This is a strange Christmas Eve. Almost the entire world is locked in deadly struggle with the most terrible weapons science can devise. The nations advance upon each other. Yet, let the children have their night of fun and laughter ere we turn again to the stern task and the formidable years. In God's mercy, a happy Christmas to you all!
And now, for the 9th time, we light the living community Christmas tree of our nation's capital. Mr. Prime Minister, if you please.
He's broadcasting from Australia at 8. I thought I'd catch it with Phil in the guest house.
Oh, dear Phil. He's improving, isn't he?
He will never improve. I won't be long.
Those responsible for the present state of Singapore's defenses must now and finally awaken to a reality fraught with the utmost peril. Make no mistake, my friends. Imperial Japan will soon be storming the parapets. For Singapore and our courageous defenders, the moment is urgently and irretrievably now. This is Alistair Cutsbury, broadcasting from Melbourne. Thank you and good evening.
Well. Was it worth it?
Who knows? I doubt anybody will take it seriously. Not anybody that counts. It's not the kind of news they want to hear.
Will Singapore fall?
Oh, I fear so, darling. Up country, the men want to fight. They're trying to fight, and again the orders come. Fall back. Retreat. I've seen men cry over those orders.
How am I going to get out of here?
Well, you'll get out. There are vessels waiting to evacuate white women and children.
You don't believe in the American rescue mission everyone's talking about?
Wishful fantasy. The entire American fleet was destroyed at Pearl Harbor.
No one knows what happened at Pearl Harbor.
Denton Sharp knows they lost all 8 battleships. For the time being, the Americans have finished. What's the matter, Pam? Oh, you're thinking about your Yank. I'm sorry, love. Was he in a battleship? Well, Denton Sharp didn't know the extent of the casualties. Maybe he's alive. Maybe he's all right. They were sunk in shallow water.
What's that?
Oh, no, don't panic. That's just our resident apricot monkey. He comes and goes through the trees, harmless despite that dreadful racket.
Oh, I hate Singapore. I would have hated it even in peacetime. Let the Japanese have it. I'm going back up to the house. You all right? Is there anything you need?
I might be a bit lonely, perhaps. But don't let that stop you having fun. No, you run along. Go back to your effete-doomed Puckasabs. Those boring young lieutenants.
I simply don't care to be rude to the McMahons. And they'll be thinking I climbed into bed with a sick man.
Why don't you, Pam? Truly, that's a charming idea. I mean, being Christmas Eve and all. Come, Tudsbury.
You're such a bastard, Phil. You haven't changed a bit.
Darling, I was born into a rotten system. I'm merely a reflection of it. When everything's breaking up, the only thing left is pleasure. You believe in that. I take my pleasures lightly. You insist on drama. That won't change, I grant you, but despite all, I do love you.
What about your wife? Just being curious. At least in Paris, you didn't have a wife.
Oh, sweetie. I don't even know if she's alive. And if she is, I hope she's bonking the brains out of some nice, young, deserving Russian lad. Don't forget your brolly.
My brother just did something very smart.
Very smart.
He got this amazing new picture-in-picture TV.
Yep, Magnavox did it again.
Now we could watch 2 shows at once, so we never fight over the TV anymore.
We never fight anymore.
We could watch one show and preview another.
We can even reverse the picture.
How smart of Tom to get a TV this smart.
How smart of him to say how smart I are.
How smart I are?
Him too.
Magnavox. Smart choice. Very smart.
Ever wonder how Stevie Wonder reads his mail? Dear Stevie, I love your music.
With an amazing machine that can read out loud. A Kurzweil personal reader from Xerox. It scans printed words and turns them into spoken words.
You're the greatest.
A loan program begun by Xerox and the American Foundation for the Blind will make them available to those who must make their ears do what their eyes cannot.
This is magic.
Now the world's best gold card is even better. We've added Master Purchase, the plan that automatically insures most things you buy and doubles the manufacturer's warranty. It's much like American Express, only better. You can use Gold MasterCard nationwide in 1 million places they're not even welcome. Master Purchase, just part of what makes us the world's #1 gold card. Gold MasterCard.
Everywhere you go, you see them. Those human zooms. Back and forth they go, trying to get just the pictures they want. Don't they know Pentax now has an IQ Zoom for everyone? The Pentax IQ Zoom 70 and now the IQ Zoom 60, both with a motorized zoom lens. So you can get this, and everything in between. Get a Pentax IQ Zoom and get the pictures you want. Let Pentax do the zooming so you can keep on moving.
Critical acclaim for our performance.
The Ford Probe is one of the finest front-wheel drive performance cars in the world.
The GT suspension is precise and responsive.
The futuristic exterior is matched by an interior that's open, airy, and modern.
The Ford Probe and Probe GT, a performance you won't forget.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
Roll call. And the 900 Russian prisoners of war, selected at random and sentenced to death by the German Military Circuit Court of Katowice, as political officers, are mustered for execution. This will be the first mass gassing to utilize the deadly insecticide Zyklon B.
13317 13317 11318 11318.
Die Ausgerufenen bleiben hier. Die andere abtreten zum Arbeitskommando.
Все номеры к работе, остальные остаются.
Halt ein bisschen. Arbeitskommando! Zur Baustelle!
100 political commissars are mustered.
March them to the hygienic facility for dealer housing.
Zu Befehl, Herr Hauptsturmführer.
Herr Obersturmführer, this just came from Master Sergeant Klinger.
All right, be quick about it.
Get another one, double quick.
Which one? That's the difference. The one with David, he's clocking anyway.
13.317, forward.
Back to the blockhouse. Еще не чисто. Нет. Ой, я тебе сказал. Строй! Стой, да я сказал тебе! Стой!
Wir folgen!
Пішли! Пішли! Швидше! Швидше! Піднімай ноги! Стань в строй! Стань в строй! Швидше! Швидше!
Where are we going?
Shut up, or it'll be the worst for you. Grüß Hans.
Grüß dich, wie geht's dir?
Für 615, 30.317. Befehl der Verwaltung.
Mantel ausziehen.
Neue Uniform. Entlausen. Aufzug. Weitermachen. Los, Mann. Los, los. 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 Los.
Shalom Beryl Jastrow. How long has it been since your son's beautiful wedding?
1,000 years. But I didn't know you were here too.
Oh, yes. Since they opened the camp, I arranged your transfer.
But how? This isn't even a Russian prisoner blockhouse.
Better ways. From now on, you're a member of my construction gang. I am the foreman. Our boss is Sergeant Major Klinger. We do good work for him. He treats us okay. Even in Auschwitz, it is possible to survive.
Dive!
Green board.
Leader!
Billy, what's up?
Sonoy's picked up slow screws at about 10,000 yards. Astor's going after it.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Having a good time?
This could be it. Well, gentlemen, let's see if he's in view yet. Put me on the bearing. Up scope.
Target generated bearing 032, sir.
Well, there he is. Right on. Bearing, mark.
032.
Range, mark.
7,000 yards.
Now scope. Angle on the bow, 27, port. Right on the money, Billy. He's there, over the hill, hull down. Let's go to battle station submerged. Sound the general alarm.
Aye, aye, sir.
All crew, battle station submerged.
Generator range 6500.
Okay, up go.
Target bearing 021.
Range, mark.
6,000.
Bearing, mark.
020.
Now scope. Angle on the bow, 34. It's a medium-sized tanker, about 5,000 tons. Normal approach course, Byron.
No approach I 140, sir.
Helmsman, come left to 140.
Left to 140, sir.
All ahead full, make 8 knots. Flood tubes 3 and 4.
Aye, aye, sir.
All tubes flooded. All hands, the Devilfish is commencing an attack on a tanker.
These new magnetic exploders are lousy, Briny.
Torpedo room. Set all tubes 6 foot depth. Repeat, 6 foot depth.
Forward torpedo room. Set all tubes 6 foot depth.
All ahead 1/3.
Answering. All ahead 1/3.
Up scope. He's closing fast. Down scope. Briny, give me a course for a 90 trap.
Come right to 150, sir.
Make it so. Open outer doors.
Coming right to 150, sir.
Open outer doors. Generator range 1200. We have a solution light, sir.
Very well, Briny. Up scope. This will be the final bearing. Mark.
013.
Down scope.
013. Set. Solution light. We're right on. Distance to track 800 yards.
Fire 3.
Number 3 fired electrically, sir.
Fire 4.
Number 4 fired electrically, sir. Torpedo run to target 32 seconds, sir. Both fish running hot, straight, and normal, sir.
Up scope. Two wakes. Dead on. Oh my God, what a sight. Put the camera on here. That's beautiful. That's just magnificent. This is it. Just takes one. It's a successful patrol. Well done, Bryony. Well done. Just get a couple more. Have a look yourself. It's the sight of a lifetime. You'll never forget it. Everybody have a look. Everybody in the attack party. Come on from down there, guys. Have a look at this thing. Yeah, Bryony. Now I call that. Wow. How about that? A perfect solution. Perfect. He's gonna burn for a while, huh? Bryony, you're the hottest TDC operator in the South China Sea. So, have a look. 2 out of 2. Have you ever seen anything more beautiful in your life? I've never seen anything half as beautiful. I swear to God, I never have. You bet you have. Merry Christmas. Now you got a story to tell Natalie, huh?
Give me a hot, dusty day any time of year. Give me my favorite Ford and mud up to here. Cause I love getting dirty. Love getting dirty. Yes, I love getting dirty. So give me rain and puddles in my 4x4. Give me a brand new Ranger and I'll never be bored. Cause I love getting dirty.
The newly designed Ford Ranger.
Yes, I love getting dirty.
See the entire lineup of tough Ford trucks during the Ford Truck Month celebration.
Hello? Need a shipping date? Yeah. Oh, hold on a second. Hello? You want research? Yo, price change?
The IBM Personal System 2
Research, yeah. All trends are up.
runs today's most popular business programs
Shipping. Be out in 10 days.
with superior graphics and speed.
The price on that? The price is $89.99.
No wonder it's today's fastest selling computer. The Personal System 2 family, part of the bigger picture from IBM.
All our science, our technology, our mathematics, somehow they add up to moments beyond any calculation.
Every time I call quality, comfort, or Clarion, I said, give me one of them rooms with no smoking. They said, you smoking Joe Frazier. I said, yeah, but I don't smoke. They said, you smoking Joe Frazier. Finally, I convinced them with my personality.
Call 800-221-2222 to reserve your no-smoking room at Quality. Also available at Comfort and Clarion.
So you want to get in shape. So you want to get in shape. And you can't decide between running. So you want to get in shape. Cycling. You can't decide between cycling. Basketball. Tennis. Aerobics. So you want to get in shape. Running. And you can't decide between tennis. Cycling. Weights. Volleyball. Basketball. Aerobics. Weights. Running. Cycling. Tennis. Volleyball. So don't. Just do it. Tennis. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. And it wouldn't hurt to stop eating like a pig either.
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will continue in a moment.
This is ABC. Now, a Newswatch 16 news brief.
Good evening, I'm Jim Rennick. Striking workers at the Pope and Talbot Company in Lackawanna County will vote this week on whether or not to end their 2-week-old strike. And despite the rain, veterans in our area were honored with a parade in Wilkes-Barre and Kingston today. More on the day's happenings on the Weekend Update after the movie.
I always buy the best, but I pay as little for it as possible. For pain, colds, indigestion, I buy Squib Care.
New Squib Care, the brand name medicines without the brand name price.
If you're 59 years old or over, United Penn invites you to enjoy Silver Class service. With Silver Class, you'll be treated to a feast of banking services. You'll get an interest-earning checking account with no maintenance fees, regardless of balance. No-fee Visa traveler's checks and discounts on safe deposit boxes, Visa card annual fees, and brokerage services. Even a toll-free hotline to answer your questions. Silver Class, designed for persons 59 and over, now being served at United Penn Bank.
Thank you for waiting for me, Natalie. It's cold and windy up on deck.
Sorry.
Please, let me give you a cup of coffee.
Thank you.
How's your baby?
Cranky. He keeps pawing at his ear and he's feverish.
Sugar?
No, thank you.
Sit. So, are you coming with us?
Trying to make up my mind.
That shouldn't be hard. Decide what's the best for yourself and do it. Listen, the Italians have no use for a lot of hungry and stateless Jews. We'll go, Mrs. Henry. You should come too.
I should? And why?
Perhaps because your baby is Jewish and should go to the Jewish homeland.
Don't you understand? I feel no emotion about Palestine, none. I'm an American, completely irreligious, married to a Christian naval officer.
Tell me about your husband.
He's on a submarine in the Pacific somewhere. I haven't seen him in ages.
That was my wife. She was killed in a bus that the Arabs blew up.
It's awful.
It happened 8 years ago.
Do you want me to bring my baby there?
Jews live in danger everywhere.
Not in America.
There are no boats to America.
Here's my husband, Byron. He was taken on our honeymoon in Lisbon. Lasted all of 2 days.
He looks young. When was this?
A million years ago, it seems like. No, I mean, yes, he's young, but he's exceptional. Byron has a marvelous knack for getting things done. You'd have to meet him.
Bring your son to Palestine. Grow up to be a man of action like his father.
You know, Verda Beck's coming in the morning just in case we decide to leave the ship.
say no. Steady.
Sorry.
The wind keeps backing around. The weather report is not good. Still, we sail with first light.
That may solve my problem. Maybe Beck won't be here that early.
Oh, he will come all right. Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. The baby's behaving rather strangely, Natalie.
Convulsions, yeah. Does this inflame? Left ear. A febrile episode.
Don't worry, Natalie. The infants come out of convulsions. The doctor will give them something.
Unfortunately for this, I have no medicine to give.
What about a warm bath?
Yes, this could help. You know that there is no hot water in this boat.
Come, the galley.
Next one.
Fortunately, soup is the mainstay of our diet. Two up?
No.
When my baby brother went into convulsion, that's what my mother always did. Get some in his head, too.
Come along, my dear.
God, Natalie, you're not really leaving the boat. Putting yourself in the hands of that German.
My baby's as sick as hell, Sarah.
I know how frightening babies' fevers can be. But it's amazing how they recover. Just throw them off. Think about it. Just a few days at sea and you'll be safe and free in the Jewish homeland.
Sarah, we appreciate your concern, but Natalie's already made a decision. This ship will be at least 10 days at sea. Then there'll be other weeks in wild Syrian mountains. To another effect that the Turks or the British may stop the boat and send it back.
Okay, let me help you.
You're very kind. Let your uncle get off if he insists. He's had his life, not you and Louis. Listen to me, darling.
Sarah, you're not helping.
I suppose we oughtn't to keep Werner waiting, Natalie.
Mrs. Henry. Professor. I'm so pleased that you made the right decision.
Well, Dr. Jester, goodbye.
Goodbye, Rabinovitz. Perhaps we shall meet again.
Am I doing the right thing?
It's done. Mrs. Henry, do you remember the last line from the Passover Seder? Next year in Jerusalem.
Stay tuned for scenes from the continuation of Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance.
Easy for you.
Need help?
Yeah, and I've got 10 minutes to get to the radio station.
Here's the problem.
Easy for you. Ever listen to KBLY?
Should I?
Stetson Cologne. Comfortable, easy to wear.
And for that great smelling guy who started my car, I get off at 6.
Easy to wear, hard to resist. Stetson fits.
The thing about being a child is that no matter what you touch, it's new, you know what I mean? Everything.
She likes us. You saw her at the barbecue. She's eating everything inside.
She
has
an
appetite. It's father like daughter.
Ah, baby, does the hanky-panky. She's eating daddy. Can we have one double cheeseburger for my baby, please?
We do it like you do.
Well, this one's made to perfection.
At Burger King.
She's not going to date till she's 30 years old. Oh.
You're looking at a winner. It's Ford, America's best-selling truck line. And it wins in loyalty, too, with the highest percentage of repeat buyers of any full line of light trucks.
See the entire lineup of tough Ford trucks during the Ford Truck Month celebration.
Oh, to be a Twinkie, to be America's favorite snack cake. But then it gets a little lonely at the top. And so Hostess introduces new fruit and cream Twinkies.
Sweet sensation.
Real strawberry swirled inside its creamy middle. Irresistible.
Oh, what a sweet sensation.
Original Twinkies, and now new fruit and cream Twinkies, because 2 is always better than 1.
Sweet sensation.
Please watch 16.
The goal is to help single parents and those really in need, and the service is free.
That's running at 5, right?
We're seeing more and more oat bran showing up on our grocery shelves, but what I want to find out is how that oat bran is really going to affect our cholesterol levels.
Stand by.
Tomorrow at 5 on WNEP-TV.
Announcing a dramatic breakthrough in shaving technology. The new Remington Microscreen Ultimate shaves as close as a blade and closer than any other electric shaver, or your money back. The Ultimate's exclusive beard lifter gets whiskers other shavers leave behind. And like all Remington Microscreen shavers, the first screen shaves incredibly close, the second even closer. Try the new Remington Ultimate now. It will shave you as close as a blade and closer than any other electric shaver, or your money back.
To all you students of innovation, those consumed with an insatiable curiosity, who try and fail and try again. To all you dreamers and doers, thinkers and tinkerers all, we at General Electric salute you. For as advanced as our technology has become, we've never forgotten that from small beginnings, big ideas grow.
Uh-oh.
Out of juice?
Very fine. Juice it up.
Tomorrow, come on down to Kenny Rogers Place as top jocks take on each other's game. The greatest athletes meet the biggest entertainment stars in head-to-head competition. It's a Kenny Rogers Classic Weekend.
I'm Al Michaels. Join us Monday as the Buffalo Bills head into Miami to take on the Dolphins. It's ABC's NFL Monday Night Football, the only way to kick off your week.
Watch the Weekend Report tonight on most of these ABC stations.
I want to get out. But
How?
This is Alistair Tutsbury, broadcasting from Singapore. The lives of hundreds of civilians are lost each day to this merciless bombardment.
A victory in the Pacific.
All ahead 1/3.
We need a huge victory now.
America is paralyzed.
Would further evidence interest you?
The government would be very interested.
I hear this. This force is bound for Tokyo.
I foresee horrors, Massey, that will eclipse the Civil War.
The Germans are committing a crime that's almost beyond human imagination.
You realize you belong in a concentration camp with the rest of the alien Jews?
The important thing is to get you and Louis out of danger.
I now request from you an explanation of the Jastrow case.
Tuesday nights, the continuation of Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance.
It's sinking. We were out there when the kamikazes were there, which were the planes that were flown by the Japanese pilots who were willing to commit suicide to dive into the ships. We were fortunate enough that we never were hit by one of them, but they were in the area. One time we were refueling. Just after we left, the next ship in was hit by a kamikaze.
Memories of War continues tonight on WNEP.
When you cook with Lipton, you dish up surprises every day. Lipton Recipe Soup Mix gives a new twist to all your family's old favorites. From dips to dinners, Lipton's special seasonings make the difference. With Lipton Recipe Soup Mix, you can turn any dish into a new idea. So what's cooking? Surprise!
What gives you lots of hot water? The lowest cost way?
Nothing does it like gas.
What lets you wash for less money to save every day?
Nothing does it like gas.
What heats water so efficiently it's half the cost of electricity?
Nothing does it, no, nothing does it like gas.
For hot water, cooking, home heating, drying, call your heating contractor or Pennsylvania Gas and Water Company.
Live with Regis and Kathy Lee in Disney World tomorrow on WNEP.
Tonight's presentation of War and Remembrance contains graphic depictions of the atrocities committed during the Nazi administration of the concentration camp at Auschwitz. Parental discretion is advised for the young or sensitive viewer. This is the continuing story of the Victor Henrys, an American Navy family swept away by war's ravishing winds and scattered to the far corners of the earth. Tonight, Leslie Sloat uncovers the truth of Hitler's atrocities.
The first secretary of the German legation in Rome is an ex-student of mine, Werner Beck. He assures us that our release through Switzerland is only a matter of time.
Stranded in Italy, Natalie's hopes for freedom are short-lived.
I now request from you an explanation of the Jastrow case.
I am hoping to use him. Oh?
Dr. Beck, how much do you really know about what's happening to the Jews?
I couldn't possibly attack my own country on enemy shortwave. I'd rather rot here in Siena.
There's also the question of Mrs. Henry and her baby rotting here.
A victory in the Pacific. We need a huge victory now.
All shore leaves are canceled. Be sortie at dawn for gunnery practice.
America is paralyzed by our devastating U-boat campaign.
The Germans are committing a crime that's almost beyond human imagination.
During an inspection tour of the Auschwitz gas chambers, Heinrich Himmler, Hitler's second-in-command, witnesses the calculated beginning to the final solution. War and Remembrance continues. Tonight's presentation, brought to you by MCI. Let us show you how much better a long-distance company can be. Delta Airlines. We love to fly, and it shows. Exclamation Cologne. Make a statement without saying a word with Exclamation Cologne by Coty. And Mercury, where comfort and control are one.
When we get where we're going, we'll never be sick, we won't get any older, and we won't ever die.
3 years ago, they left on an incredible journey to find a new life. Now they've come home, and their adventure is just beginning.
Hello, darling.
The cocoons are in danger, Jack. We need your help.
I'll do whatever you want, but I got in a lot of trouble last time, so you cannot steal any more old people.
It's a life form.
Carefully. As far as I'm concerned, we owe them everything. And if one of their friends needs help, I'm going to give it to them.
What are you doing?
Well, you see, he's my friend, and we're going to take him home.
Cocoon, The Return, rated PG. Starts Wednesday, November 23rd at theaters everywhere.
Introducing a completely different Mercury Cougar.
Take my breath away.
Introducing pulse quickening comfort. The all-new Cougar from Mercury, where comfort and control are one.
A cheese riddle. Mom, what do you get when you grate and melt cheddar cheese over a plain baked potato? Oohs and ahs. That's right, Mom. Cheese does make it taste even better, so don't forget the cheese. Another cheese riddle. Hey, Mom, what do you get when you add grated Parmesan to ordinary vegetable soup? A super kid's lunch. Remember, cheese makes it taste better, so don't forget the cheese.
Discover the fragrance of America. Lady Stetson. You're free. Playing in the big leagues. Country proud. With a fragrance all your own. Lady Stetson. Capturing the essence and spirit of the American woman. An exciting blend of contrasts like America itself. Lady Stetson.
A new adventure and fun is coming this Friday.
Hi.
There are no babes in the woods.
Pay attention.
They're perfect strangers.
Don't panic. We can do this.
Take a trip up the river with Larry and Balky. Then,
Let's hear it for the Tanner family.
From the top of the charts, the Beach Boys bring their #1 hit to a very special full house.
A night with rock and roll royalty, folks.
And it's all this Friday after Perfect Strangers.
Dear old Sloat. What a marvelous surprise it was to learn that you're now in Bern, so close and working for our release. Your nice Swiss diplomat friend, Dr. Roblo, is visiting with Aaron while I hammer this off. First of all, I'm fine, and so is Louis. It's crazy how comfortable we are here. Only the other American internees at the Excelsior Hotel in Siena remind us of the war and our perilous situation. Speaking of which, Sloat, Aaron is still playing with the notion of staying on here, war or no war. Between his old friends, the Archbishop and the Chief of Police, he's being treated like exiled royalty. He also feels, if needed, he has one sweaty little ace in the hole. He once converted to Catholicism. Did you know that? Back in the 20s. Well, he dropped it fast, but he still has the documents, so he refuses to worry about being Jewish. Between that and his position as an American journalist, he feels safe here. It's his home, he's too old to move, etc., etc. He has an answer for everything. It's maddening. I really don't know why I should be so upset about Aaron. It's his life. I came to work for him just to be nearer you. In those simple, lost days when my only worry was a messed up romance. You were a fool not to marry me in Paris when I proposed. How I loved you. Oh, if one only understood sooner that things happen once and then roll away into the past, leaving one marked and changed forever. Well, looking back is to no avail. Think of something to do about Aaron, my dear, please. He can't stay on alone in an enemy country. I'm a lot thinner in the enclosed, and at least I'm smiling. Isn't Louis cute? Love, Natalie.
Stunning girl.
Yes, she is. Antoine, thank you so much for carrying our letters.
My pleasure. Dr. Jastrow was charming. And I hope they'll all be out by March or April.
March or April?
Now, I must report to your minister. Will you have dinner with me later, Leslie?
Oh, thank you, Antoine, but some other time. Tell me, do you know a Jacob Asher?
Of course. An important philanthropist. A German Jew. Now a Swiss. Why?
Well, I've never met the man, but he's invited me tonight for cocktails. Most insistent.
Well, Leslie, enjoy yourself.
Nicht dabei. Ja, wie geht's dir?
La situation.
Ja,
Ja.
aber schön ist da. Ja, gefällt es Ihnen? Ja.
Guten Abend. Ich bin Leslie Sloat.
Why don't we talk in English?
All right. I'm Leslie Sloat. I'm the first undersecretary at the American legation here in Bern.
Yes, I know.
Ah, have we met?
I asked someone about you because you kept staring at me.
My apologies. You remind me very much of someone I know.
Really? I'm Selma Escher.
Oh.
Yes, this is my father's home.
Ah, I've yet to meet him.
Papa will be down soon. Something came up. He's deeply involved in refugee work. My friend said you were transferred from Moscow for being too partial to Jews.
I wish I could claim such martyrdom, but in fact, my transfer was routine. And Actually, I'm glad to be where the food's good, the lights go on at night, the guns don't go off.
Don't be ashamed of what you have done. Can't you realize how that distinguishes you in your foreign service?
Thank you. I'm afraid it distinguished me in quite the wrong way.
Mr. Sloat, I'm Jakob Asher. I must apologize for not having been able to greet you.
No need, no need.
Excuse me.
Pleasure to have met.
Mr. Sloat, you are wondering why I invited you.
Yes.
The truth is there is someone who expressed an interest in meeting you. Father Martin, this is the American First Undersecretary Leslie Sloat.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
I'm honored.
Father Martin has greatly helped our work in the Jewish Refugee Council.
No, one can do so little.
You, of all people, cannot say that.
No, please.
Father Martin is also a German citizen.
Uh-huh.
Well, perhaps I will leave you two to talk.
Thank you. I would prefer that we talk elsewhere.
All right.
Perhaps I'll walk with you back into the city.
Walk? It's miles.
No. It's only a couple. It's good exercise.
Yes, I suppose.
Shall we go?
Doch, das hätte ich ganz gern. Beim Fechten. Stimmt das? So. Nein. Irgendeiner sind angedreht.
Entschuldigen Sie bitte.
Oh, tut mir leid, wir werden nachher miteinander sprechen, ja?
Vielen Dank.
Dankeschön.
I'm afraid I have to be going.
Well. Good night. You must write your friend about the girl you met in Bern who resembles her.
I'd like very much to see you again.
Oh, no. I'd only depress you. Reminding you of your lost love. Goodbye.
Are the stories coming out of Russia and Poland through Herr Sloat?
Stories?
About the Jewish massacres.
Such things is difficult to prove. Massacre victims can't talk.
Yet in Moscow, one is told you did obtain some documentary evidence.
Yes, I did. Certain photographs of a particularly gruesome nature from the region of Minsk.
One's also told that you placed them in the hands of the New York Times, Herr Sloat.
Right again. In the story, all 10 lines of it ended up on the back page.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Yes, it is. Particularly as it seems to have had a very depressing effect upon my career.
Yep. Would further evidence interest you? Conclusive evidence of new, unbelievable atrocities.
The government would be very interested.
Your government? Do you like the cinema, Herr Sloat? I'm very partial to the films myself, although I confess it's a frivolous waste of time.
Yes, I go to films.
Perhaps you'll join me one evening here at the Palace. As you can see, a Bing Crosby film's coming soon. He's my favorite. Would you enjoy that?
Yes, of course, certainly. I'd be delighted to join you.
Excellent. I shall call you. So, until then.
Until then.
In the wake of the American naval disaster at Pearl Harbor, the Japanese have continued to press their attack. On Christmas Day, Hong Kong falls, while in the jungles of Malaya and Burma, the Japanese continue their remorseless advance as Singapore prepares for a last-ditch stand. American positions in the Philippines crumble. MacArthur falls back to Bataan. The enemy takes Manila. The Japanese seem unstoppable, and by early February are well on their way to making the Pacific Ocean a Japanese lake. It is then that the American Navy finally strikes its first counterblow. A carrier task force under Admiral William F. Bull Halsey aboard the Enterprise steams southwest into enemy waters to bombard Japanese strong points in the Marshalls and Gilberts. The returning armada is given a tumultuous welcome at Pearl Harbor. Journalists hail the attack as a resurgence of American power in the Pacific, the turn of the tide.
All ahead, 1/3.
All ahead, 1/3, aye, sir. Engines answer, head 1/3, sir.
I'm keeping this short, gentlemen. You will remain standing. Let's get one thing straight. The purpose of all the hoopla out there is to boost civilian morale. The truth is, Hirohito isn't losing any sleep over what that raid did. We took part in a nuisance raid. Unfortunately, we were not much of a nuisance. As to what the Northampton did, the less said, the better. Mr. Gregg, all shore leaves are canceled. We sortie at dawn for gunnery practice. Questions? That is all.
That's a meal, Captain.
Come on.
Admiral Spruance, his compliments, sir.
He invites you to dine with him at 1800 and listen to your friend Alistair Tudsbury's special broadcast from Singapore.
Accept with pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Dear Pug, this is from a well-meaning friend. I realize what war can do to a marriage, but I hate to see it happen to a model couple like you and Rhoda. Why don't you write and ask her about that very tall man she plays tennis with? His name begins with a K. And that isn't all she plays. She's been seen in all the wrong places with him at the wrong times, and everybody who has ever known you two is talking. Unless you do something PDQ, you can kiss your marriage goodbye. A word to the wise from a well-wisher.
Good evening. This is Alistair Tudsbury, broadcasting from Singapore. As this broadcast reaches you, Japanese heavy artillery is raining destruction on this great island city from across the Johor Straits. The lives of hundreds of civilians are lost each day to this merciless bombardment. I come to you tonight in part because the military authorities now concede that Singapore's one hope lies in letting the democratic world know exactly how desperate our situation is. If help is ever to arrive, it must come now. So in conclusion, I believe that even at this late date, the tide can be turned. I'll gamble my overstuffed old hide on this, but not the person of my daughter Pamela, a clever and lovely young woman who assists me in my work.
So off she goes tomorrow with the women and children. She told me a story not 2 hours ago that I want her to share with you. Here then is Pamela.
My story is a short one. For the past 2 weeks, I have been working at a troop hospital as a volunteer. Today, a badly wounded man took me aside and gave me a thing called a Mills bomb, a sort of grenade. Ma'am, you've been very nice to us. If you think a Jap is about to rape you, ma'am, he said in a very charming Aussie accent, just pull the pin and you'll know nothing more. I have only one thing to add. I leave under protest. Good night.
Good night from Alistair Tudsbury in Singapore. You've just been listening to a special broadcast from the studio station.
The fall of Singapore will be worse than the fall of France. It means the collapse of an entire world system. Our side needs a victory out here.
We do.
He's an able correspondent, that fellow Tudsbury. You know the daughter, don't you?
Yes.
She sounds like a very admirable young woman.
Yes, she is.
Leslie Sloat.
Hello. Here's Selma Asher. Will you take me to dinner?
Good God, yes. When? Where?
I'll pick you up in half an hour.
Oh, all right, half an hour.
I've been talking my head off. Does Natalie talk so much?
Oh, more, much more. She's very opinionated and very argumentative.
Oh, then I think we're really not much alike.
Well, I'm rapidly forgetting the resemblance.
Truly. Poor me. That's the only reason you're interested in me.
Not once you spoke half a dozen words.
Then you're not sorry I called?
Selma, I'm delighted and I'm flattered. Selma, the priest that I met at your father's house.
Father Martin?
Yes. Would information that he's offered be reliable regarding the mistreatment of the Jews?
I would think so, Leslie. Father Martin is a very good man, even if he's a German. Do you like to dance? I dance abominably. I've done it so little. But I would like to dance tonight.
Then by all means.
Resistance, new Russian offensives continue to roll out heavy gains in all sectors. Meanwhile, in North Africa, in a series of lightning strikes, the German panzer divisions under Field Marshal Rommel have recovered nearly all the ground won by British forces at the turn of the year. In the Pacific, the Japanese have begun a series of major attacks, with new fighting reported in Java, Borneo, Surabaya, and throughout the entire Dutch East Indies.
The war news is always so terrible. I can't think about the war tonight. I won't. Tonight was very nice. Thank you.
Care to come up for a drink?
I can't. No, I can't.
May I call you?
If you want to.
I do.
Well, fine. Now, I've done two bad things since I met you.
What was the first?
Asking a man to dinner.
Kissing me was the second.
Not you, Leslie. Kissing a Gentile. I've not kissed many Jews either. Now I really must be going.
I will be calling you.
Good night, Leslie.
Denise's decision gives everyone problems. Tomorrow on WNEP.
Being a Mercury, Topaz not only knows how to hold people, but also how to hold the road. It's a car that unites comfort and control. Picture yourself in a Mercury, where comfort and control are one.
Glasses on, please. Okay, kids. Today we're going to demonstrate a discovery that could change your lives. Oh, really?
Fortune magazine called it a remarkable breakthrough. Time said it could change the world. They were talking about the Nobel Prize-winning discovery by 2 IBM scientists of a substance that carries electricity with no resistance and makes magnetic objects defy gravity. It could also lead to advances in many fields, such as transportation, medicine, and computers. It's a new kind of superconductor, one that works at more practical temperatures than ever before. This IBM achievement has sparked a new era of research and is fascinating not only scientists, but future scientists. Advances in superconductivity, another example of IBM technology at work.
We have the means to unite the country, the world, in seconds.
It's perfect.
Imagine putting that power in everyone's hands.
Japan, Zurich, LA on board?
The network. Everything's in place.
Is the network secure?
Banks should be this secure.
Activate the network.
Introducing MCI Fax, the world's dedicated fax network. Now send documents with the speed, the quality, the power only a dedicated network can provide.
What a beautiful day for a revolution.
With MCI Fax, it's there already.
Now the world's best gold card is even better.
we've added Master Purchase, the plan that automatically insures most things you buy and doubles the manufacturer's warranty. It's much like American Express, only better. You can use Gold MasterCard nationwide in 1 million places they're not even welcome. Master Purchase, just part of what makes us the world's #1 gold card. Gold MasterCard.
And what is your evaluation of this material, Les?
I believe it speaks the truth. The Germans are committing mass murder, perhaps genocide under the cover of war. I believe it's an authentic document of grave import.
And what sort of action do you recommend?
I think delegation should send off an urgent summary cable to Secretary of State and to send the document by special air courier.
Augie here thinks differently.
Indeed, I do. A kindly description would be a compassionately motivated fraud.
Let's hear your reasons, Augie.
Apart from the fact that your source, the one Jacob Asher, is obviously tainted. Look at the document itself. Sheer fantasy.
Why?
Why? Cabinet-level government men meeting and calmly discussing some evil plan, and then, mind you, putting it in writing? Come on now. I mean, I admire your compassion, Les.
Never mind my compassion. I'm very well aware of who Dr. Asher is. And as for the text, nothing is more German than reducing an inhuman plan to writing. Read Mein Kampf.
I have read Mein Kampf.
So have I.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sir, if it is authentic, as I'm sure it is, then the Germans are committing a crime that's almost beyond human imagination. And I believe that President Roosevelt can turn world opinion against the Germans with that document.
Okay, Augie, many thanks.
Anytime, Bill. Les, I do admire compassion.
I'm sorry, Les, but I'm with Augie. That stuff is the pipe dream of an ignoramus making up horror stories and doing a bum job.
May I ask why you say that, sir?
I'm a railroad man, Les. I was before I got this job. The rolling stock of all of German-held Europe couldn't handle this. You're talking here about millions and millions of civilians, Les.
Sir, at the risk of seeming compassionate, may I respond?
Go ahead.
I admit the train part looks big. A sweep of a dragnet through all of Western Europe, spilling into Poland and occupied Russia. But, sir, the point is, most of the Jews are already there, in Poland and occupied Russia. They don't have to be moved very far, if at all.
All right, Les. How would you go about authenticating this document?
What would you consider authentication?
Oh, geez, I don't know. Give me something. In the meantime, put this thing in maximum security storage.
I will, sir.
Maximum security, incidentally, is not the New York Times cable desk.
Sir, no one will release this unless you authorize it.
Okay, then. Unless I'm sorry about Augie. He's a bit of a jackass. But it never hurts to hear the other side of the story.
I understand. Thank you, sir.
April. We'll be leaving in April.
That is now the official word.
To April.
To April.
Good heavens, I shall barely have time to finish my division of Constantine. Why, I may even have to stay on here in sleepy old Siena and let Natalie and the baby go on home without me.
Oh, my dear Professor. Real coffee?
The Swiss chargé d'affaires brings Bernard Berenson little gifts. Our generous friend was kind enough to share half a pound with me.
Oh, worth the trip to Siena. One begins to understand now why the famous Berenson has decided not to go back with the rest of the Americans.
Creature comforts aren't everything, Bernard. Even BB suffers shortages. But he's decided, as he says, to ride out the storm at anchor. He thinks it will all end well, meaning that your side will lose. Of course, Bernard is an expert in Italian paintings, not warfare.
Dr. Freud might call it wishful thinking. Still, whichever side wins, such a prominent person need not worry.
A prominent Jew?
Mrs. Henry, victory softens harsh wartime policies. That is my profound personal hope.
Dr. Beck, how much do you really know about what's happening to the Jews?
In Italy, nothing is happening.
And elsewhere? What about the stories coming out of Eastern Europe that your soldiers have been massacring the Jews?
Maria, we'll have more coffee with our brandy in the next room. Werner. Cigar, Werner?
Thank you. I take it, Mrs. Henry. That your question was not merely provocative. But when you ask me whether the German army has been massacring the Jews, and I respond that this is a lie. The army has not only refrained from atrocities, but has at times intervened to protect the Jews from the local populations. That is God's truth as I know it.
Oh, put it down there, please, Maria.
This is excellent brandy, Professor.
Thank you, Werner. I had the foresight to lay in a few cases back in 37.
Dr. Beck, have you ever visited a concentration camp?
Never mind.
Mrs. Henry, I'm not saying our regime does not have many regrettable things to answer for,
I would prefer to change the subject. Natalie, Werner is our guest. You and your baby are alive simply because he rescued you. Besides, my idea of staying on here initially is nothing of his problem. Bernard Berenson is a very shrewd and very worldly man, but even he too...
Damn Berenson! Suppose Germany occupies Italy, or suppose Mussolini decides to ship all the Jews to the Polish ghettos. I mean, it's incredible. It's so childish to even consider taking such risks.
But it's I alone who would be taking those risks.
Please, Professor, Mrs. Henry, if I have provoked in any way this quarrel,
Nonsense, Werner. I, for one, am convinced you haven't got a single anti-Semitic bone in your whole body. You serve a detestable regime, and whether you are right to do that is a very large question. But Natalie, if you think there is any less peril for the Jews in the United States than there is in Germany or Italy, you're the childish one, not I.
Aaron, you're drunk.
Nonsense. I've lived here in a fascist country for more than 10 years, and I found more peace than I ever did in that dollar-chasing hurly-burly back home. If the war should take a hopeless turn, need I remind you, we're losing now on all fronts, then I foresee a defeated America that could be uglier than Nazi Germany. I foresee horrors, Natalie, that will eclipse the Civil War. A bloodbath of region against region, race against race, every man's hand against his brother, and all men's hands against the Jews.
Professor, you surprise me with your penetrating insight about America.
Of course, Natalie, I understand you want to take Louis back to America. But I believe we may have a negotiated peace this year, and I, for one, would welcome it.
Welcome it? Welcome peace with Hitler?
Yes, even with Hitler. The longer the war goes on, the worse it'll be for all the Jews behind the Nazi lines. And in the end, the whole of civilization may come crashing down in flames.
Aaron, we're fighting against tyranny for freedom.
Fiddlesticks! This war is about who rules next. Who fixes the currencies? Who dominates the markets? Who seizes the hegemony which the British Empire has lost? Oh, I suppose if we marshal all our industrial powers, we may eventually crush the Germans. But to what purpose? There are good and bad things in all nations. The hegemony can be shared. Oh, I know you won't go home without me, Natalie, and of course I will leave. I never said anything else. But I will not be treated like a soft-headed old fool simply because I considered staying on. Please don't take that tone with me again.
Mrs. Henry, I consider your uncle's view of the war lucid and inspiring. He gives to all this stupid carnage a theme, a direction, a hope.
Dr. Beck, Aaron loves to take any side of an argument, especially over wine.
Oh, really, Natalie?
But peace with Hitler? Who can believe a word Hitler says or have faith in any paper he signs?
That is not an insoluble problem.
Exactly. The skin of the tyrant is not a steel plate. So history teaches us.
I must tell you, my old and trusted teacher, I have considered many times into the dawn the ethics of tyrannicide.
My baby gets fed now.
Let me thank you for the best dinner I've had in months, Mrs. Henry.
Well, we probably do owe you our lives. I'm not unaware of that, so
No, please. You spoke with a grasp of lucidity.
Ah, Bernard, it was only a rush of angry words.
No, not at all. There are good things and bad things in all nations. The hegemony can be shared. Brilliant. Pride restores one's faith in the possible brotherhood of mankind. What a profound tribute to the Jewish spirit.
Oh, you're too kind.
Professor, would you consider coming to Rome and talking to the press correspondents of neutral countries? Only neutral countries. None of Goebbels' propagandists or Gaida's hacks.
But what on earth would be the point of that?
Your views on the war would command attention. They would have great impact.
No.
I can tell you, they would encourage the better elements in Germany.
Oh, no, Werner, I couldn't possibly do that. I mean, I should be pilloried on my return home. And Werner, please forgive poor Natalie. Even an animal mother fears for her baby.
Oh, please, Professor, it is most understandable. Well, and now I must bid you good night. And thank you once again for a grand evening. Professor, I shall be pressing you yet again to share your prophetic insight with a suffering world. Fair warning.
I am not a prophet, Werner, nor even the son of a prophet. A pleasant journey to you.
Thank you.
And now, I have heavy news. Singapore has fallen. That the mighty bastion of empire, which held out so long against insuperable odds, has honorably surrendered
to spare its civilian population from further useless slaughter. And so, let us go on into the storm and through the storm.
You have just heard Prime Minister Winston Churchill speaking from London. In his brief message to the Commonwealth and Empire, Mr. Churchill called the surrender an honorable one.
When an empire dies, it dies like a cloudy day, without a visible moment of sunset. The demise is not announced on the radio, nor does one read it in the morning paper. What was Singapore? Singapore was the city. Singapore was the naval base. Singapore was the bastion of the empire. But at the bottom, Singapore was a narcotic myth, which dulled the pain, while the grip of white Europe on Asia was amputated. And now the colored Malays have new masters with colored skins.
British vote.
It's Selma. I'm in a phone booth.
Selma, are you all right? Why haven't you been returning my calls?
Look, my father found out about our evening together. I promised not to talk to you again. I must, however. That man we talked about, Leslie, don't mention his name, gave me an urgent message for you. About authentication.
All right. Where can we meet? And when?
Feldstrasse Bridge. Now.
I'm coming.
Father Martin has arranged a meeting with a man high in the German legation.
The German legation? That's fantastic. Who?
He wouldn't say it. He wants you to meet him at 6:30 Sunday evening in front of the postal office on the Alderstrasse. From there he will take you to the rendezvous. He begs you not to breathe a word to anyone about this.
Selma, thank you. This is very important. I'm sorry I had to involve you.
I suppose he decided I'm a safe messenger since I'll be gone so soon. I never see you again, you know.
I don't understand.
We leave next Monday for America. My father is moving his business. But the real reason we're going is that I'm to marry an American. A lawyer in Baltimore. Quite orthodox. Papa has arranged it.
You're doing this to please your parents?
Does it make any difference? I'm doing it. Leslie. There. I remember you always.
I'll never forget you.
Yes, you will. You've had so many adventures. You'll have so many more. Now I've had my one. Goodbye, Leslie. Leslie, I don't know where all this Father Martin business is leading, but please take care. I've never seen a more frightened person.
Absolute.
Walk, boy. I could use a fire hydrant right about now. Oh, I used to love it when she ran. She wouldn't go much faster, but she'd tire out quicker. Oh. Now we walk 3 miles a day, 10 miles on the weekends. It's too much. Come on. Watch this. I love doing that. Oh, yes. No. Whoa. I gotta lose some weight. Walk. Dogs were meant to lie in the sun and sleep. They had engraved that on the president of Nike's forehead.
Ford, profiles in quality. Dealer service.
At Ford, we're committed to building the highest quality American cars and trucks.
As a Ford dealer, we want to back that up with the highest quality service in America.
That's why we can offer 6-year, 60,000-mile powertrain warranties.
And we can back it up with lifetime service guarantees.
We're as determined to provide quality care
as we are to building quality cars and trucks.
At your Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealer, quality is job one.
Crowley's been foreman here since I was a girl. He loves oranges. And only one orange juice. Tropicana Pure Premium Homestyle. It's pure juice with no water added or taken away. But what makes it special is sweet, juicy bits of orange. Crowley says it has the taste and feel of fresh squeezed. Your choice, Pure Premium Homestyle with juicy bits of orange or Tropicana Pure Premium. You just can't pick a better juice.
You tell him, Mary.
We've parked our vehicles on cables before and locked the doors and thrown the key out in the field. We're not going to let that cable get damaged, no matter what it takes. Now, I know my boss is going to like to hear this, but I've told my people before, if you have to sacrifice your truck in order to protect that cable, sacrifice your truck. I can get another one. We can't let the cable get cut. This is the most responsible job in the company. We've got to keep those cables together.
Dark, dreary morning. It makes you want to crawl back under the covers. It's coming up on 6:40 a.m. Forecast.
I was sleeping, sweetheart. How'd you go, Fred?
To the average sleepyhead, nothing's more important in the morning than that first cup of steaming, hot, delicious coffee, which is probably why more people wake up with Mr. Coffee than any other coffee maker. Mr. Coffee, the first choice of coffee lovers.
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will return in a moment. Tomorrow night, War and Remembrance begins at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on ABC.
At a sale, you may find a low price on this, but good luck on this, and this.
At Hills Housewares Fair, you'll find low prices on everything. Like the low price on this new Bissell carpet machine, including upholstery attachment. You could pay this, but Hills price, just $88.68. That's an exceptional value. More proof of the low prices you'll find at Housewares Fair. And it's happening now at Hills.
Check us out. The Newswatch 16 Zone Poll.
At 11.
On the Russian front, Adolf Hitler's order to stand or die is obeyed. The massive Soviet counterattacks slaughter more than 200,000 enemy soldiers. But somehow, Hitler's armies manage to hang on. Some pullbacks are forced, but the line holds from Leningrad to the Black Sea. And as the Russian counteroffensive begins to fade, and the spring thaw turns the land into a sea of mud, a triumphant Adolf Hitler summons the inner circle of his high command to supreme headquarters on the Eastern Front. Colonel General Franz Halder, now Chief of Staff of the German Army. Major General Armin von Rhone, his Chief of Operations. Field Marshal Wilhelm List. Field Marshal Fedor von Bock. General Friedrich Paulus. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt.
Heil Hitler! Meine Herren Feldmarschalle, Gruppenführer Rattenhuber bittet um die Sonderausweise. Danke.
The winter battle in Russia is ending. My order, to stand or die, saved the Wehrmacht.
Mein Führer, it was a great military decision.
Reichsmarschall Hermann Goering, commander of the Luftwaffe, the powerful German Air Force, one of Hitler's oldest and most trusted Nazi associates.
We will annihilate the Bolshevik Empire.
If not for your iron will,
Lieutenant General Alfred Jodl, Chief of Operations of the OKW, Hitler's supreme headquarters command.
Be echoing through the streets of Germany.
Exactly, mein Führer. The greatest
Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, Commander-in-Chief of the OKW.
to give such an order to his Grand Army. And when he allowed the retreat, the Russians pursued him all the way to Paris.
My life's aim has not changed since I wrote it down in prison 20 years ago in Mein Kampf. I will seize the living space in Russia that we won in 1917 and was swindled out of by the Versailles Treaty. Russia is the heart of the world land masses. He who dominates Russia dominates the world. With the fall of Singapore, the British Empire is in receivership. The world imperial system is broken up. America is paralyzed by our devastating U-boat campaign. And by the victorious march of Japan. All the land masses of the earth, 150 million square kilometers, are at hazard. It is a moment that comes once in 1,000 years. Now is the time to seize the initiative, throw in all our forces, and in a huge new offensive, wipe out the entire defense potential remaining to the Soviet Union. This final campaign will be called Case Blue. The German people trust me. My soldiers trust me, because I am one of them, a common foot soldier. Any general that does not have faith in me, I will dismiss, dishonor, and crush. Then I will find others to fight and win. Case Blue.
Top secret urgent serve from Admiral Halsey.
I'm going to the White House.
Admiral, the president is reported sick and bad.
I know.
Lean forward, sir. Take a deep breath and hold it. Bronchitis again. If he'll only rest, we may avoid pleurisy this time.
I shall make him rest, Admiral.
I'll behave. Above all, no smoking. I said I'd behave. And make sure he takes this.
Yes.
Some rest, Mr. President. No cigarettes.
Thank you, Ross. Franklin.
Those boys on Bataan. I failed them. I had to order MacArthur to leave. I need him. But it broke their spirits. 10,000 soldiers lost their lives on that barbaric death march, Eleanor. 10,000. And that brave handful still holding out on Corregidor. Beyond rescue.
Franklin, you must keep up your own spirits. It will be a long war.
Will it? I see nothing but darkness and collapse everywhere. The Japs are cutting the Burma Road. British prestige in Asia is gone. There's a big new German offensive building in the east. What I really fear is Germany and Japan joining hands across a prostrate Russia. Or Stalin making a separate peace to save his neck.
This is the fever talking, Franklin. It's not like you.
A victory. A victory in the Pacific. We need a huge victory now.
Yes?
Mr. President, will you see Admiral King?
You're resting, Franklin.
Tell him to come in.
Admiral?
Mr. President, I regret this intrusion. I'll be brief. Tomorrow, at this time, we will bomb Japan.
What? And this is the first I hear it's tomorrow?
Admiral Halsey's carrier task force is moving into position now to launch a squadron of Army B-25 bombers under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Doolittle. From well outside carrier plane range, the force is undetected.
Army bombers? Off carriers?
The strike will hit military targets in Tokyo and other cities. The bombers will fly onto a base in China. The Chinese are alerted and ready for them. The hazards are high, but we expect to achieve total surprise.
Those aviators. What brave men.
Well, they'll give Hirohito something to think about.
A turn. A turn. Yes. I think of those young pilots, and I think of Longfellow's words. Humanity, with all its fears, with all its hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on your fate.
April 18th, 1942. 0800 hours. Task Force 16, led by William F. Bull Halsey, aboard the USS Enterprise, and 15 other warships, including the USS Hornet. 16 Army B-25 bombers lashed to her flight deck, lie deep within Japanese waters, 624 miles east of Tokyo.
Now here's Admiral Halsey speaking. You're all wondering where we're taking all those B-25s that are over there on the deck of the Hornet. Gentlemen, here is our destination. This force is bound for Tokyo to avenge Pearl Harbor and Bataan.
Henry, is this good war making? Or is it just a showy stunt?
That depends upon how the Japs react. My hat's off to those Army aviators, though. Oh, yes.
The price of the raid will be steep. 17 of the total of 80 Army aviators will be killed or captured. 15 of the 16 aircraft, fuel tanks exhausted, will be lost as they crash land in China. The raid will have almost no impact on Japan's war production or military capability. But the Doolittle Raiders' heroic deeds and their soldiers' deaths will not have been in vain. The Tokyo raid sends spirits soaring on the home front and around the world.
Radio Tokyo conferma danni causati su case, ospedali, ambienti culturali. Questa è la prima incursione nemica su Tokyo dall'inizio delle ostilità. Gli intercettatori giapponesi hanno risposto immediatamente all'attacco confermando l'abbattimento di 9 bombardieri.
Where did the planes take off from? Why, from Shangri-La, ladies and gentlemen. From Shangri-La.
You mean
In the aftermath, the Japanese High Command decides that the impudent Americans must be taught a lesson. There will be no more Doolittle raids. After much discussion and debate, Japanese strategic planners finally decide they will gamble everything on an all-or-nothing roll of the dice. The inferior, battered U.S. Navy must be lured into a final fleet action and annihilated. And so the two Axis partners, at the peak of their strength, turn their backs on each other. And as the German army launches Case Blue and begins the long march to Stalingrad, the Japanese Imperial Fleet prepares for the most decisive engagement in the annals of modern naval warfare, the Battle of Midway. SS Colonel Karl Adolf Eichmann, party number 899-895, SS number 45326. A fanatical Nazi, the Gestapo's expert on Jewish affairs, Eichmann is chief of Section 4B4 of the Reich Security Main Office. His primary responsibility, the organization and execution of SS Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler's final solution.
Obersturmbannführer Eichmann, surely the Reich Security Main Office realizes Italy is not an occupied country. It's a sovereign nation, a full military ally. And these Jews you wish to ship east are still Italian nationals.
Herr Dr. Beck, haven't you ever had a virgin?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
The principle is the same. Lots of soothing words, disarming talk. Then at the proper moment, after the first time, no problems.
I'm not entirely sure that is a useful parallel, Herr Eichmann. Most Italians like the Jews, or at least feel sorry for them. Even Mussolini himself.
The Italians are not to be taken seriously. It is the Führer's unshakable will to cleanse the continent of Jews. Italy will be no exception. But to return to its principle, you must get Italy to hand over some Jews, however few and on whatever basis, at once. As soon as that line is crossed, resistance to the Jewish policies will crumble. Oh, yes, yes. Once the Jews are physically removed, their wealth remains behind for confiscation. Now, when your slimy Italian politician gets a taste of that revenue, oh, you'd be surprised how quickly he will embrace the Führer's vice policies. It's happened in country after country.
With all due respect, Herr Eichmann, I cannot imagine what basis I might propose that would result in the Italian government turning over its citizens.
Fortunately, I can. You see, the way to start is with the Italian Jews who are already in Germany. There are precisely 118 of these delightful people. Now, you will propose that Italy takes charge of all German Jews who have fled here, while Germany takes control of all Italian Jews on Reicher soil.
I see.
I hope you do.
I have to point out, Herr Obersturmbannführer, I will be asked exactly where these 180 Jews will be resettled, what they will do there, and in what circumstances.
Very well. Write whatever you want. Nothing will ever come of it.
That is not how the Foreign Service operates, I'm afraid. We've been very factual.
Very well, Herr Dr. Beck. If you like, I'll be glad to tell you precisely where the Jews will go and what the disposition will be by direct order of the Führer. If you like, Herr Dr. Beck.
That won't be necessary, Herr Obersturmbannführer.
Old fellow, do you happen to have a spot of brandy in the office? I've already driven over 200 kilometers this morning. I've had no breakfast. I would tell you this. You can look for a very positive effect on your career once you pull this off.
Well, I'll do what I can do for you, Herr Eichmann. But the Italians will have the last word. I can't help that.
So, you can't help that. I now request from you an explanation of the Jastrow case.
The Jastrow case?
You have sequestered in Siena a 70-year-old stateless Jew, Aaron Jastrow, a prominent author from the United States, his niece, and their infant. You have written to them, you have telephoned them, and you have visited them. Yes?
I don't know what you're implying, Herr Eichmann. I have made no effort to keep any of it secret.
We know you studied in the United States and that Jastrow's your teacher. Is that why you are protecting the Jew?
I am not protecting him. I am hoping to use him.
Oh? In what way?
As you yourself have pointed out, Herr Eichmann, Herr Dr. Jastrow is a prominent American author.
Yes? Herr Dr. Beck?
Well, that is exactly it. I am hoping he will make a series of broadcasts in which he will picture the Germans and the Japanese as deprived and misunderstood proud people, and the Allies as fat cats clutching riches gained by armed force. He will picture the whole war as a useless bloodletting which should be stopped at once by a sharing of the hegemony. His own brilliant phrase, he used it in my presence. Such a suggestion of world leadership being shared, coming from such a prominent Jewish author, could have great impact in America to weaken the war effort and encourage a peace movement.
When will Jastrow be making his first broadcast?
That's not definite yet. It's a question of persuading him, which takes time.
Really? Why should that be? Persuading a Jew is simple.
To be effective, it has to be done of his own free will.
Jews will do whatever you want them to of their own free will. However, I understand you now. Jastrow is your teacher. He's a fine man. You don't want him upset or frightened. It isn't that you are coddling or protecting a Jew. It's just as you think you might catch more flies with honey. Yes?
I am sure that my approach is correct.
Yes, providing you get some results before the war is over. Tell me, Herr Dr. Beck, is your family here with you in Rome?
No, they're at home in Stuttgart.
How many kids do you have?
3.
Boys, girls?
Yeah, 2 girls, 1 boy.
Oh. Oh, please, please. Oh, how beautiful. And with a fjord, too. Oh. Girls are so sweet. I had 3 boys. No luck on girls. You know, no matter what, I always try to get home to see the kids. At least once a week, even if it's only for an hour. I suppose you are as fond of your kids as I am of mine.
I love my children.
Good. Right. Well, let's do some straight talking, shall we? Can Reichsfuhrer Himmler expect a progress report fairly soon on those 118 Jews?
I'll do my best.
Excellent. Oh, I'm so pleased I could come here and we could thrash this out. You have a heavy responsibility. So do a job for the Fuhrer. Of course, you understand, Herr Beck, this whole Jastrow business is not kosher. It's not kosher at all. So tell the old Yid to make his broadcast quick and let the opera put him away with the other Yids.
But I have a guarantee of safe conduct back to America as part of the American Journalist Exchange.
But how can that be? The American journalists have already left Italy.
I delayed their departure myself. We tied it to a mess in Brazil. But sooner or later, that is bound to clear up.
But you did manage that delay. You see, Beck, when you want to be, you can be a real live wire. Well, good luck, Herr Dr. Beck. Heil!
Heil!
Introducing a completely different Mercury Cougar.
Take my breath away.
Introducing pulse-quickening comfort. The all-new Cougar from Mercury, where comfort and control are one.
The Venice Simplon Orient Express, naturally the most luxurious train in the world, serves the richest coffee in the world.
c'est impossible! Pas de café de Colombie! Vite, vite, retournez à Paris!
100% Colombian coffee, hand-picked by Juan Valdez.
Weave your way through the streets of Miami, and you'll come to a place where lions stalk their prey, bears hunt intruders, and eagles make ready for the kill. The place is Joe Robbie Stadium, home of Super Bowl 23. But if you go, you need a winning team and your Visa card. Because at the Super Bowl, they take only the best, and they don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
When Delta Airlines' Steve Masutka found a wedding ring,
The person who lost a ring, please return to Delta's Gate B6.
I'll be standing over here. He knew someone had to be very unhappy.
Young man, are you the one who found my ring?
Yes, ma'am.
This means so much to me. How can I repay you?
This is part of my job, ma'am.
Delta love to fly and it shows.
The orange is 100% pure. New Minute Maid Premium Choice is 100% pure. Squeeze the orange for fresh-tasting juice that's not from concentrate. Pour Premium Choice for fresh-tasting juice that's not from concentrate. Nature's perfect package, man's perfect package. But maybe this really isn't as perfect as this. After all, ever tried to reseal an orange? New Minute Maid Premium Choice for juice that tastes fresher. You'll have to squeeze it yourself.
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will return in a moment. Tomorrow night, War and Remembrance begins at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on ABC.
This long row of junkers is no match for Ford's Bigfoot. But here's a real test. Can a regular Ford 4x4 drive over it carrying a Chevy and towing a 14,000-pound Bigfoot? The Ford starts clawing over the jagged metal with a Chevy on board and towing Bigfoot. Ford is the only pickup with 4 choices of multi-port fuel-injected engines that give you the power you want when you need it. Yes, the Ford triumphs over the twisted junker. Save over $3,000 on manual transmission F-Series trucks at your Quality Plus Ford dealer.
Good evening. It's time for the live drawing of the daily number. Draw the first digit, please. Now the second digit.
Yes. Yes.
Draw the third digit.
Yes!
Well, there you have it. That's today's daily number.
Wow! Look at it! Look at it! It's the same number! I got it! Bernice! Look at this! Look at this! Look at it!
Dan joins a street gang tomorrow on WNEP TV.
Exerzieren! Anhalten! Call these SS men. They're marching like gypsies, like Chinamen. It is a kind of parade to put on for Reichsführer SS Himmler. You're playing like street beggars. I want them drilled. Drilled until they drop. I come back at 1500 hours for another inspection. If there is no improvement, straight to the Russian front. Front line. The whole lot of them. Birkenau. Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
Was war denn das für eine unglaubliche Scheiße, die Sie hier veranstaltet haben? Nimm mich halt damit her! Los, Peter, treibt die Leute mehr an! Nächste Ladung! Что ты посмотрел? Давай! Давай! Шевели! Klinger, is this what Reichsführer SS Himmler will see tomorrow?
Working them night and day. Herr Commandant, I'm flogging them like dogs.
Flogging? Shoot the 5 slowest ones. I authorized you. They'll bear up the rest. Where are my 60 blockhouses?
Number shortages, restricted rules.
No excuses, no shortages. Requisition whatever you need. All rules waived. One rule. 60 blockhouses up by tomorrow at 12 noon. Do you understand? Or you will pay. And they will.
Herr Kommandant.
An die Arbeit, mit! Bitte! mit den Balken da! Chevelist, Bartley, Chevelist!
If I am finished, Sammy, so are you. So are all of you. Kaput! To the gas!
Herr Sturmscharführer, we can speed up the work. We have ideas.
Let's hear.
Rudy, see how our roses are growing. Smell it.
Is my adjutant here?
Yes. Hauptsturmführer Schwarzzug. Upstairs in your study. For lunch, there's sauerbraten, your favorite.
No lunch, no time.
That Klinger in Birkenau has gone crazy. He asked for trucks to speed up his job. I squashed him good. Prisoners are horses, I said. They walk.
Give him trucks.
What else? Why did them fool wants floodlights on his job tonight? All night long. Floodlights.
Let him have them.
That's the air defense rule. I make the air defense rules. Call central supply right now. Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant. Great.
Much better. Just like machines.
Program.
So,
Hier, Hauptsturmführer Schwarz, auf Befehl vom Sturmbannführer Hess soll... Nice job.
The printing shop outdid itself.
Die Konstruktion der Baracken, die... Aerodrome, trooping of colors, band serenades, honor review. Soll der Unterschlagführer klingen. Good. Klinger.
Gruppenführer Kammler himself will do the map talk at breakfast.
Of course, grabbing the bows. Architect's office, motor tour.
Alle für die Konstruktion der Baracken notwendigen LKW sofort erhalten. Die Bauarbeiten sollen heute Nacht unter Flutlicht ablaufen.
Special action before lunch. Who is responsible for this idiotic change?
Die Konstruktion der Baracken, die notwendigen
The Railroad Directorate. They insisted, Sturmbannführer, on getting the empty train back in Oppeln by noon. Maybe if you telephone...
Schwarz! Ruf zurück! Out! Special action from beginning to end. Before lunch. What kind of appetite will our guest have after that? Are you insane?
Commandant, I tried. The empty train. The Railroad Directorate insisted...
This is Reichsführer's SS business! Understood? I'll throw the whole Railroad Directorate into Block 11. And you too! You stupid Schwein! Dauernd gibt es Schwierigkeiten mit dieser Reichsbahn. Anscheinend bin ich von lauter Vollidioten umgeben. Wenn man nicht alles selbst machen kann, beliefert! Verdammt nochmal! Hauen wir ab! Die Straße!
This Himmler visit is making us all nervous wrecks.
We'll all be glad when this is over.
He doesn't sleep, doesn't eat, only drinks. It's all on him.
Maybe I will have some lunch.
Of course, Willie.
Schwarz. Special action. All in order.
100%, Kommandant.
If one thing goes wrong, one thing, it's my neck. Mine.
It's a select transport from Amsterdam. They've been well treated. It'll go smooth. Smooth as oil.
It had better.
A hard thing to watch, all the same.
Orders. He wants to see a whole action from beginning to end.
He watched when Russia didn't approve crude business. They made them dig their own mass graves, he told me. Then mowed them down and buried them. Clothes and all. Here, of course, we are more practical, more humane. Still, have a glass of brandy. I'm very curious to see how Himmler will take it. He's tough. But
oh, and Dad, never before have I dared ask this. Suppose Germany loses the war.
Come, ye thankful people, come, raise the song of harvest home. All is safely gathered in, ere the winter storms begin. Now our Maker doth provide for our wants to be supplied. Come, ye thankful people, come, raise the song of harvest home. Happy Thanksgiving from MetLife.
We have the means to unite the country, the world, in seconds.
It's perfect.
Imagine putting that power in everyone's hands.
Japan, Zurich, LA on board?
The network. Everything's in place.
Banks should be this secure.
Activate the network.
Introducing MCI Fax, the world's dedicated fax network. Now send documents with the speed, the quality, the power only a dedicated network can provide.
What a beautiful day for a revolution.
With MCI Fax, it's there already.
To turn the ordinary into the extraordinary, you need to know how things should be. Fabergé, what an egg should be. Stradivarius, what a fiddle should be. And Lincoln, what a luxury car should be.
Announcing the Holiday Inn Make the Super Call game. Come to Holiday Inn, get a game card. Now, Super Bowl 18. 4 minutes to go. Raiders face a 4th and goal. You call it. Scratch off the right play, and you win. Thousands of prizes. Even a trip to the Super Bowl. Everybody's getting into it.
Only at America's favorite hotel. For reservations, make the Super Call.
The orange is 100% pure. New Minute Maid Premium Choice is 100% pure. Squeeze the orange for fresh-tasting juice that's not from concentrate. Or Premium Choice for fresh-tasting juice that's not from concentrate. Nature's perfect package, man's perfect package. But maybe this really isn't as perfect as this. After all, ever tried to reseal an orange? New Minute Maid Premium Choice for juice that tastes fresher. You'll have to squeeze it yourself.
Herman Woukes, War and Remembrance will continue in a moment.
An ABC News brief. Now from Washington, Ted Koppel.
Good evening. Hoping to calm jittery financial markets, President-elect Bush today asked Nicholas Brady to remain as Treasury Secretary and lead a fresh assault on the deficit. In the occupied territories, Israel imposed the most extensive military crackdown in 20 years, hours after the Palestine National Council declared an independent Palestinian state there and recognized Israel's right to exist. More on that story tonight on Nightline.
Introducing the 3 new chicken sandwiches from Burger King.
Ah, il panino italiano di pollo con la salsa marinara e mozzarella. Sono innamorato.
Le sandwich français au poulet avec ce jambon et ce fromage suisse.
The American chicken sandwich with lettuce, tomato, and American cheese. Let's do lunch.
Try the 3 new chicken sandwiches from Burger King.
Let me tell you how I've done so well. I always buy the best.
But I pay as little for it as possible. For pain, colds, indigestion, I buy Squib Care, the only non-prescription medicines good enough to be called Squib, one of the most trusted names in medicine. But best of all, they cost less.
New Squib Care, the brand name medicines without the brand name price.
Saving money does wonders for a headache.
Win, lose, or draw tomorrow in Philadelphia on WNEP TV.
Now it's going, Sammy.
Twice as many men, thanks to the trucks.
This was an idea. Just a sight towards the road.
A Russian foreman.
Russian? He's no Russian. He's a Jew swindler like you. Think I don't know?
Reichsfuhrer SS Heinrich Himmler, Nazi Party number 14303, SS number 168. Son of a Bavarian schoolmaster, Himmler joined the Nazi Party in 1923, took over the SS in 1929, and in 1934 became chief of the Gestapo, speedily building it into one of the most feared state police organizations in the world. And by the outbreak of the war in 1939, Himmler was in undisputed control of a virtual private empire. A dangerous fanatic, second in power only to the Führer, and widely regarded as his possible successor, Himmler's prime responsibility is the carrying out of Adolf Hitler's racial policies, calling for the extermination of 11 million men, women, and children, the final solution of the Jewish question in Europe.
Aua! Давай, давай! А чего смотришь, давай! Давай, давай,
Nicht so faul! Weiter jetzt!
Никто не смотрит по сторонам. Давай, давай. Куда смотришь? Давай. Не разговаривай. Вперед! Держать линию!
This installation will be doubled westward. Total capacity, 200,000 prisoners for the new factories.
It will be done, Reichsführer.
Tremendous drainage problems to the west, Reichsführer.
An SS officer does not recognize difficulties. He overcomes them. How this is to be done is your worry, not mine.
Jawohl, Reichsführer.
You have done much here in a short time. Yeah.
Dankeschön, danke sehr. Ja, nicht und das haben wir dann am anderen Tag dann noch. Das glaube ich, Herr Reichsführer ist ganz glücklich. Sicher. Ja. Sicherlich, Herr Major. Sehr gut ausgezeichnet.
Noch einen Los.
Zum Wohl.
Ich danke Ihnen.
Ja, sicher. Der Sauerbraten ist sehr gut.
Ja.
Ja, aus
Wieder. And after lunch, the special action.
Jawohl, Herr Reichsführer, Special Action.
Fräulein. Danke.
Zum Wohl.
sind jetzt hier im Arbeitslager Auschwitz angekommen. Ihr Gepäck wird zu Ihren Wohnquartieren befördert werden. Sie brauchen es nicht selber zu tragen.
Dit is het werkkamp Auschwitz. De bagage zal straks naar de huisvestingen gebracht worden. U hoeft het nu niet mee te nemen.
Wenn Sie sich einmal hier eingelebt haben, dann werden Sie Ihre Talente in ein Formular eintragen. Es gibt genügend Arbeit hier für Sie alle. Ehrliche Arbeit wird Ihnen und Ihren Familienangehörigen eine Menge Ärger ersparen.
Later moet u op formulieren invullen wat voor werk u doet. Een goede dag werk zal problemen voor u en uw familie voorkomen.
Zuerst aber werden Sie sich alle zu einer hygienischen Dusche in unserer Desinfektionsanlage begeben. Und anschließend gehen Sie dann zu Ihren Wohnquartieren.
Nu moet iedereen naar die ontsmettingsafdeling voor routinehygiëne. Daarna naar de huisvesting.
Erst aber werden wir einige kräftige Männer und Frauen zum kurzfristigen Arbeitsdienst auswählen.
Nu zullen we een aantal gezonden laten uitkiezen. Tijdelijke beperking.
Jetzt gehen Sie hier links zu den bereitstehenden Lastwagen und wir bitten Sie dort aufzusteigen. Das wär's.
Nu moet iedereen links daarop gaan.
Sable is a Mercury, so naturally it's comfortable. Comfortable even in the corners. Comfort and control, together in one car. Isn't it time you looked into a Mercury, where comfort and control are one?
Even when all of Company B heads for the phone, it's no problem for Gail Godfrey.
Delta Airlines, Gail Godfrey.
Y'all fly to Lubbock, Texas?
Yes, that is confirmed.
I got some friends who want to talk to you now. Just hold on a second. Thank you.
Cincinnati, Ohio.
New York City.
Monroe, Louisiana.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
San Jose, California.
Portland, Oregon.
Butte, Montana.
You're all set. Thank you for calling, Delta.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Gail. Did you get many calls this afternoon? One.
Delta, we love to fly, and it shows.
A few years ago, I would have had trouble walking up this hill. I smoked, I drank, I was fat, and I hadn't done a lick of exercise in my life. So I started jogging. Who says you can't run away from your problems?
Everywhere you go, you see them. Those human zooms. Back and forth they go, trying to get just the pictures they want. Don't they know Pentax now has an IQ Zoom for everyone? The Pentax IQ Zoom 70 and now the IQ Zoom 60, both with a motorized zoom lens. So you can get this, and everything in between. Get a Pentax IQ Zoom and get the pictures you want. Let Pentax do the zooming so you can keep on moving.
My brother just did something very smart.
Very smart.
He got this amazing new picture-in-picture TV.
Yep, Magnavox did it again.
Now we could watch 2 shows at once, so we never fight over the TV anymore.
We never fight anymore.
We could watch one show and preview another.
We can even reverse the picture.
How smart of Tom to get a TV this smart.
How smart of him to say how smart I are.
How smart I are?
Him too.
Magnavox. Smart choice. Very smart.
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will return in a moment. Tomorrow night, War and Remembrance begins at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on ABC.
Please watch 16.
And you make the call.
For all of the sports fans out there who've been waiting to get back at Joe's Zone, well, tonight we'll find out if they get their revenge.
Tonight at 11 on WNEP TV.
I always buy the best, but I pay as little for it as possible. For pain, colds, indigestion, I buy Squib Care.
New Squib Care, the brand name medicines without the brand name price.
This is Epcot Center. Epcot Center at Walt Disney World in Florida.
Isn't it wonderful, Herr Reichsführer? So peaceful. The disinfection. And over here, the undressing huts. Towels and soap. Shower heads for the windows.
And this door
leads outside. Disposal.
Don't they suspect? Not yet.
That's why the SS. We take no chances.
Separate Umkleideräume! Los, weiter nach links! Männer nach links! Frau nach rechts, bitte! Folgen Sie den anderen! Nee, lass mich doch! Was hat keiner zu? Ja, was willst du doch machen? Vorwärts! Weitergehen! Ja, ist los, los, weiter! Männer nach links! Los! Frau nach rechts! Geht es los! Keine Zeit dafür! Links, so weiter! Los! Los! Hier rüber! Männer nach rechts!
Who are those prisoners in the striped suits?
Choose. The most timid, the most nervous ones. Picked out when they arrived. Then they get a choice. Bullet in the head at once, for this duty. We get a few. They don't last long, of course. They go to the gas too. In time, they are help.
Very practical.
Weitergehen! Los, los!
Alsjeblieft, meneer. Alsjeblieft.
Je mag niet blijven staan, je moet verder gaan, je moet doen wat ze je vertellen en het kind mag niet huilen.
Ja,
Gaat
maar
toch
daar,
verder.
kijk, daar gaan we naartoe. Daar gaan we naartoe. Kijk, 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 een bloem. Een bloem. Kijk, hier huilen die dus. Hier huilen die. Kijk, die mag je hebben. Die mag je houden. Die mag je houden. Ja, kijk. Niet huilen hoor, je moet blijven wel. Ik ben mijn moeder. Ik ben weer man niet. Alles zal goed zijn.
Gehen Sie weiter!
Ja.
Nicht stehen bleiben! Weitergehen! Los, weiter! Männer nach rechts! Frau nach rechts! Gehen Sie weiter! Gehen Sie weiter!
Reichsführer, now it's better to observe from over there. Please come with me.
Abteilung, Stellung nehmen! Im Laufschritt, Dalli! Auf beiden Seiten rechts und links, keiner darf entkommen! Bei Fuß!
Now at least it will go fast.
Frau!
Would the Reichsführer care to come in, have a look, and listen? It's quite safe. Sounds like a synagogue, I always say. So, what's next? Around and back, Reichsführer. We've already had a special action this morning. May I speak frankly, Reichsführer? This is our greatest problem. Disposal. I've told Berlin over and over that burial is no answer. Not on the scale Colonel Eichmann projects for special action. And what about the others? It's not only the Jews. You already have over 20,000 Polish politicals that will have to be dealt with. And the gypsies. More and more are brought in every day.
Crematoriums?
Of course, crematoriums. But there remain pretty models in the central building board, Reichsführer.
Notes.
Quicklime. The bacteria count in the water here is already endangering the health of my SS. I say again, Reichsführer, disposal is the problem. Berlin is ignoring it.
I shall issue orders to override all projects in this province for labor and materials. The construction of crematoriums will take precedence even over IG Farben.
Thank you, Reichsführer.
Use your best construction crews. When crematoriums are finished, liquidate the crews.
Understood, Reichsführer.
The request of your medical unit to perform special sterilization experiments on Jewish women. Granted.
Great news for our medical staff.
You have given me an honest look at Auschwitz. You are doing your best under tough wartime conditions. I promote you to Obersturmbannführer.
Herr Reichsführer.
I shall say goodbye to your charming wife and be on my way. You will not see me to the airport. We have too much work to do.
Obersturmbannführer? Children.
What a charming little girl. Do you like a flower? Flower, yes. Here is a flower. Come to me.
We have a new job. Arbeitskommando Crematoria.
Crematorium. For ourselves.
Never. It's possible to escape. for Auschwitz.
I simply don't understand the necessity for this dinner, Natalie. What kind of information could this baby doctor of yours have that could possibly interest us?
I told you, Aaron, you didn't have to come. They invited us both.
Well, it's 40 years since I came to a proper Sabbath meal, so we may as well hear what's so urgent.
Professor?
Thank you, Signor Sacerdoti. It's a very long time since I put on one of these.
להדליק נר של שבת.
ברוך אתה השם אלוהינו אמן. Good Shabbat.
Good Shabbat.
All right, Natalie. We will take the baby to the bedroom. Don't worry. It's all right. Let Miriam take care of him. She's better than a governess. When did you last see your husband?
It's almost 2 years now. You know he hasn't even met his son.
This Brunello is very fine, Dr. Castelnuovo.
From our own small vineyard. Mrs. Henry, I asked you here this evening because there are some things better not spoken of at the office. I have been in touch with Avram Rabinovitz.
Avram?
How are you acquainted with Avram Rabinovitz, my good doctor?
My son-in-law and I partially finance the sailing of the Redeemer.
And I have a good report for you. They reached Palestine unharmed.
You sure?
Slipped through the British blockade.
Excellent news, Dr. Castelnuovo.
And Rabinovitz, what about him?
He made his way back to Marseille. That's his base. He's there now. Mrs. Henry, why didn't the two of you leave with the other American journalists? Rabinovitz is very puzzled and concerned. He has asked about this repeatedly.
We were temporarily detained.
But why?
Reprisals. 3 German agents in Brazil, posing as Italian journalists, were arrested. And so the 3 of us...
German agents in Brazil? What can that possibly have to do with you? You're Americans.
That makes no sense.
None whatever, I agree. Our State Department is pressing the Italian government through Bern to send us to Switzerland at once. I am not concerned.
I am.
My niece finds it hard to accept that our government has 1 or 2 things on its mind besides our release. But we have further protection. A protection of rather unusual nature. What do you say, my dear? Shall we confide in these delightful new friends of ours?
As you wish, Aaron.
The first secretary of the German legation in Rome is an ex-student of mine, Werner Beck. He has been a very good friend.
Then why doesn't he help you with all this nonsense about Brazil?
He has. He's been burning up the lines to Berlin. He assures us that our release through Switzerland is only a matter of time.
Do you believe that? My guess would be that this same Dr. Beck is preventing you from leaving Italy.
Oh, how preposterous!
Why? What would there be in it for him?
You asked the right question. It's to his advantage to have the famous Dr. Jastrow trapped in Italy and dependent on him. In what way? I'm sure you will find out. Now I have a message for both of you from Avram Rabinovitz. He says, get out while you can.
Don't you think I want to get out? But how?
With us, Mrs. Henry. Get out with us. We are arranging with Avram to go to Palestine. The whole family, all of us.
Aren't you overreacting? This is Italy, not Germany.
Dr. Jastrow, only last week we heard in the synagogue the fascists are planning to round up all Italian Jews on Yom Kippur.
Once collected, will be handed over to the Germans to be transported to the east.
Doctor, my good friend the Archbishop assures me that the Vatican intelligence net is the best in Europe. If such a thing were even remotely possible, I promise you he would not have kept it back from me.
Possibly. But the Church has much property and influence to protect in Germany and Italy. We Jews had better look out for ourselves.
You have taken me into the bosom of your family, and I assure you we are warmly grateful for it. But I feel we must go now. Come, Natalie, fetch the baby.
Don't be polite, please. Go ahead and read your mail.
Your kindness has not gone unappreciated, Werner.
Please, Professor, I enjoy very much being able to bring you your mail.
The Arch of Constantine, it arrived safely. Oh, just listen to this, Natalie. The Arch of Constantine, your best book yet. Classic stature, certain book club selection. Honored to publish such a fresh and seminal work. Well, isn't that splendid news?
That is good news, but not all the good news.
Sloat, our friend at the American legation in Bern. He has absolutely no idea when this Brazil business is going to get straightened out.
Yes, but all that is quite out of date. Maybe have lunch. Otherwise, there's so much to discuss, I'm afraid we may forget to eat. What a lovely view. Won't you be sorry to leave it behind?
Are we leaving it behind?
That is why I've come, Professor.
But then you have our releases?
Not exactly. Almost as good, however. Professor, Italian radio wants to put you on the air. You and other famous enemy aliens, Berenson, perhaps, Santayana.
Dear me.
Well, Dr. Peck, what has that to do with our release?
If the professor will simply come to Rome and record a leisurely 2-hour interview or 4 half-hour broadcasts, the Ovra will allow me to arrange in advance 3 exit visas and tickets for a Rome-Zurich plane. The Brazil business will be set aside, and you will be on your way. You won't even have to come back to Siena. So, how does that strike you, Dr. Jastrow?
Well, I confess I'm rather bewildered, Werner. Would they want me to discuss something in my own field of work? Constantine, for instance?
Oh, no. They want a philosophical view of the war, simply showing that not all the right is on one side. You remember what you said, Dr. Jastrow, on the occasion of my last visit? That would precisely fill the bill.
But I had far too much wine that night, Werner, and Natalie had provoked me. It was just a bad-tempered outburst.
But, Professor, you have a great original vision of this world catastrophe. And that theme of sharing the hegemony is perfect. I'm sure you'd not only please Rome Radio, but impress your countrymen as well. And to state matters bluntly, you'd get out of Italy at once.
Well, how about Berenson and Santayana? Have they agreed to this?
The Italian radio people consider you the key personality. Once you agree, they are sure the others will follow suit.
Then neither of them knows anything about this yet.
No, Werner. I couldn't possibly attack my own country on enemy shortwave. Surely you can see that. I'd rather rot here in Siena.
There's also the question of Mrs. Henry and her baby rotting here. And then there's the more serious question of just how long you can stay on in Siena. I've made a long trip to lay this before you. I didn't expect a rejection out of hand. I thought I'd earned your confidence, Professor.
What is the question of our staying on in Siena?
The Ovra pressure never lets up on me, Mrs. Henry. You realize you belong in a concentration camp with the rest of the alien Jews? I was reminded of this very pointedly when the broadcasting idea first came up.
Well, I can't fathom this. Surely we're guaranteed eventual passage to Switzerland, aren't we? How can Rome Radio blackmail me into wrecking my reputation? Just be firm, Werner. Tell them to put it out of their minds. I won't even consider it.
That, I must tell you, is a grave statement, Professor.
Nevertheless, it's my answer. It's final.
Scusi, signora, la macchina è arrivata.
Your car, Dr. Beck. I'll walk with you. He'll do it.
Do what? The broadcasting?
Yes, he'll do it.
Mrs. Henry, his resistance was very strong.
His explosive reactions pass. When does Rome Radio want him?
That's not definite, but what I must absolutely have from him at once is a letter consenting to make the broadcast. That gets the hounds off my back and starts the wheels turning. The wheels of your release, Mrs. Henry.
You'll have the letter by the end of the week.
I would rather bring it back to Rome with me now. I would even postpone my return.
I can't press him when he's in this mood. Please understand. I promise you, the letter will come.
I must count on your good sense, then.
You can count on my concern for my baby.
The greatest pleasure for me would be to see you all off to Zurich. I shall be waiting anxiously for that letter. Goodbye, Mrs. Henry.
I just couldn't help it, Natalie. His proposal is outrageous.
You shouldn't have turned him down flat. You should have stalled.
Possibly. I'll never make those broadcasts he's asking for. Never. He took my outburst far too literally. No matter how badly the State Department has treated me, I still love my country. I will not go on the air for the Axis, disgrace my scholarship and mark myself a traitor. They can kill me if they like, but I won't do it.
Then we're in real danger, Aaron.
Well, that may be. But the first thing I want you to do, my dear, is to draft out a letter to Werner. Tell him that I apologize for my outburst and that I'm beginning to lay out 4 broadcasts, but be terribly vague about the completion date. Then I want you to go and talk to that young Jewish doctor, Castelnuovo. His plans for leaving Italy might take on a new relevance.
My God, Aaron, this is a change.
Well, I really haven't quite bargained for adventure at my time of life. Making a dash for it might seem a bit far-fetched. But I don't like Werner's new tune. But the important thing is to get you and Louis out of danger. So let's set about it, shall we? Of course, the Ovra may well be watching Castelnuovo, so it may be best for it to look like an office visit. Take the baby with you.
Stay tuned for scenes from the continuation of Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance.
Next to yours, this is the set of gums dentists care about most. In fact, more dentists and their families chew Trident than all other sugarless gums combined. Trident, millions of teeth, can't be wrong. What gum has enough good taste to do a commercial like this? Trident, of course, because when you've got 5 mouth-watering flavors that taste this good, you don't need to make a lot of noise. Trident, millions of teeth can't be wrong.
The '89 Ford Bronco 2, with its new aerodynamic design, fuel-injected V6 engine, and a new, more versatile interior, you can definitely say it's made for the best of times. And with Bronco 2's anti-lock rear brakes and available 4-wheel drive at the touch of a button, you could also say it's made for the worst of times.
See the entire lineup of tough Ford trucks during the Ford Truck Month celebration.
A cheese riddle.
Hey, Mom, what do you get when you add melted cheddar cheese to ordinary broccoli? Oohs and ahs. Yes, cheese makes it taste better. So don't forget the cheese. Another cheese riddle. Say, ma'am, what do you get when you add Monterey Jack cheese to plain chili? Happy cowboys. Cheese makes it taste even better, so don't forget the cheese.
This one's for better people. This one's for the good times. Better people, play at Harrods. You're the top, the best, it's true. This one's for better people. This one's for you.
The better people, the better Atlantic City, Harrah's Marina Hotel Casino.
Coming up on the news station.
The people know the plant will be good for the town, but they're coming to the meeting to voice some fears.
Newswatch 16.
You make the call.
For all of the sports fans out there who've been waiting to get back at Joe's Zone, well, tonight we'll find out if they get their revenge.
Tonight on Newswatch 16 Updates.
What's that fragrance you're wearing?
Make a statement without saying a word.
Once, you lived in sacred temples, worshipped, cherished, adored. Finally, there's a food worthy of your heritage. New Sheba. Morsels of fine meat, especially selected for extraordinary taste. New Sheba. To be served by people who continue to cherish the cat.
If you used to take capsules, the makers of Tylenol have just come up with something better. New extra-strength Tylenol gel caps. They're gelatin-coated. And compared to capsules, gel caps are 33% smaller, with all that extra-strength pain relief concentrated into a solid center under a smooth gelatin coating. So gel caps are actually easier to swallow. If you used to take capsules, try new extra-strength Tylenol gel caps. It's not a capsule. It's better.
Tomorrow night.
Here we go!
When you come back, and you will, I'll be here.
Go to General Quarters, Commander Grigg. Full submarine alert.
Are you having an affair with my husband?
Dad, don't worry. I'm gonna do all right.
I know you will, son.
Your husband is the most attractive man I've ever met.
Tomorrow night, War and Remembrance continues at 8:30, 7:30 Central. Something special's happening 2 weeks from tonight.
Watch closely now. When did you lose your virginity?
Are we going to end up liking each other after this?
ABC presents very special television. The best of the first 50 Barbara Walters specials.
Now, 12 years, 120 guests, and 50 shows later, the biggest laughs, the tenderest moments.
Stop putting me on the spot.
Come on. Are you worried about putting on weight? You wouldn't care if you got fat? I am fat. You don't sign autographs.
Well, I'll tell you when I stopped signing them.
I got magic. I found... Are you bisexual?
Yeah, of course I am.
One of those questions, huh?
Hear Bing Crosby and John Wayne's last interviews.
Women scare the hell out of you?
Yeah. I'm scared to death.
I go show business, you know, I'm in it.
Stay up and watch the show on the radio.
Don't miss the 50th Barbara Walters special in 2 weeks. And 3 weeks from tonight, it's the kickoff of television's best night of viewing.
The best, none better.
Because there's something happening each and every week now that Tuesday's all together on ABC. First, 5 years running.
Pretty neat, huh?
And still cooking on all cylinders, it's Who's the Boss?
It's smile time again.
Tony Danza stars in the show.
Don't you look spiffy?
No, I'm gonna Defrost the refrigerator.
That's never lost a beat and is still #1 in your heart. Who's the boss? Then she loves her husband.
Give up on romance and get married.
Work for us.
Adores her kids.
Roseanne, you got something for a headache? 3 screaming kids.
She's just got a funny way of showing it.
There's no way we'd embarrass you.
And that's why USA Today called Roseanne the biggest hit of the year.
Well, you're really spoiled, because you live with me, you're used to perfection.
And on the premiere of Moonlighting, it scenes you never thought you'd see. See David host a pageant. See David quit his job. And watch as Maddie and David share quality screen time together. It's the season premiere of Moonlighting.
Good going.
Then last season's most talked about show returns.
It gleams. It shines. It gleams.
Winner of 4 Emmy Awards, including Best Dramatic Series, Best Writing,
Get an idea.
and Best Supporting Actress, 30-something. Tuesdays all together, 3 weeks from tonight.
I'm Ted Koppel. Coming up on Nightline, for years the U.S. has refused to deal with the PLO unless it recognized Israel's right to exist. Now that it has, where does that put the U.S.?
This is Joan London.
And Charles Gibson.
Tomorrow on Good Morning America, breaking the diet myth, what diets can and cannot do for you.
Plus Molly Ringwald and Jane Seymour tomorrow on Good Morning America.
This is Erica Kane of All My Children. There's so much happening here in Pine Valley. I've met an incredible man, someone I've waited for my whole life. But I know sparks are going to fly when I break the news to Travis. This week on All My Children.
Today says these heroes are knights to watch in Night Watch. Tomorrow.
In recent taste tests between Weaver and the leading national brands of frozen chicken, the blue ribbon went to Weaver time after time. Weaver chickens exceed even government standards for quality, and our many delicious recipes cook up crisp, tender, and juicy. So naturally people prefer Weaver, and we're always working to keep it that way. Because when you're the taste people prefer, you can't just rest on your ribbons. Weaver, the blue ribbon chicken in the bright blue box.
To celebrate the Thanksgiving harvest of plenty, come to Acme and save plenty on the turkey of your choice. For instance, this holiday, get a Lancaster brand frozen all-natural turkey for a low 29 cents a pound. Just bring in the bonus coupon from the Acme ad for a savings of 30 cents a pound with your regular $50 order. Come select yours at just 29 cents a pound. Coupon good on other choices too. So to count your savings as well as your blessings, bring it all home from Acme this Thanksgiving.
What kind of hand is life dealing you today? Want to turn your luck around? Try a hand of blackjack. It's the Pennsylvania Lottery's new instant game. Every ticket gives you 2 plays for just $1. Beat the dealer and you could win up to $1,000 instantly or $1 million on the Saturday spin. Play the Pennsylvania Lottery's new blackjack. It could turn one of those days into the day of your life.
Hopalong Claire finds a new sidekick tomorrow on WNEP.
Something's brewing up on this island, something tremendous.
Tonight, on War and Remembrance.
You remember my daughter, Pamela?
After months of separation, Pug and Pamela's love is rekindled. And as Europe crumbles under fascism, Natalie and Byron grow even further apart.
The Italians detain her and Jasper. She and the baby are still in Siena.
In the Pacific, Warren readies himself for the Battle of Midway.
Good hunting, Warren.
Bearing at starboard quarter. Bearing 165. Range 6 miles.
Blast the Enterprise, Jim. Urgent. Sighted enemy cruiser scout plane.
Aye, aye, sir.
Radar confirms the bogey, Admiral. We're picking up strong voice transmissions in Japanese.
Obviously, our edge of surprise is rapidly melting away.
Rhoda learns the truth about Pug and Pamela.
Madeline told me you were coming west, and I did so desperately want to talk to you.
Really? What about?
About your husband. I love you, Victor. I'll never change. When you come back, and you will, I'll be here. Continues. Tonight's presentation brought to you by IBM, the bigger picture, the people, products, and resources of IBM. The American Express card. Membership has its privileges. Don't leave home without it. GE, from satellites to medical systems, we bring good things to life. And Ford and your Ford dealer, together winning the world over with the exciting line of 1989 Ford cars. Have you driven a Ford lately?
I got it! Now people who work at home can get a great deal on an IBM PS2. The boss will love this. The affordable PS2 Model 25.
Distribution, of course. Why didn't you think of that?
Get instant credit, a cash rebate, plus a whole lot more.
That was inspired. Aha! Right. I'll sleep on it.
Visit your IBM authorized dealer for details about a special offer on the PS2 Model 25.
With its 24-valve V6 engine, double overhead cams, and 220 horsepower, the new Ford Taurus SHO isn't for everyone. In fact, only a select number will experience this sport interior and performance suspension. The new limited production Ford Taurus SHO. Power in the hands of a fortunate few.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
Oh, look at this. It's priceless.
Naturally.
It's Mom and Dad's 50th wedding anniversary.
Here we go.
Oh, wait, I'm going to charge it with the American Express card. That way it's automatically insured.
Hi, did you get it?
Hi, Mom. Terrific. You won't believe it. Don't worry. Remember, I used the American Express card. So it's insured.
Lost, stolen, or damaged. A way to protect the things you buy. Membership has its privileges.
What's that fragrance you're wearing?
statement without saying a word.
I went to my dentist with the worst pain. He told me about a different medicine. It's in these little yellow pills. Nuprin works so well on that pain. No wonder it's great on my awful headaches.
Nuprin. It's not aspirin, not Tylenol. It's ibuprofen. So effective, 2 Nuprin stop headaches better than extra-strength Tylenol.
And Nuprin's gentler on my stomach than aspirin.
Nuprin. Little, yellow, different, better.
It even worked on my worst pain.
They may look like any other gang.
Let's walk.
But this gang's on your side.
In my opinion, they could be tomorrow's hope. It's cool, man.
They have this look. It makes you feel safe.
They're learning the rules of the justice system better than some of the cops I deal with every day.
And they're so sexy.
If you haven't met them yet,
You gotta love the mask technique.
meet the men and women of Night Watch tomorrow.
The captain of the yard, Warrington, wasn't he a classmate of yours?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, well, now, you've seen the damage reports on the Yorktown after she got smashed up in the Coral Sea.
Yeah?
What do you think? Can that classmate of yours put her back to sea in 72 hours? Because he's going to have to. Gordon Nimitz has ordered it.
Well, if anyone can, Harry can. But it's bound to be one hell of a patch job.
I'm afraid so. About 3 carriers instead of 2 will increase our striking force by 50%, which we'll soon need.
Reinforcements.
You're looking pretty handsome there, sport.
Thank you. Oh, hey. Want a beer? So, Astor's got command now. That's right. It's no more lady. It's Captain Sir.
I don't like him.
Why not?
Because he thinks he's God's gift to women. Wait, he goes around grinning like Phantom of the Opera.
Phantom of the Opera, that's good. I'm going to tell him you said that.
Don't you dare.
It's time for a little Vicks nap. Come on, baby.
Oh, you got him spoiled now.
Come on.
Daddy kiss.
So,
Look alive, guys. Dad and Admiral Spruance are rounding the Smiths Terrace. Full steam.
Bruins? Yeah, when they make port, they usually hike up here together. Oh, come on. From the base, it's got to be 5 miles, right? And you know what he does? What? He has a glass of water, then he hikes right back down again. You got to be kidding me. Guess he likes the exercise.
how's your work, gentlemen?
Byron. Hey.
Dad.
This is my submariner, Admiral. Haven't seen him since Thanksgiving.
Byron, Admiral.
Warren?
Admiral.
Good to see you.
Nice cool glass of water, sir.
Well, thank you, Janice. You're a gracious hostess. My son's a submariner also. He's out on the Tambor now. How's your hunting been?
2 confirmed sinkings for 11,000 tons.
Congratulations. You're ahead of the Tambor. Well, thank you, Janice. I'll have to be getting back down the hill now.
Well, I'm sure Byron or Warren can give you a lift, sir.
Oh, no, that won't be necessary. Henry? Boys? Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Henry, it's good both of your boys are in port at the same time. I hope you'll spend all the time you can with them.
I intend to, sir, but I've got a lot to do on my ship.
I got something to tell you. This is for your information only. The Japanese are heading east. They're going to hit Midway Island. Obviously, a Japanese base 1,000 miles from Hawaii is unacceptable. So Nimitz is sending everything we have up there. We're about to fight the biggest battle of the war.
Intelligence is that certain.
We've penetrated the Jap codes. Now, we'll be vastly outnumbered. But we may be able to achieve surprise. And one other thing. I don't know if you know this or not, but Bill Halsey is in Sinkback Hospital. It's nothing serious, but he won't be able to fight this battle. And he's recommended to Admiral Nimitz that I assume command of Task Force 16.
I'm sorry to hear about Halsey, sir, but congratulations, Admiral.
Thanks. And Henry, well, as I say, spend some time with your sons while you can.
I will, sir.
You're a little jumpy today. Okay, you know what I mean? We're sweet. Come on. You know, right there. Come on. Miss, you're jumping. Come on. Oh, you committed right there. No, I right did. There. Come on. You missed. You're jumping. Come on.
Hey, is there any of that beer left, or have you two problem drinkers soaked it all up?
Hey, Dad, I got great news. Natalie's coming home. They're on a boat from Lisbon with a bunch of other American attorneys.
That's wonderful news, Brian.
Yeah, I got a cable from Jan's dad. I'm still trying to get through the State Department to confirm it. But now, Warren thinks I shouldn't take my transfer to Sublap because he says all the glory's in the Pacific, right?
Never mentioned glory. I don't give a damn about glory.
Oh, yeah, right.
What I said was the subs are carrying the fight in this war. It's a chance of a lifetime to take a hand in history.
What else is glory?
What do you think, Dad?
I think you ought to take your transfer and go, Branny. This Pacific War is going to last a long time. You'll have plenty of time to get all the history you can handle. You've never seen your son. What are you grinning about?
I don't know. He surprised me, that's all.
Well, I think this calls for a celebration. Natalie coming home, When was the last time we all got together? Your wedding, right?
Right. That's right.
I think we should have an anniversary party.
Sounds great.
I'm for a champagne dinner tomorrow night at the Moana Hotel. Who's with me?
Hey, I'm in. Janice will love it, Dad.
Dad! Phone for you! And guess who? Alistair Tudsbury. He's calling from the Moana right here in Hawaii.
Henry, by Jove! Ha ha! Native London, Berlin, and Moscow. How are you? Well, Yank, you're in with us now. Up to your neck. Into the death.
That we are.
And none too soon. None too soon. Ha ha! You remember my daughter, Pamela? Or had you forgotten her?
Nice to see you again, Pamela.
Hello there.
I'd like you to meet my son, Lieutenant Byron Henry. Alistair Tudsbury.
How do you do, sir?
Miss Pamela Tudsbury.
Pamela. Henry, all alone with the troubles of the world on your manly phiz?
Hello, Talkie. You enjoying your party?
Oh, bloody waste of an afternoon. Is your son's anniversary dinner still laid on for tonight?
Still laid on.
Smashing.
How's your eye?
Oh, trifle irritation. Small scar of battle. I'm hoping to get the patch off when I've checked at your naval hospital this afternoon after I've interviewed Nimitz.
You sure he'll see you?
Oh, these boys are never too busy to talk to me. If I'd been at Waterloo, you know, Napoleon would have talked to me on horseback when he was fleeing the field, no matter how much his piles were hurting him.
I've just been thinking about Napoleon. The ball in Brussels before the battle.
Yes, but at the moment, at least, one doesn't hear the thunder of approaching cannon. Or does one?
Not that I know of.
Something's brewing up on this island, something tremendous. Tell me what you know.
Sorry, Tudsbury, I can't help you.
How do you think Pam's looking?
Sort of tired.
She's had a rough time of it. We both have. But she'll snap out of it. She's very resilient. Well, I suppose I better go and drivel a bit more with General Richardson. Terrible stick.
He was a named trumpet man from my Chicago way. He had a boogie style that no one else could play. He was a top man at his craft. But then his number came up and he was gone with the draft. He's in the army now, a blowing reveille. He's the boogie woogie bugle boy of Company B. They made him blow a bugle for his Uncle Sam. It really brought him down because he couldn't jam. The captain seemed to understand. Because the next year the captain went out and drafted a man. And now the company jumps when he plays reveille.
Oh.
Put it down.
Oh, that's lovely. Dad, it's lovely. Thank you.
It's my pleasure, Janice. Now, what the devil is keeping Byron?
Don't worry about Byron, Dad. You know him. Turn up sooner or later. Let's go, anniversary girl. Tonight's your night.
What time do the festivities close down?
The curfew is at 10:30, and it has teeth in it.
Come to our suite, will you, Victor? Afterwards?
Okay, but just for a minute. We've got a conference later.
Oh, this is the subland cap. I need your signature.
I thought you were reconsidering.
You said
Brian.
you'd sign them, lady, if that's what I wanted.
Byron.
Dad, they're not on that boat. The Italians detained her and Jasper. She and the baby are still in Siena.
What?
Yeah, I finally got through to the State Department. All the other Americans are on their way home, but not them.
Did State tell you why?
Yeah, some garbage about Italian journalists in Rio. Lady, what are you waiting for? Will you sign them?
This whole thing will straighten itself out. She'll probably be on the next boat.
Lady, sign them.
I think you're making a big mistake.
Just sign them. Dad, I'm flying to San Francisco. I'm going to need a ride to Nats at 21:30.
A small matter of air priority.
I've got my air priority, Class 1. Where do you think I've been?
Byron does these things. He has two gaits. The crawl of the snail and the speed of light in a vacuum.
About time you showed up. Hey, Warren. Borrow your wife for a dance?
Sure. Just bring her back in one piece.
You're gonna have to pour me onto that plane. Come on, Jan. I'll show them how it's done. What's going on?
Signing your brother's orders to subland.
Natalie and the baby have been detained in Italy.
That's
all I know.
Warren, why don't you pull up a chair? Sit next to the commander. They can talk to me about their most exciting exploits. There's nothing the folks at home like better than to hear about young American heroes. That's right. Now, boys, what's it feel like on the bottom when you're submerged and the depth charges are coming at you?
Well, Mr. Tudsbury, I haven't had the thrill yet. Commander Astor could give you a better rundown on that.
Yes, I imagine so. I'm sure SPT dive bombers haven't yet figured out how to attack underwater. Let's hear it all, Commander. Then, Warren, you can tell me your exploits. What's been the most exciting underwater experience?
Did you by any chance get a letter that I sent from here months ago?
No, I've never had a letter from you.
I got one from you.
Oh, did that actually reach you? Written in another epoch, wasn't it?
I was very glad to get it.
How's your wife?
She's asked me for a divorce.
Could she? You haven't given her any cause.
She claims to have fallen in love with someone else.
Ghastly.
And yes, when we were getting...
Well, she's since expressed some regret about it. More or less. It's sort of all up in the air.
Do your sons know?
No.
I was sorry to hear you lost your battleship.
How long will you and your father be staying in Honolulu?
I'm not sure.
Hey, everybody, we're running out of time. Let's crack that champagne. Never mind, I'll do it. Dad, this is your show. How's for the first toast, huh?
Okay.
Lady.
Let's all raise our glasses. Janice, to you. Many happy returns. Warren, happy hunting.
To Mom.
Here.
And Madeline.
And to Natalie and her baby and their safe return.
She's not on the boat.
Oh, Byron, I'm so sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry about. They're going to be just fine. Cheers.
No one will ever know, Victor, how much I owe to this girl. For the last 6 months, I've dragged her through fire and water. She's never faltered, never complained. Pamela, get me a brandy, will you? Now, Victor, I'm going to ask you again. What is happening on this island? What major military operation is planned? Damn it, Victor, I'm a friend of yours. I'm a friend of your country's.
Talkie, go to bed.
I beg your pardon?
You've had a very long day. Now go to bed.
I want to talk to Victor.
So do I.
You're very hard on me, Pamela. Very hard.
Go to bed. You know perfectly well Victor isn't going to tell you anything.
I suppose you're right. Very well. Good night, Victor.
Good night, Talkie.
Pamela, pleasant dreams.
He's such a small boy. We can talk in my room. Not as luxurious as Talkie's suite, I'm afraid, but then I wasn't expecting to entertain.
This is a big surprise.
Why? I made my feelings clear in Moscow.
I thought it was all over the way you were acting.
Oh, Victor, your sons were right there.
I thought you liked young Astor.
He was handy. I had to do something to take my eyes off you. Now, what's this about a conference tonight?
I have to leave in a few minutes.
What? Well, can we see each other tomorrow?
Pam, the fleet sails in the morning.
No! There's never time, is there? Never! I should have looked you up the instant we arrived, but I wasn't sure what you felt. It's been 6 months. What was in that letter you sent me?
I was ending it, giving you up.
Look, I'm here, and if you want me to stay, I will. I want to. I love you. To me, you're life itself. And if you want me to go, I'll go. But you must say so. I can't go on like this.
Pam, I'm too old for you.
Never. Wait. Here's where I'll be when you get back. I put a month's hold on it yesterday. When will you get back, do you know?
I'm telling this to you alone. We're heading out to fight one hell of a big battle. The odds are against us. Right now, I'm going over to Admiral Nimmitz's headquarters.
I love you, Victor. I'll never change. When you come back, and you will, I'll be here.
General Joseph Stilwell, the American commander of Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese armies, said from Impal, India this morning, after a 140-mile retreat through the Burmese jungle, we've taken a hell of a beating. On the other side of the world, in Cairo, the British command reports heavy German bombings in the British back area.
Appetite's fine this morning, Captain?
Food's fine. A lot better than that war news.
Lieutenant? Hi, Dad. Too busy for me, say so.
Not at all. Just catching up on the news.
Back Red Army defenders in the Kharkov area. Kremlin sources fear that as many as 200,000 Soviet troops may have been killed or captured. Closer to home,
Turn that off, will you?
have sunk 6 more ships and waters on this front.
You ever get to Kharkov, Dad?
No, the Germans held it when I was in Moscow. How about having something to eat?
No, thanks. Janice just gave me the royal send-off, steak and eggs for breakfast.
Brian get away all right?
Oh, he's in San Francisco by now. With a historic hangover, no doubt. Dad, it's Midway, isn't it? And the whole damn Jap fleet.
Where'd you hear that?
Guy in Halsey's staff.
I'm sorry to hear that Halsey's staff is a thief.
What about this Admiral Spruance? You've been steaming around with him for months.
What about him?
Battleship man, isn't he? War college type, not even qualified in aviation like Halsey. Can't shoot off dive bombers like 16-inch shells. They have to turn around and come back. Admiral seemed to have no end of trouble remembering that.
Admiral Spruance will remember.
Glad to hear you say that.
Look, it's 0814 now. I'm on the way, 0900. You want me to send you back to Fort Island on my gig?
A minute. Got this, just a little financial dope. I was gonna give it to Byron, but he's gone. Janice is a smart girl, but arithmetic throws her for a loop. Look, Dad, when I'm coming back from a strike, I'll make a pass over the Northampton and waggle my wings. If I don't, it won't mean anything. I may be in formation or out of gas or something, but I'll try and do it.
I understand perfectly. It'll be fine, though I won't count on it.
I missed Mom and Madeline at that party last night.
There'll be more family reunions, Warren.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna do all right.
I know you are, son. Good hunting.
Request permission to leave the ship, sir. Permission granted, sir.
Draw tomorrow in Philadelphia on WNEP TV.
There's a difference when you're flying.
Where are we going today?
I'm going to Grandma's house.
With someone who shows how much they care.
I'm not gonna go anywhere without you.
A smile, a tone of voice, and the willingness to try. When you love to fly, it shows.
Delta Green, love to fly, and the feeling grows.
That's my new friend.
Love to fly, and it shows. We go hand in hand, you and me. We are threads in the invisible tapestry. People helping people. At GE, it's part of everything we do, so that every product and service we provide is the best it can be to help you reach your dreams. GE, glad we can help. We bring, we're always next for you.
As a business grows, its needs grow.
A little chat?
Especially its need for computing. So IBM, the leader in business solutions, developed the Application System 400.
Let's have a powwow.
It gives you the solutions you need today, and it can grow with you like no other system can. You can upgrade it without having to replace it.
Meeting.
With the new IBM Application System 400, the money you spend on software, training, and equipment will keep working, no matter how big things get around your plant.
Drifting apart, no time together. Swore we would last as long as forever. Hold this moment, make it last. Before the present comes to pass, make time stand still.
Life's best moments. Stop them and hold them instantly with our best camera ever, the Spectra system.
Make time stand still.
June 3rd, 1942, 1800 hours. And the whole might of the Japanese combined fleet is rapidly closing on Midway Island. But the capture of the 2,000-acre patch of Pacific coral and sand is not their only mission. Perhaps even more important is their plan to lure out and annihilate the remnants of the severely weakened U.S. Pacific Fleet. In overall tactical command is Japan's most brilliant naval strategist, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, with 11 of the mightiest battleships afloat. Spearheading the attack, 300 miles closer to Midway, is the carrier strike force, with its 4 battle-seasoned fleet carriers. In command aboard flagship Akagi is Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo. Latest intelligence from Tokyo assures him that there is still no evidence of an enemy task force anywhere in the vicinity. Secure in that belief, he will launch his attack as dawn breaks on the morning of the 4th. And so, heavily outnumbered, 28 United States warships to the Japanese 88. With their only chance of victory, total surprise, the United States fleet lies in ambush some 325 miles northeast of Midway, awaiting the hour of battle.
It's going to be a long night for all our pilots over there.
It's going to be a longer day tomorrow.
Join the Moonlight Warrant.
Commander McCluskey.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. You know what I was just thinking? There's no place I'd rather be right now than right here. Getting ready to fly against the Japs tomorrow.
Concur.
We'll ask a silly question.
Damn. That's got to be the biggest show on Earth. Hey, look. Flight 9-2 reporting. Enemy carriers. 2 carriers. 2 battleships. Bearing from Midway 320 degrees. Distance 180 miles. Course 135 degrees. Speed 25 knots. Dog love.
Ah, God love that man. Got him in our crosshairs, Admiral. I'll make it 175 miles. Launch the attack, please, Captain.
Sir, we've received no orders from Admiral Fletcher to launch planes.
We will. Let's get moving, Captain.
Admiral.
Yes.
Sir, that's an absolute outside range for our torpedo bombers. The plain fact is, sir, they won't get back.
Very well. Let's put out a new fleet course, Captain. Closing with the enemy at full speed. In the meantime, the Enterprise and the Hornet will make all preparations to launch.
All right, sir.
Thank you, Commander.
Yes, sir.
Eugene E. Lindsay, Commander, Torpedo 6.
Well, it won't be too much longer now. Under 170 miles.
I figure we'll close to 130. That's still pretty tight for our group, but this is for keeps. We gotta get the drop on the little bastards. They'll just get us to 130.
Let's hope so.
Admiral? Yes. Oh, thank you. Gentlemen, Midway is under attack. Present range to target, Commander.
I'll call it 153 miles, sir.
Launch planes, Captain.
Sir, it's still extreme range for our torpedo squadrons.
I know that, but it is absolutely vital that we hit them with that first surprise blow and with everything we've got. Unfortunately, that calls for the ultimate risk. But it is exactly what we must do.
What about their other carriers, sir? We still don't know where they are.
No, but Midway is reporting very heavy air attack. So I'm gambling that that sighting report was wrong. And the Jap carriers are all there to get them.
Flag shelter. Launch aircraft.
God help those brave young men.
Good luck, Gene. Give him hell.
Good hunting, Warren.
The first Japanese strike on Midway Island has ended, and the American garrison has been hit hard. Only the bombers and torpedo planes which scrambled before the attack, and the Midway airstrip itself, survived the pounding. It is for this reason that the returning Japanese attack squadrons radio ahead that there is a need for a second strike. A tough decision. Nagumo already has a group of torpedo planes on deck, armed and ready to torpedo any American warships that may surprise him. They will now have to be rearmed with bombs to hit land targets. But his intelligence still reports no American vessels in the area. So Nagumo decides, remove all torpedoes, rearm with bombs for the second strike on Midway. It is a decision on which the entire battle will turn.
What do you think they're doing down there, Mr. Henry? You reckon them fighters and torpedo planes will ever get airborne? When are we going after them Japs?
We all go together, Cornet. Coordinated attack, remember?
These launchings are going pretty slow, Captain.
Those dive bombers up there have almost burned up an hour's fuel.
Bearing at starboard quarter. Bearing 165. Range 6 miles.
Blast the Enterprise, Jim. Urgent. Sighted enemy cruiser scout plane.
Aye, aye, sir. Admiral of Northampton signals she spotted a Japanese search plane.
Radar confirms the bogey, Admiral. We're picking up strong voice transmissions in Japanese. He's sending a sighting report, that's for sure.
I see. Obviously, our edge of surprise is rapidly melting away. How long before those fighters are airborne, Mr. Burriker?
We're having a problem with elevator number 3.
No further contact with Admiral Fletcher yet?
No, sir. The Yorktown is still below the horizon.
Meanwhile, as Nagumo continues to rearm for the second strike, a scout plane sighting report is delivered. 10 enemy ships, some 200 miles to the east, heading southeast, appear to be accompanied by one aircraft carrier. And so with the carrier threat to his flank, a second strike against Midway is suddenly out of the question. The moment of ultimate decision has arrived. Shall Nagumo wait for his returning planes to launch an all-out coordinated attack against the American carrier? Or shall he strike at once with what he has? It is at this moment that the Midway strike planes begin to arrive. Low on fuel, some shot up and in distress, demanding to land on the cluttered carrier decks. He makes his decision. Clear all carrier decks. Recover, refuel, and rearm all planes from Midway. Close the enemy at full speed and hit him in a coordinated attack with all-massed air might. But all this will take time. Precious time that will prove crucial to the eventual outcome of the battle.
Turned into the wind this way, we're rapidly moving away from the enemy. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Browning?
Yes, sir.
Send the dive bombers on their way.
Without fighter cover, sir?
Without fighter cover, we can no longer afford the luxury of this leisurely launch. We have to forget any hopes of a coordinated attack. Squadrons will proceed to the target as and when airborne.
Signal Commander McCluskey to attack the enemy carriers immediately. This is Flag Shelter. Release orbiting aircraft for strike. McCluskey's gonna need all of the help he can get him. So will he.
Dad, there you are, sitting way down there. And here I go.
That's our flight.
It was too short, wasn't it? We were almost there.
What do you want to do?
Can we get the bags off?
What do you need?
Sunshine on a cloudy day. You said, what can make me feel this way? My girl, my girl, my girl, talking about my girl, my girl.
I wonder what the next 10 years will bring.
I wonder where our luggage is.
The bees and bees.
Everything you need when you need some time together. Membership has its privileges.
GE dares you to put us to the test with satisfaction guaranteed. We'll give you 90 days to check out our major appliances. Really work them over. And if you're not completely satisfied, we'll replace them or refund your money. Satisfaction guaranteed. It's an addition to our warranties. You get your money's worth or your money back from GE.
Mustang GT, for people who want more out of life than a little peace and quiet.
Brooks War and Remembrance will return in a moment. Tomorrow night, War and Remembrance begins at 9, 8 Central and Mountain on ABC.
Let me tell you how I've done so well. I always buy the best.
But I pay as little for it as possible. For pain, colds, indigestion, I buy Squib Care, the only non-prescription medicines good enough to be called Squib, one of the most trusted names in medicine. But best of all, they cost less.
New Squib Care, the brand name medicines without the brand name price.
Saving money does wonders for a headache.
At a sale, you may find a low price on this, but good luck on this, and this.
At Hills Housewares Fair, you'll find low prices on everything. Like the low price on this new Bissell carpet machine, including upholstery attachment. You could pay this, but Hills price, just $88.68. That's an exceptional value. More proof of the low prices you'll find at Housewares Fair. And it's happening now at Hills.
Check us out.
Yakov is back tomorrow on WNEP.
0912 hours. As the Enterprise dive bombers reach the intercept point, they find no trace of the enemy.
Where in hell are the jets, Mr. Henry?
I don't know. Sure hope the Hornet and Yorktown are doing better than we are.
And although the Yorktown has finally launched, she has sent up only half her planes. The Hornet dive bombers and fighters are already out of it. Low on fuel, they have turned back and are heading home. Many will splash in the sea with empty fuel tanks. But there is still one wild card remaining in this all but played out game. The 3 slow American torpedo squadrons, operating separately in a random and quite unplanned way. They are the ones who will finally find the enemy. First to come upon Nagumo's strike force are the 15 Devastator torpedo bombers from the Hornet, almost immediately followed by the 2 squadrons from the Enterprise and the Yorktown.
Mr. Henry. Can't you drop
Battle of the torpedo squadrons is almost over. Without fighter escort, the slow-moving torpedo planes are easy prey. Not one American torpedo will find a Japanese ship. And in less than 40 minutes of actual combat time, 35 of the 41 attacking planes will be lost. And 68 courageous young flyers, including Eugene E. Lindsay, Commander, Torpedo 6.
1 to 1 carrier. Scouting 6, take the rear flats up. Bombing 6, that second one is your baby. We're going in. Here we go.
10:25 hours. The Enterprise dive bombers attacked the Akagi. Then moments later, the Yorktown dive bombers, launching a whole hour after the Enterprise, hit the Soryu. It is a perfectly coordinated attack. It is a freak accident. What was not an accident was the willingness of the torpedo plane squadrons to go in against hopeless odds, thereby clearing the skies of Zeros for the dive bombers. The extra ounce of martial weight that in the next few decisive minutes will tip the balance of history. The annals of military conflict show no equal to the world historical 5 minutes of Midway. Between 10:25 hours and 10:30 hours, on this fateful morning of June 4th, 1942, 3 Japanese carriers with their full complements of aircraft are reduced to smoking flotsam. These 5 explosive minutes, Japan's world status is shattered. Though she will have to suffer 3 more years of defeat and final atomic blast horror before she will accept this fact.
In 1918, a small team of GE engineers set a new high-altitude record for an aircraft engine. What made it unusual was that they did it without an airplane. Back then, no plane could fly high enough to test the new turbo-supercharged engine. So they did the next best thing. They hauled it 14,000 feet up Pikes Peak. several fits and starts, this remarkable new engine roared to life. And it is the same ingenuity and team spirit that has brought GE from America's first jet engine to the world's most advanced.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look out the left side of the cabin, you'll see Pikes Peak.
Which proves when people work together, there's no telling to what heights they can soar.
For years, you've seen some commercials where one battery company's toys outlast the other toys. So you may have assumed their battery outlasts even Energizer batteries. Fact is, Energizer was never invited to their playoffs. And today's Energizer won't be invited either. Why? Because no battery lasts longer than Energizer. So now you know. A word to the wise. Energize.
Oh, look at this. It's priceless.
Naturally.
It's Mom and Dad's 50th wedding anniversary.
Here we go.
Oh, wait, I'm going to charge it with the American Express card. That way it's automatically insured.
Hi, did you get it?
Hi, Mom. Terrific. You won't believe it. Don't worry. Remember, I used the American Express card. So it's insured.
Lost, stolen, or damaged. A way to protect the things you buy. Membership has its privileges.
We have the means to unite the country, the world, in seconds.
It's perfect.
Imagine putting that power in everyone's hands.
Japan, Zurich, LA on board?
The network. Everything's in place.
Network secure.
Banks should be this secure.
Activate the network.
Introducing MCI Fax, the world's dedicated fax network. Now send documents with the speed, the quality, the power only a dedicated network can provide.
What a beautiful day for a revolution.
With MCI Fax, it's there already.
A few years ago, I would have had trouble walking up this hill. I smoked, I drank, I was fat, and I hadn't done a lick of exercise in my life. So I started jogging. Who says you can't run away from your problems?
How'd you ever get it back, Mr. Henry? Get somebody up there likes me.
Now hear this. Stand by to launch fighters. Repeat. Stand by to launch fighters.
We better get below. Looks like we got company. Right, Mr. Henry?
Fire control reports a mess of bogies heading for the Yorktown, Lieutenant. Out there, past the Hornet.
Yorktown reports 3 bomb hits. Heavy damage below decks.
All gun crews, attention. Planes approaching on the port quarter are friendly. They're returning Yorktown aircraft low on fuel and requesting emergency landing. The Yorktown has been hit. Stand by to take planes on board.
Warren! It was a hell of a shot, Warren. Listen, everybody's having arguments in here about what exactly happened out there. But there's no doubt that you take the credit for that biggest flat top. Everybody who made it back saw it.
How many didn't make it back?
10 of our squadron unaccounted for so far. Hey, some of those guys could be floating in the drink, though, right? Klusky made it back. Shut up. Made it back.
Yeah, I heard.
Looks like Gallagher's gonna be taking over.
Henry, one of them air ops on the double. I'll debrief you when you get back.
Henry, this is Shumway, Yorktown's bomber squadron exec.
Henry? Shumway?
Shumway's just itching to get at that 4th Jap carrier.
Yeah, I want to get the son of a bitch that plastered the Yorktown.
And that's exactly what we're gonna do. Search planes are out looking for it right now. You heard about McCluskey. Something else. My exec is missing. Instant promotion, Henry. You're next in line. You're it.
Yes, sir.
I want you to scratch together a bombing squadron at once. What's left of bombing 6, scouting 6, and the rest of the guys from the Yorktown. Shumway here will be your operations officer. Yorktown's damage control people are doing one hell of a job. Right now, hell, it's up to us.
Commander Gallagher, Captain Browning wants to see you up on Admiral Spruance's flag shelter right away.
Right. All right, you guys, get to work. I want to see an attack plan when I get back from Flag Country. Warren, Great hit you got.
Thank you, sir.
1400 hours. The Japanese strike the Yorktown again. This time, 2 more squadrons from their last remaining carrier, the Hiryu.
Okay, let's settle down. Everybody take a seat. Captain of the Yorktown has given the order to abandon ship. Admiral Fletcher is transferring his flag to the Astoria. That's the bad news. The good news is the Yorktown search planes have spotted the 4th Jap carrier. And the attack is on. We got a chance to give it right back to the bastards. Now, we're mostly new to each other here. I've heard a lot of arguments about who got hits on those carriers this morning and who didn't. I don't want to hear any more of it. It's our tails if we don't operate together, like old buddies. So if you have a problem, save it for the Japs. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Shumway will give you the attack plan.
Okay. This time out, there'll be no torpedo planes or fighters to wait for.
They got her, sir. I'd say we won the first round of this fight.
640 miles northwest of the American carrier force. With the only Japanese warships that still remain undetected, Fleet Admiral Yamamoto's mighty battle line has been smashing grimly eastward since mid-afternoon in hopes of counter-ambushing and annihilating the remaining American naval forces. But his desperate gambit depends on one thing: the American fleet steaming westward in hot pursuit of the wounded Japanese carrier force. Westward into Yamamoto's trap.
Wait till you hear this, Gentlemen, let's relax GQ here in Flag Shelter. Admiral, from Admiral Fletcher on the Astoria. Greeting, please. I have no instructions for you. I will conform to your movements. Very well. Probably figures he can't fight the battle from a cruiser.
Captain,
After we recover all our aircraft, we will retire eastward.
Retire, Admiral?
Yes, retire, Captain. Put me someplace where I can deal with the enemy in the morning if he's still threatening Midway.
Yes, sir.
What's wrong, Captain?
We just received orders to retreat.
What?
Retreat. Retreat from a beaten foe.
And so the United States fleet will turn eastward, away from the powerful advancing Japanese force. Then, as 3 a.m. passes, and there is still no sign of the enemy, though unable to believe that the Americans have not come out in pursuit, Yamamoto must now reluctantly turn back. His only hope remaining, that with daybreak, the enemy will finally come out in pursuit.
Hey, Pete, what you doing up? Couldn't sleep.
Me either. Any of the other guys around?
Nobody's gonna sleep too well tonight, let me tell you. All the guys are down in the wardroom, they're chowing down.
No news?
News is we got a gutless admiral. News is we're retreating, didn't you hear?
What are you talking about?
You didn't hear? All hell's broken loose up in flag country. Word in the wardroom is that Spruance could get court-martials for this.
What's his reason? He must have some reason.
Reason is he has no stomach for a fight. That's his reason. The staff could hardly get him to launch today. Word is, if Browning wasn't around, we'd still be sitting on that deck. We wouldn't have made that first strike ourselves. The Japanese would have creamed us, Warren. Why? Why did Halsey have to come down with the crud? Will you tell me that, please?
Look, we did get 4 of their carriers. Maybe he wants to quit while he's ahead. You know, that's not bad poker.
Listen, the guy is blowing our chances of destroying the Japanese fleet. You know that, Warren.
Pete. Maybe tomorrow the Japs will still want to take on Midway. Then we'll have another big day. Best thing you can do right now is get some sack time. Hey, let the brass worry about these things, where we're going and why. Come on. We'll head down to the wardroom. See if those chow hounds left anything behind.
Hey, Warren. Tell me, what it feel like when you dropped that bomb down there? I mean, I missed 2 today by a country mile.
It's a great feeling. Absolutely great. Nothing like it. But I'll tell you something. That long flight back, I got to thinking about those Japs burning up. Planes going up like firecrackers, everybody drowning. Thought to myself, we get paid to do some damn strange things in this Navy. I'll see you later.
Announcing the Holiday Inn Make the Super Call game. Come to Holiday Inn, get a game card. Now, Super Bowl 18. 4 minutes to go. Raiders face a 4th and goal. You call it. Scratch off the right play, and you win. Thousands of prizes. Even a trip to the Super Bowl. Everybody's getting into it.
Only at America's favorite hotel. For reservations, make the Super Call.
We are the spark in the engine, the switch in the night, a voice in the dark from 1,000,000 miles away. We are the beats and the slash, the flicks and the flash. We are TV, we are the good things you hear and see. We bring good things to life.
Ford profiles in quality, prevention.
A small imperfection in a part can be overlooked by the human eye. That's why Ford has installed vision machines like this on many of our engine and transmission assembly lines. These machines help detect imperfections before they are assembled in our cars and trucks. At Ford, we believe in prevention.
This profile is one reason Ford Motor Company has designed and built the highest quality American cars and trucks on average for 8 years running. At Ford, quality is job one.
I got whiplash. And a concussion.
Every now and then, life hits you with some very sour notes, and doctor bills can really add up. At MetLife, we do all we can to pay your claim promptly.
Get Met. It pays.
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will continue in a moment.
And ABC News Brief. Now from Washington, Ted Koppel.
Good evening. Federal Reserve Board Chairman Alan Greenspan today assailed George Bush's primary plan for reducing the budget deficit, saying that more direct action, like spending cuts and tax hikes, are necessary. Benazir Bhutto is claiming victory for her opposition party in Pakistan's first free elections in 11 years. Bhutto would become the first woman ever to lead a Muslim nation. Tonight on Nightline, the uproar over moving the homeless into repossessed houses.
Introducing the 3 new chicken sandwiches from Burger King.
Il panino italiano di pollo con la salsa marinara e mozzarella. Sono innamorato.
Le sandwich français au poulet avec ce jambon et ce fromage suisse.
The American chicken sandwich with lettuce, tomato, and American cheese. Let's do lunch.
Try the 3 new chicken sandwiches from Burger King.
This special edition Ford Escort's making life a lot easier for people around here. Because around here, it's not always easy to get around. That's why your Ford dealer is offering the world's best-selling car with an automatic transmission and AM/FM cassette stereo at no extra charge, thanks to a factory option package discount. This well-equipped Escort makes driving a lot more pleasant. So if life in the fast lane seems a bit slow, we've got an Escort for you.
Save over $1,100 on Ford Escort only at your Quality Plus Ford dealer.
Hopalong Claire finds a new sidekick tomorrow on WNEP.
I knew no attack orders yet. This is like peacetime steaming. Okay. If I hang for it, I'm gonna have it out with him. Admiral. Captain? May I say something, sir? Certainly. Sir, I feel I must point out that our aviators have been up since 3 a.m. and in their ready room since 10 a.m. Yet no air operations to schedule. We're not even in full pursuit.
I am aware of that, Captain. But do you have a suggestion?
The staff recommends an urgent launch of a search and destroy mission, Admiral, while there's enough daylight left for combat.
Well, where would we send them? I still have no clear idea where the enemy headed last night.
We've had contact reports all morning from the Midway search planes.
Very dubious reports. They jump all over the chart. And I still don't have confirmation that those Jap carriers we damaged are sunk.
Sir, our boys are losing their fighting edge. It was bad enough last night when we had the enemy on the run and we turned in the opposite direction. That's a hard maneuver for young fighting men to understand.
Captain, would you mind stepping out on the bridge with me, please?
Aye, sir.
I thank you for your opinion, Captain. But this force is not going to leave Midway unguarded until I know the Japanese are out of airstrike range of that island. I'm not going to conduct any air operations until I have hard knowledge of where the enemy is. I'm not going to take any unnecessary risk with any more of my surviving aircraft or my surviving pilots.
May I speak candidly, Admiral?
Why not?
Admiral Halsey doesn't operate this way. He acts on staff recommendations.
That may be. But then Bill Halsey wasn't out there yesterday. Captain, when SINCPAC approved me as replacement for Admiral Halsey, I assumed that his staff would be competent, that you would conduct combat operations with reasonable skill.
I don't think I understand the implication, Admiral.
Well, I'll spell it out for you then. Perhaps you've forgotten in the fine flush of our good fortune that yesterday's operations began with a bungled first launch. They were further complicated by wrong estimates of the enemy's movements and by gross miscalculation of our aircraft recovery point. My God, fuel exhaustion splashed more of our aircraft than the Japanese did. And because of that bungled first launch, I had to send out 3 torpedo squadrons unescorted to be slaughtered. Those were staff's contributions to victory.
Admiral Spruance, we still left 4 Jap carriers dead in the water and burning.
Only because of the heroism of our aviators. And let's not try to take credit for their valor. No, Captain. Whatever we accomplished out there yesterday was in spite of staff. And by anybody's standards has to be attributed to sheer luck.
My point, Admiral, is that sunsets do not wait. If we don't launch soon, a whole day will have passed without this force having taken one aggressive action. And that may take some explaining, Admiral, back at Pearl Harbor, not to mention Washington.
It may indeed, Captain, and that is my responsibility.
Pardon me, sir. This just came in from Midway.
Thank you, Commander. It's bomber's report. The Japanese are out of airstrike range of Midway. They're retreating westerly, escorting a smoking carrier. Now I have a hard target. You may prepare and execute an attack plan, Captain Browning.
Sit down, Warren.
You had a chance to plot out that new attack plan, Warren?
Yes, sir, I have.
Now, what do you think of it?
It's a plan for a swim meet.
You know Admiral Spruance, don't you?
My father does.
Well, that's good enough. I just talked to the captain of the ship. He'll run interference for us.
Come in.
Well, what have we here?
Miles, Commander McCluskey would like a word with you about the staff's attack plan.
Go ahead.
It'll splash every dive bomber left on the Enterprise, sir.
Don't be ridiculous. I okayed this plan myself.
I'm sorry, Captain, but the numbers just don't add up. Even with 500-pound bombs, the distance, the time, the fuel factors, they're totally out of whack, and this plan calls for 1,000-pound bombs. Not only that, but there's no margin for gas consumption in combat.
It's about enough, Commander.
Maybe it might be a good idea to have the staff recheck those numbers.
There's nothing to recheck, Captain Murray. This plan is an order. If your pilots will watch their fuel economy, try not to botch their navigation, there won't be any splashes.
Sir, with all due respect, I will not send my air group out under these orders, not even if it means a court-martial.
That's exactly what it will mean, Commander McCluskey.
Gentlemen, what's the matter?
Insubordination, Admiral. McCluskey here refuses to obey a direct order.
It's a one-way mission, Admiral. With this plan, my aviators don't make it back, not with the fuel and the distance factors.
He's right, Admiral.
You tell me, gentlemen, what is the meaning of this temerity? Don't you suppose the staff has worked out this plan with the utmost care? Mr. Henry.
Admiral, the staff isn't flying this mission.
That's an insubordinate response, mister. Don't you think your father in your place would carry out his orders? Would just jump in his plane and do as he's told?
Yes, sir, he would. But if asked as you're asking me, he'd mention you wouldn't see your aircraft again. Because you won't.
All right. do what you pilots want.
What?
Commander McCluskey, would you call air operations, please? Let's have a revised plan.
Aye, Admiral.
Thank you, sir.
Captain?
Like the skipper on that Jap destroyer knows what he's doing.
They couldn't find that crippled carrier. They should have come right on back.
All right, Spotter. Let's forget it. Let's where it goes. Form up. We're running out of daylight. Let's get out of here.
I heard the boys were coming back.
Yes.
Admiral, those pilots haven't been trained in night landings.
So McCluskey informed me. Let's go to flag plot.
Less than half an hour. Mr. Henry. I know, Cornet. Just how the hell we ever gonna get back aboard, sir? I don't know. Maybe when we get there, Admiral Screw-Ons will pull us in with a big skyhook.
Flagbridge.
Admiral, radar reports returning aircraft 2 miles out.
Thank you, Commander.
We're at point option. Fuel levels critical. Urgently requested instructions. Repeat. Urgently requested instructions.
Admiral, their tanks have got to be about bone dry.
Admiral, we've got to turn on the lights.
Well, we have to assume that the Japanese have submarines about. As we illuminate, the last 2 carriers in the Pacific Fleet are lit up like Christmas trees.
Sir, we have a screen out there. If a son of a bitchin' sub has gotten through the screen, that's too bad. The boys have to land.
I agree, Captain. Illuminate at once.
Aye, aye, sir. Bill.
This is Flagbridge. Admiral Spruance has ordered the fleet illuminated for recovering aircraft. Turn on all landing lights. Repeat. Turn on the lights.
Look at that! You ever seen anything so pretty in your life? We got light! Yes, sir, Mr. Henry!
Go to general quarters, Commander Crick. Full submarine alert.
Very well, sir. Off to the deck. Make it so.
Quartermaster, sound general quarters.
Don't want to leave those lights on too long.
That's the last of them, Admiral. Very well. Let's dock and shift, Captain.
Eyes.
Secure from general quarters, Jim.
Aye, aye, sir.
Admiral Spruance? Yes, Commander. I just want to say thank you. Thank my Aunt Brownie.
June 6th, 0900 hours. With the Yorktown fatally crippled, his vessels low on fuel, his aviators exhausted, and an enemy of unknown but heavy strength lying somewhere beyond the horizon, Admiral Spruance will finally break off and end the battle.
Gentlemen, I think we've done about all the damage that we're going to do. Let's get out of here. Dismissed.
And so the Midway victory will be sealed. The Japanese expansion east is finally stopped. And Franklin Roosevelt will be able to continue his all-important Germany First doctrine, so crucial to the final conclusion of the war. Raymond Spruance, the quiet warrior, will go on to win many victories in command of ever vaster forces. Yet in history, like Nelson of Trafalgar, he will remain Spruance of Midway. But before this last day draws to a close, there will still be one more mission to fly.
Scout plane reports enemy ships severely damaged but still are underway. Looks like more target practice for Enterprise.
Dearest Rhoda, by now you have the official word. I tried a couple of times to place a call to you, but it was probably for the best I didn't get through. It might have been painful for both of us. Our son made it through the worst of the battle only to be killed on the last day. He'll probably get a posthumous Navy Cross. Rear Admiral Spruance told me this. Spruance is a controlled person, but when he spoke of Warren, there were tears in his eyes. He said that Warren turned in a brilliant, heroic performance. Warren is dead. We will never see him again. We have Byron, we have Madeline, but Warren's gone, and there will never be another like him. He came to see me just before the battle. I can still see him standing, hand on the overhead, saying with that easy grin of his, "If you're too busy for me, say so." Too busy? God forgive me if I ever gave him that impression. There was no greater joy in my life than talking to Warren. In fact, just resting my eyes on him. I have just written my ship's battle report, 1 page long. We never fired a gun. We never saw an enemy vessel. Warren and a few hundred young men like him carried the brunt of a great and victorious battle. Somewhere a character in Shakespeare says, "We owe God a death." Few men in any armed force on any front will strike a harder blow for their country than Warren did. That's what he set out to do. His life was successful, fulfilled, and complete. I want to believe that. And in a way, I truly do. But, what Warren might have been. I'm a known quantity. There are 1,000 forest stripers like me, and one more or less doesn't matter that much. I've had my family. You might say I've had my life. Yes, Warren's gone. He won't have any fame. When the war's over, nobody will remember the ones who bore the heat of combat. They'll probably forget the names of the admirals, even of the battles that saved our country. I now feel that despite all the present discouraging news, we'll eventually win the war. The Japs can't recover from the shellacking we gave them at Midway, and Hitler can't lick the world by himself. Our son helped turn the tide. He was there when it mattered, and where it mattered. He took his life in his hands, went in there and did his duty as a fighting man. I'm proud of him. I'll never lose that pride. He'll be in my last thoughts. Other things will have to wait for a different letter. God keep you well. Love, Bud.
One of the last unexplored regions on Earth is the Earth itself. Conventional seismic methods can probe to about 5 miles. But now an IBM supercomputing system at the National Science Foundation Supercomputer Center at Cornell University is helping scientists explore far deeper. The system, the first ever to link 6 large-scale processors in parallel, analyzes seismic data at extremely high speeds. And now geologists are charting the Earth's crust 20, 25, even 30 miles deep, making discoveries no one suspected were there. IBM supercomputing systems are also helping to open new doors in fields like chemistry, medical technology, and in many businesses. Supercomputing, another example of IBM technology at work.
All our science, our technology, our mathematics Somehow they add up to moments beyond any calculation.
A performance you won't forget. Ford Probe GT.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will return in a moment. Tomorrow night, War and Remembrance begins at 9, 8 Central and Mountain on ABC.
So I guess the question is, will those wetlands stay wet, or will people be allowed to develop on them?
How do you cope without water? Well, thousands of people around here are facing that problem tonight.
Tonight at 11.
Get a Carolina Grade A all-natural basting turkey with pop-up timer, just 48 cents a pound at Price Chopper. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Good evening. It's time for the live drawing of the daily number. Draw the first digit, please. Now the second digit.
Yes. Yes.
Draw the third digit.
Yes!
Well, there you have it. That's today's daily number.
Wow! Look at it! Look at it! It's the same number! I got it! Bernice! Look at this! Look at this! Look at it!
Win, lose, or draw tomorrow in Philadelphia on WNEP TV.
Mom, here I am.
Oh, it's so good to see you. I got the most wonderful letter from your father. I must have read it 1,000 times. Have you heard from him?
No. Let's go. I've got Madeline's car.
Oh, how about you? You look so wonderful.
You look really pretty, Mom.
Oh, what does it matter how I look? Oh, it's so hot here. I haven't had a proper bath in 3 days, Byron. I feel absolutely slimy.
Same old Mom.
Well, tell me, dear, what's the news from Natalie?
It's from that fella Sloat. They're still interned in Siena. I may have to go to Switzerland.
Switzerland? But Byron, how can you? In wartime and you under orders.
It's not easy, but it's possible. I can cross unoccupied France by train, or I can fly to Zurich from Lisbon. Once I finish that torpedo course in San Diego, I've got 30 days leave coming.
Even so, Byron, once there, then what?
I don't know. Look, nobody else is doing anything. I just have to go there and see what I can do myself. All right?
ill, Flynn?
That it was, ma'am. He's having a hell of a war, isn't he, sir?
Yeah. Hell of a war. You can just put him over here, thanks.
Before I do anything else, I must shower. I mean, this very second.
Where's Dad's letter?
You want to read it right now?
Yeah.
Isn't it a beautiful letter? I'm saving it. I'm saving everything. The telegram, the letter from the Secretary of the Navy, the newspaper write-ups, invitation from the Gold Star mothers. I'm saving it all. I'm going to put it in a... Oh, to hell with this here. I don't care anyhow.
Mother.
Madeline. Oh, Madeline. Oh.
Oh. I'm so glad you're here. But why aren't you ready?
Ready for what?
The party? The fundraiser for Second Front Now? You didn't tell her.
I forgot.
I'm only organizing the whole thing.
Madeline, I'm completely confused. Aren't you still working for Hugh Cleveland?
Hugh Cleveland is the chairman of the committee. Oh. That's how I got involved. Mother, it's going to be a great party. I'm going to make great contacts. I don't want to be Hugh's little sandwich fetcher forever.
Well, there's some good news.
Mother, why don't you get dressed? Because Hugh's picking us up in his limousine.
Oh, darling, I'm not going to know anybody there, and I'm tired. I have nothing to wear.
Stop it, Mother. Both of you are coming. Besides, you do too know somebody. Alistair Tudsbury. He and his daughter are both going to be there.
Alistair Tudsbury?
Mm-hmm. They were passing through from Hawaii, and they stayed by just to see you.
Well, I wore the black suit to death on the train, but I suppose I could have it pressed.
Good, Mother. Get dressed, and I'm going to make some calls.
Well, I don't suppose anybody will notice me anyway. I'll just pretend to be somebody's poor aunt from Dubuque.
Lenny, hi, sweetie, it's Maddie. Yeah, I know. I called everybody. I'm so excited. Mom's going to be there. Bridie's going to be there, too, if he gets in a better mood. No, I can't wait. And I did call everybody. I called Robert and I called Patricia.
Baby, how are you? I got a script for you. I'll call you on Monday. Mary Lou. You? How are you, sweetheart? Short? Maddie.
I want you to meet a few people here. Maddie's mother, Rhonda Henry.
Wow.
Rhoda Henry.
Rhoda, how are you? Welcome to Hollywood.
War hero's son, Byron.
Byron. Well, watch out for you. There's a lot of nice girls in here.
Come on,
Have a good time. Drinks, everything. Coop is there.
Good.
Huey, I never get over this house. It's so beautiful, isn't it, Mom?
It's all so exciting.
Harry Tomlin's Hugh's agent. He's only one of the biggest in Hollywood.
10% of my heart's blood's in this place. It ought to be nice. Oh, look who's here.
Hello.
won't wake in the morning.
Oh, Father, look who it is.
Oh, good heavens. It's Rhoda Henry and young Byron.
Mr. Tudsbury.
Mrs. Henry.
Pamela, how nice to see you.
Good evening, Byron.
Pam. Rhoda, I met your son Warren in Hawaii. A very special young man. I was deeply saddened to hear of his death.
That's very considerate of you, Mr. Tudsbury.
Well, now, when did we three last set eyes on each other? Berlin, wasn't it? 1939?
Yes, and remember we sailed on the Bremen together.
Yes.
His birthday.
And the captain's wife.
I know.
Exactly.
Oh, I just love this music.
She loves the music. That's right. She's my mom, and I love her.
Well, I think it's about time that everybody faced up to the fact that there's not going to be a second front in Europe this year.
Oh, really? And why is that?
Churchill.
Oh, come now. You know as well as I do. Only a trickle of green American troops have yet reached Britain. A cross-channel attack would be a futile slaughter.
Oh, come on, Al. Well, sure, that's the standard line, but everybody knows the real truth. Winnie hates the Bolsheviks and wants to hold back. And let Stalin bleed himself white fighting Hitler alone.
Everyone knows that? I don't know any of that. How do you know that?
Hey, read your newspapers, Admiral. Why do you think I'm chairing this little shindig? To put the pressure on, to get something done.
No, you listen to me, Huey. You want to do something useful with your time. Put on a benefit for the Jews in Europe. I mean, that might do some real good, huh? Show the world somebody cares about what's going on.
Wait a minute, Admiral. Just one damn minute. You're not accusing me of being an anti-Semite, are you?
Come now, Mr. Cleveland. Byron meant no such thing.
Well, I certainly hope not. I'm in show business, for crying out loud. I like Jews. Some of my best friends are Jews.
I got a little problem with the program. Hate to pull you away from your famous friend, but...
You're forgiven.
Whatever it is, Harry, it's taken care of. You folks will excuse us? Come on, Maddie.
Was that fun, Byron?
Well done, Byron. You put that horse's ass just where he belongs. Didn't he, Pamela?
You most certainly did, Talkie.
Pamela, get me a large brandy for my nerves.
Mrs. Henry,
Yes.
do you think we could have breakfast tomorrow morning? Just the two of us?
Well, I suppose so.
Good.
My daughter's arranged for a tour through 20th Century Fox this morning. Would you like to come along? She says we might even be able to get to see Humphrey Bogart. Can you imagine?
I'm sorry. I've got to finish tonight's broadcast and get it Talkie by 11.
You mean you actually wrote it?
Oh, yes. I help him when he's indisposed. He manages better in London. We'd be there now, but Madeline told me you were coming west, and I did so desperately want to talk to you.
Really? What about?
About your husband. I love him. I know you asked him for a divorce, and he asked you to reconsider.
I have reconsidered. Long since. That's all over with. How did you know all this?
He confided in me.
He confided in you. Miss Tudsbury, are you having an affair with my husband?
No. No, Mrs. Henry, he's remained faithful to you. Worse luck.
Indeed. You're very pretty.
He's been an ass. It would have been heaven. And what's more, honors would now be even between you two.
Isn't my husband much too old for you?
Mrs. Henry, your husband is the most attractive man I've ever met. In every way, including his loyalty to you. Unfortunately, it was that loyalty which defeated me.
Did you see him after Midway?
Yes, I saw a lot of him. And all through his agony, all he did was think about you, how you were taking it, how he could console you. He even considered asking for emergency leave. He packed me off. Oh, I tried to stay. Mrs. Henry, he's a family man to the bone. If you can get to Hawaii, why don't you? He needs you. If there was ever a chance for me, the death of your son has ended it. I can't understand you. How could you risk losing him? You have a well-wisher, you know. Victor has received several letters about you and a man.
Oh, my God. What do they say?
Yes. Look, I'm sorry to hurt you in your bereavement, but I don't want you to hurt him any more. This is a bizarre conversation, isn't it? A wartime conversation. You know, I met Warren only once in Hawaii, just before the battle. He had a strange light about him. It wasn't my imagination. My father saw it too. You've had an appalling loss, but you still have two wonderful children. If you and Victor console each other, perhaps in time you will be happy again. Thank you for seeing me, Mrs. Henry.
Miss Dudsbury. You promised never to see my husband again.
I can't do that. That's impossible. But I am out of your way for now. Rest assured of that.
Early June 1942, Hitler's Case Blue offensive smashes deep into Russia's vitals. At Kharkov, Sevastopol, and all along the Don, the Red Army fades away before this astounding new show of German power. Meanwhile, in North Africa, Field Marshal Erwin Rommel's brilliant armored offensive sends the British reeling in headlong retreat eastward across Libya into Egypt. On June 21st, the fortress seaport Tobruk falls. And by July, Rommel has thrown the British back to El Alamein, threatening to link up with the German columns driving southward through the Soviet Union. Although President Roosevelt is acutely aware of Soviet Premier Stalin's increasingly strident demands for a second front in Europe, he recognizes the British view that a successful Allied landing in Europe in 1942 is impossible. But to keep faith with the beleaguered Soviet people, he tells his closest advisors,
Gentlemen, United States forces must fight Germans somewhere in 1942.
I agree, Mr. President.
And toward that end, in late July, the President dispatches a special mission to London for urgent meetings with Winston Churchill and the British Chiefs of Staff.
We have arrived, gentlemen, at an historic moment. I thank our American friends for their forbearance and understanding. So, North Africa, it is to be. and the recovery in the West of the initiative, the golden fleece of war. Previous code names for this operation have all been cancelled, and the final code name for the landings of our combined forces in North Africa will now be Torch. And gentlemen, on or before October the 30th, the torch shall be lit. There is, Prime Minister, still the matter of our Russian friends. Indeed. But now I must do as I promised your president. I shall leave at once for Moscow, and there I will tell Joe Stalin, face to face, that there will be no second front in France in 1942.
A Jew's Journey, July the 25th, Siena, Italy. Our last day in my beloved villa, for today we embark on our perilous flight to freedom. It has been over a month since that fateful decision was made, a trying month in which Werner Beck has grown increasingly more difficult. Assuring him that if I were allowed a respite from the intense summer heat, it would greatly speed my completion of the Rome radio scripts, he hastily agreed to a short seaside holiday. Hence, today we leave with the Castelnuovos for their beach house in Follonica. Once there, the plan is to wait for Rabinovit's signal to depart the mainland for the island of Elba. From there, on to French Corsica, where the underground will arrange to have us taken aboard a freighter and carried to Lisbon, our gateway to America. The car will be here soon, Natalie.
Thank you, Aaron. We'll be ready soon.
Of everything I must leave behind, I shall miss my library most. There is something personal and alive for me in this room. The authors are all my friends and colleagues, though some of them crumbled to dust 15 centuries ago. They speak to me. I shall miss them. For my part, if the worst comes to the worst, Natalie will learn that I am not altogether a woolly-headed professor. Like Hamlet, when the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw. In a desperate emergency, there are always the diamonds. We have learned that old Sacerdote and his wife will only be accompanying us to the bus station. Age and the prospect of abandoning the fruits of a lifetime to the fascisti proved too much for the old couple. To further legitimize our deception, Natalie has given the servants orders for work to be completed on our return in 2 weeks. But the servants are wise. They will not be fooled. So, in cold fact, a Jew's journey begins.
Stay tuned for scenes from the continuation of Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance.
Here's to the men who can reach the sky. Here's to the men who can make it fly.
These are men of iron.
Here's to the men we can lean on.
Men of iron.
To the men we believe in.
Men of iron, iron.
Here's to the men who are building our world.
Men of iron.
Iron Cologne. Rugged, sensitive, sexy.
It's been the world's best-selling car 6 years running. Maybe it's because of features, reputation, or overall value. Whatever it is, it's no big surprise if you've driven a Ford Escort lately.
Winning the world over. Have you been behind the wheel? Winning the world over.
Now get a $400 cash bonus on Ford Escort.
Uncle Alex, this store's a lot bigger than your old one.
You betcha.
More parts, bigger inventory. Maybe you should get an IBM PS2.
Huh, what do you want me to do, throw out my old PC?
They'll work together.
And my PC software?
It'll run it, and a lot faster.
You're kidding. You know, I could use extra capacity. Maybe I should get a PS2.
Congratulations.
You didn't.
I did.
The Personal System 2, part of the bigger picture for your growing business from IBM.
Michelle Miller suffers from frequent sinus headaches.
The pain is all in here. It's a constant ache and pressure. You can feel like your eyes want to just burst.
That's when you need Tylenol Sinus with the maximum strength of Tylenol pain reliever to help knock out sinus pain and the maximum amount of decongestant to break up sinus pressure fast.
There is no pressure in my eyes. There is no pain. I mean, everything's great.
Maximum strength Tylenol Sinus medication. It's stronger than sinus headaches and it won't make you drowsy.
Coming up on the news station.
How do you cope without water? Well, thousands of people around here are facing that problem tonight.
So I guess the question is, will those wetlands stay wet, or will people be allowed to develop on them?
Tonight on Newswatch 16 Updates.
Try to imagine surgery performed without anesthesia, without sutures, even without a scalpel. This is the CT scanner by GE, a remarkable machine that lets doctors explore the human body without a single incision, showing clearly intricate details of the human anatomy, which until now could only be seen through conventional surgery.
That's it? That's it. I'm okay.
Oh, great. GE, we bring good things to life.
Next to yours, this is the set of gums dentists care about most. In fact, more dentists and their families chew Trident than all other sugarless gums combined. Trident, millions of teeth, can't be wrong. What gum has enough good taste to do a commercial like this? Trident, of course, because when you've got 5 mouth-watering flavors that taste this good, you don't need to make a lot of noise. Trident, millions of teeth, can't be wrong.
You want the best for your family.
You're a mom who gives 100%, so you want everything you serve your family to be natural and everything to be fresh. That's why 100% natural Kraft cheese slices are the only natural slices in zip-pack resealable packaging to help keep them fresh.
You got to give 100%. Isn't that what a mother's for?
New resealable 100% natural slices, only from Kraft.
Tomorrow night.
Dr. Jastrow, you must be ready to record the broadcasts.
If these Germans do win, they'll turn the whole world into one big execution yard.
The Soviet Union is finished.
Natalie's a tough, resourceful girl, Byron. Would it be possible to see you once in a while?
Mrs. Henry, don't mind if I join you for a night, yeah?
Is it really necessary for me to go to Rome, too?
I'm sure you wouldn't want to be separated from your uncle.
The continuation of Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance.
All 3 of them. They're in Corsica.
Corsica?
And they'll be leaving for Lisbon in a couple of days.
They will? That's great. I get orders back to the States. I can work on priorities and take them with me.
While in hiding, Natalie is reunited with resistance leader Avram Rabinowitz.
While we're in Marseille, would it be possible to see you once in a while?
I was very disappointed when you left, Redeemer.
Mind if I join you for a night, yeah?
No, not at all. I'd enjoy the company.
Rhoda, let me speak my piece and get it over with. Is this a fair win?
Throughout Europe, the Gestapo continue their midnight raids.
Those people. They're Jews, aren't they?
Yes.
My intuition tells me Soviet Union is finished. That I am this close to winning the war.
If these Germans do win, they'll turn the whole world into one big execution yard, not just for Jews.
War and Remembrance continues. Tonight's presentation brought to you by Ford Motor Company. At Ford, quality is job one. Pentax. Pentax puts an end to the human zooms with the IQ Zoom 70 and the IQ Zoom 60. Delta Airlines. We love to fly, and it shows. And Nike, who reminds you to just do it.
Ford profiles in quality, dependability.
R81s to 88s all have had fewer reported problems.
For 8 years running, people who own Ford Motor Company cars and trucks have reported fewer problems on average than owners of any other vehicles designed and built in North America. With a quality record like that, whose car would you rather depend on? At Ford, quality is job one.
You know how a great cut can give you a whole new feeling about yourself? That is nothing compared to what the right color can do. Here it is, nice and easy. Pick a shade that's a little lighter, a little darker, whatever. Shampoo it in and wow. It's you, only better. You're gonna be walking around, tossing that head of yours and loving the way it feels. Nice and easy. Give it a shot.
Easy for you.
Need help?
Yeah, and I've got 10 minutes to get to the radio station.
Ah, here's the problem.
Easy for you.
Ever listen to KBLY?
Should I?
Stetson Cologne. Comfortable, easy to wear.
And for that great smelling guy who started my car, I get off at 6.
Easy to wear, hard to resist. Stetson fits.
Contact lenses always start out clear, but no matter how much you clean them, residue can build up and irritate your eyes. Now Johnson & Johnson introduces AccuView, the first disposable contact lens. You never clean them. You leave AccuView in for about a week, and before long-term buildup becomes a problem, you throw them away. Discover AccuView, the vision of the future. Only from your eye care professional and Johnson & Johnson.
Patty Schoenfeld is deaf, but an IBM computer lets her talk on the phone. Art Sweet is almost blind, but can read a bank statement. And Madge Pentecost has trouble using her arms, but uses a computer by aiming an infrared beam. IBM provides information about special equipment like this, so more people with disabilities can use their abilities. Write IBM Box C-1030, Atlanta, Georgia.
Tomorrow, Mr. Belvedere meets his match.
You're not half the man I am.
Moby Dick wasn't half the man you are.
Tempers are short at the Owens. Then Dad's on the warpath.
He's 23? He's not a guy, he's a man. I know. The man's me. I know.
Just the 10 of us. And this woman is having a heart attack. Now doctors can stop an attack once it's started. On 2020, learn about the revolutionary drug that could save a life. After Mr. Belvedere and Just the 10 of us tomorrow.
have a gift for you, Professore.
How very kind of you, Signor Sacerdote.
This Bible has been in our family for a long time. A companion for your journey.
Grazie, Signore Sacerdote. Sono molto commosso.
Good luck to you.
Delay registering with the Carabinieri. I'll go see if I can get the car started.
Corriamo fino al mare.
Natalie! The car is ready!
Ecco, prendete, professore.
Signora Henry, enjoy your stay in Follonica. It's our honor.
Grazie, Commendatore. I must say I felt rather awkward coming here. What with the war and everything.
Oh, the war, stupidity. Italy has no reason to go to war with America. I have a brother in Chicago, a florist, makes good money. America is a nice place. Italy is a nice place. So what is to fight about? It is the Germans. What can you do with the damn Germans, huh?
Yes, what indeed?
Io sono un povero vecchio, che posso fare?
Non lo so.
Adesso vado a casa, ci mangia qualcosa. Sempre la stessa cosa.
Maria!
A Jew's Journey, July the 31st, 1942. Follonica, Italy. We've been here a week now, and still no word from Rabinovitz. Only 8 short days remain before we are supposed to return to Siena, and I am beginning to fear that our escape plans may have gone awry. Though I have not shared my concern with Natalie, I know she fears this as well. We can only offer up a prayer that Rabinovitz gives us the signal soon.
Join us, please.
Why, hello, Mrs. Henry. How good it is to see you again. It's been so long.
Yes, Dr. Beth. Good to see you again. Are you no longer with the Foreign Service?
Anna, do explain to Natalie your formidable masquerade.
Certainly. See, Mrs. Henry, I'm on a tour of Western ports investigating a black market shortage of fuel oil. The Italians are more forthcoming with the truth when they see this uniform. But I assure you my SS commission is purely honorary. Well, now, the sea air has done wonders for you. And the baby, how is he? I should love to see him.
Shall I go down and fetch him? How long can you stay?
Oh, regrettably not long. I have business in Piombino, so I thought I'd drop by and pay my respects.
Let me get him then. Da dove lo sto portando? Sopra per un momento. Ma lei è un tedesco. Shh.
What does he want?
I don't know.
But Dr. Jastrow, the broadcasts are fine as they stand. Why not record them now? At least the first two.
A publisher once asked a poet, A. Houseman, prints some essays he was discarding. The writer cut him off with these words. I did not say they were not good. I just said they were not good enough for me.
Yes, that is all very fine, but for us, time is a key factor. If this matter is ever taken out of my hands, you will be extremely sorry. My goodness, what he has grown. May I take him? If you knew how I miss Klaus, my youngest.
Of course.
Well, hello there. Hello, little happy boy. We're friends, aren't we? No politics between us, eh? Oh, now your mother's looking anxious. You must go back to her and tell her I've never dropped a baby yet, eh? Oh, so. Now then, Dr. Jastrow, I return from my tour in 5 days, and then I propose to take you both with me to Rome. Dr. Jastrow, you must be ready to record the broadcasts. I've already made the hotel arrangements, and I'm going to be very firm about this.
5 days? Well, I can try to do something. But that second set of scripts is quite out of the question, Werner. I can attempt to cobble together the first 1 or 2. But if you insist on all 4, I shall simply lie down in my tracks like a poor broken-down old cab horse.
Just have the first 2 ready for when I get back. Then we'll see. Now, I must be on my way.
Is it really necessary for me to go to Rome, too?
Mrs. Henry, I'm sure you wouldn't want to be separated from your uncle. Professor, Mrs. Henry.
Thank heaven you're safe, Doctor. We were beginning to get quite worried.
Sit down. I have news. I spoke to Rabinovich's man in Piombino, Frankenthal, and it is as we feared. He has just heard there are problems. We can no longer go by freighter to Lisbon. The British have closed off that levy. That is why Rabinovich was not in touch. He's been trying to arrange other means.
Beck will be back on Friday.
Yeah. Do not be alarmed. We are going on to Elba. But there we must wait until preparations are made for Corsica.
When do we get to see Avram Rabinovich?
When he has prepared a new escape route.
And we leave for Elba?
Tomorrow morning.
The weather is your ally. There will be no checking of papers today.
Tell Avram Rabinovich we are eager to get to Corsica.
He knows that. He's working on it. You will be well treated on Elba. You better board now.
My dear, we're really fugitives now.
Yes, after Elba.
Well, Napoleon managed to escape from Elba, and so shall we.
Now the world's best gold card is even better.
we've added Master Purchase, the plan that automatically insures most things you buy and doubles the manufacturer's warranty. It's much like American Express, only better. You can use Gold MasterCard nationwide in 1 million places they're not even welcome. Master Purchase, just part of what makes us the world's #1 gold card. Gold MasterCard.
A newly imported car has arrived. It comes from a company with a reputation for quality and design. And the automotive press here has already begun to praise it for its performance, styling, and value. The interesting thing is that here is Japan. And the car they're importing is the Ford Taurus.
Now get a $500 cash bonus on Ford Taurus.
Delta Airlines flight attendant Irene Lockwoody loves to fly.
Are you still here?
My son was supposed to meet me.
Well, I'll wait with you.
That kid is always late.
What she loves most are the people she meets.
He must have gotten caught in the rain.
He was even born late.
Joey!
Ma.
Irene is what Delta's all about.
Irene.
Yes?
Are you married?
Yep. 2 kids.
Late again, Joey.
We love to fly and it shows.
Tots Champagne. Tonight.
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will continue in a moment.
This is ABC.
I love them dearly, but I love them 25% less than I used to.
I can't tell you how much I love these guys, but I can tell you it's 25% less than before.
Love your family 25% less with Fleischmann's Light. 25% less saturated fat, salt, and calories than regular margarine. 0 cholesterol and 100% delicious.
I love him with all my heart, but today that's 25% less.
Fleischmann's Light. Love your family 25% less.
Northeastern and Central Pennsylvania's memories of war. Tonight on WNEP.
C'est invraisemblable. I can't believe it. The Italians are supposedly upset over this Jastrow incident. But I was summoned to the German embassy to be interrogated by this rather loathsome fellow Beck, ce salaud. By the end of it, I'd had quite enough. I told him to go to hell.
But what were his points?
His? Only one, really. If Professor Jastrow and his niece are in hiding, they will be found. If they try to leave Italy, they will be caught. In either event, they will go directly into a concentration camp. It's hopeless. C'est désespéré.
Well, I better find out what the Jewish organizations in Geneva know. What else did this Herr Beck have to say?
Well, he seemed to take a great deal of satisfaction in telling me that the Italian authorities have confiscated the professor's Siena villa, his bank account, and the contents of his safe deposit box. Will you notify Natalie's husband?
I don't think so. I mean, not yet.
If I've learned one thing in these matters, Antoine, it's there's always time for bad news. Well, I have to meet our minister. I must go. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
And merci.
Sit down, Les. I'll make this short. You got this damn garden party to go to at the Brazilian embassy.
Yes.
Now listen, Les. I don't like what's been going on at the Division of European Affairs back home. Not one bit. They've totally ignored all my reports on the Wannsee Protocol document.
You wrote them about the photostats? When?
When the Polish government and exile stuff came on. Gave me second thoughts. How on earth can you fabricate that? The statistics, the locations, the carbon monoxide vans, the midnight raids on the ghettos. That business of searching the dead women's rectums and vaginas, for God's sakes, for jewelry. How could anyone just imagine such things?
I know, sir, I know.
Well, that's when I wrote the department.
So you're making me feel like a human being again.
Besides, the railroad intelligence is getting damn strange. Those huge jammed trains really are hauling civilians from all over Europe to Poland and then rattling back empty, even though the German army is hurting for cars and locomotives. I wrote the president a letter about this business, Les. Then I tore it up.
Why?
Because we're losing the damned war and he just shouldn't be burdened with anything else. If these Germans do win, they'll turn the whole world into one big execution yard, not just for Jews.
Well, I believe that, sir, but
so
still...
pull all your material together and I'll send it straight to Sumner Wells. Yeah, you could be the courier. Hey, how does that strike you? Nice little stateside leave?
Well,
Mr. Tuttle, your car is ready.
Well, that's it, Les, and I'll look forward to getting your stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Train number 24, the Challenger, bound for Los Angeles.
Rhoda!
Oh, my dear.
You look marvelous. How long did you lay over?
Well, until midnight. Of course, if you're terribly busy with that horrible thing you're working on, I can fend for myself.
Oh, don't you be silly. Come on, I've got reservations at the bump room.
Oh, there's news from Byron.
Oh, good. What is it, Rhoda?
Well, he phoned me from San Diego just before I left. He's been ordered to Gibraltar. There's some hush-hush thing to do with submarines in the Mediterranean.
But what about Natalie and the baby?
Oh, no word. He still plans to fly to Switzerland to see what he can do from there. Another harebrained scheme, but that's Byron. Still, he sounded happy. First time he sounded happy since Warren.
The Pump Room is the best restaurant in Chicago.
Colonel Peters?
Yes.
The table is ready, sir.
Thank you.
Evening, Kirby. Colonel Peters.
seeing you.
Well, Colonel Peters, hello, hello.
Who was that?
It's the new Army liaison man on the project I'm working on. I've spent 4 hours giving him the drill today. Seems a decent enough chap. We'll have wine, I suppose.
Oh, no wine tonight, I think. A very dry martini, please.
2. You know what I keep thinking of, Rhoda?
No, what?
Berlin Airport. The time you drove me there. I don't know why. There's certainly no resemblance in the surroundings, for God's sake.
Well, that was a farewell.
Well, we thought it was.
I certainly did.
Is this a farewell?
here once with Pug. On our way from San Francisco to Annapolis, we were driving east for Warren's graduation to Severance School. It was 10 or 11 years ago, I guess. It's all getting so blurry. You never really know when you're happy, do you? We thought we had problems then. Byron was always failing school, and Madeline was fat, had crooked teeth. I mean, terrible tragedies like that. Oh, but how proud we were of Warren. He won the school sword and the track medal. The history prize. Oh, hell. I'll have another one, Palmer, and then no more.
Rhoda, let me speak my piece and get it over with. I'm not going to embarrass you with any messy outpouring of my feelings. I have to accept your decision, and I do. That's all.
Palmer, truthfully, aren't you glad to be out of it?
In your presence, madam, I cannot be.
It's a very pretty speech, sir. Well, now, at least we can enjoy our dinner.
Yes, we can. Change your mind about wine?
Oh, well, why don't you order a half bottle? Make it a whole bottle. Palmer. If I were you, I wouldn't trust the Colonel with any deep, dark secrets.
Oh, why's that?
Well, he's not very subtle, is he? I mean, he is looking at that girl as though she were a partridge. Would you just give me a moment? I want to powder my nose.
Yo, Kirby.
Colonel.
Oh, is that the lady you told me you were going to meet? The one who lost her son?
Yes, it is.
Well, you could have told me he was her husband and I'd have believed it.
Ah, well, she is striking, isn't she?
If you'll excuse me, Kirby, my game plan is running a little behind schedule. Nice visit we had today.
Anytime, Colonel.
Come home, Becky.
Arriving, Class 5, train number 7, the Capital Express.
What are your plans now, Rhoda?
Go back to Washington and close up the Foxhole Roadhouse. I might even sell the damn thing. It's always been too much. And then off to Hawaii to join Pug.
Good. Good.
Well,
yes, I suppose it's time.
Yeah.
goodbye, Palmer, dear.
Goodbye, Rhoda.
Cognac, please.
Pardon me.
Yes?
I'm Colonel Harrison Peters. I saw you at the pump room earlier tonight with Palmer Kirby.
Yes, I remember. Rhoda Henry.
Pleasure. Palmer told me about the loss of your son. Please accept my condolences.
That's very kind of you, Colonel.
Are you on your way to Washington?
Yes, I am.
So am I. Don't mind if I join you for a nightcap?
No, not at all. I'd enjoy the company.
Thank you. Waiter. The scotch and water, please. So tell me, Mrs. Henry, do you spend much time in Chicago?
Hello? Need a shipping date? Yeah. Oh, hold on a sec. Hello? You want research? Yo, price change?
The IBM Personal System 2
Research, yeah. All trends are up.
runs today's most popular business programs
Shipping. Be out in 10 days.
with superior graphics and speed.
The price on that? The price is $89.99.
No wonder it's today's fastest-selling computer. The Personal System 2 family, part of the bigger picture from IBM.
If you could fast forward to the future, you'd see the cordless Dustbuster Plus Power Brush make vacuuming quicker and easier than the Big Vac. Day after day, week after week, child after child. So this holiday, give a present with a future from Black & Decker. If you could fast forward to the future, you'd see the new Black & Decker thermal carafe coffee maker serve hot, fresh coffee for up to 8 hours, ensuring a satisfying cup and a satisfied couple. So this holiday, give a present with a future from Black & Decker.
Everywhere you go, you see them. Those human zooms. Back and forth they go, trying to get just the pictures they want. Don't they know Pentax now has an IQ Zoom for everyone? The Pentax IQ Zoom 70 and now the IQ Zoom 60, both with a motorized zoom lens. So you can get this, and everything in between. Get a Pentax IQ Zoom and get the pictures you want. Let Pentax do the zooming so you can keep on moving.
The handsome, dashing Ford Aerostar for $19.89. It's really quite a van about town. Traveling with the sports crowd. Playing the market. Escorting ladies. Pulling its own weight. Staying out all night. And powering its way to the top. Ford Aerostar. It's in a class by itself.
Now get a $500 cash bonus on Ford Aerostar.
We go hand in hand, you and me. We are threads in the invisible tapestry.
People helping people. At GE, it's part of everything we do, so that every product and service we provide is the best it can be to help you reach your dreams.
GE, glad we can help. We bring, we're always next to you.
As the summer of 1942 continues to unfold, Germany and Japan have conquered or remain in control of nearly 1/3 of the surface of the Earth. But on August 7th, determined to eliminate the Japanese air threat against America's line to Australia, the United States finally goes on the offensive. Elements of the 1st Marine Division storm the beaches of Tulagi, Guadalcanal, and other islands of the Solomon Chain. And so begins a long and bloody war of attrition, a do-or-die test of both countries' national wills. Elsewhere, there are indications that the ferocious Nazi war machine has also begun to falter.
On Halder.
One half hour after I stepped down from the plane from El Alamein, Führer conference.
I understand Rommel is back in Berlin.
Yeah.
To see the doctors. What ails him? They say it's his liver?
No, it is not his liver. It is no air cover, no reinforcement, no resupply.
It really is very sad, but with the minimum support, Rommel might still break through to the Suez Canal, even to the Persian Gulf. But this magnificent opportunity is being thrown away, squandered.
Not only in North Africa. The situation here is explosive. You heard about List?
List? No.
He is being dismissed.
Then who is commanding in the Caucasus?
Yes, the Führer.
That is a rather bad joke.
No, hardly. Oh, he has personally relieved List and taken over. Ah, that's right. Our Bohemian corporal is now not only the head of the Nazi party, the head of the German state, and supreme warlord, he is now in direct command of the Caucasus Army Group, which is 600 miles away. Stalingrad has brought everybody to the breaking point.
But we still hold Stalingrad. At least when I left 2 weeks ago, we did. Surrounded, invested, neutralized, burning down to ash and rubble.
But he wants to occupy every last building. I want you, be optimistic, be unrealistic, or be quiet.
Withdraw! Withdraw! You always come here with the same proposals. Withdraw!
General von Paulus is there at Stalingrad, my Führer. He recommends withdrawal just for regrouping in the Mamayev-Kargan Hills area because of the ravines.
All you generals are alike. Withdraw, regroup, turn tail, retreat. You affect my soldiers with your spinelessness. That's the reason I haven't yet occupied all of Stalingrad.
Mein Führer, you would hold all Stalingrad now if back in July you had not halted the Sixth Army's drive and diverted the Fourth Panthers to Rostov needlessly. 2 months ago, Stalin was ours for the taking. That one move crippled your whole Case Blue campaign.
General Halder, how dare you use such language to me?
Because it is the truth. Brave men and officers are falling in the thousands because commanders at the front cannot make sensible decisions. You've tied their hands.
The front? What did you do in the First World War? Do you presume to tell me how men feel and think at the front? What do you know about what goes on at the front?
I know that you cannot command a front from 600 miles away. That is unfair to the truth.
Yet I relieve List, and the Caucasus troops are advancing again. And why? Because I have the will to advance.
Advancing, yes. To positions where they will be trapped in another week when the first snow falls. They should be withdrawing from the Caucasus. The objectives are unrealistic. The oil fields are beyond their reach. You have overstrained the troops, and you've overstretched the supply lines.
Take the Caucasus oil fields just as I am taking Stalingrad.
Occupying Stalingrad never was a proper objective of Case Blue. You're own campaign. You're obsessed. You're grinding up our finest mobile divisions in a house-to-house rat war for no purpose. The Russians are massing great forces to attack those worthless Italians and Romanians guarding your flank, and you just ignore the intelligence.
Intelligence? If I had listened to intelligence, I would not have conquered Czechoslovakia. And Poland. And France. The intelligence is what cowards like you hide behind. My intuition tells me the Soviet Union is finished. That I am this close to winning the war. And you dare tell me I risk losing it?
Führer, you lost it when you declared war against America.
Harder.
You and I are suffering from nerves. Half my nervous exhaustion is due to you. It's not worth going on. The National Socialist will need it to win this war. I cannot expect that from an officer of the old school, like you. I shall act as my own chief of staff until, in due course, I appoint a replacement. America. America is one big bluff.
Aaron, if you become any more rusticated, our host will put a hoe in your hand and send you out into the fields.
Glad to see you enjoyed your walk, my dear.
I'd enjoy getting off this island a lot more.
Patience, Natalie. We have no choice but to leave matters in Abram Rabinovich's capable hands.
Why exactly are you reading that?
Aristotle said that in old age, he became increasingly interested in myth. Care to join me?
Aaron, I haven't studied Hebrew since I walked out of the temple Sunday school class when I was 11 years old. Very well.
Let's see how much you remember. Read.
That's a B, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Beirachus? Beirachus, is that right?
Quite right. Summa cum laude. In the beginning...
Professor, please, can you both come?
Bonjour.
Who is he?
He's from Rabinowitz. Pascal Gaffori. He's going to take us on his boat to Corsica.
You're going to be staying with me and my family on the island.
When do we leave? Now. And we must hurry.
So you want to get in shape. So you want to get in shape. And you can't decide between running. So you want to get in shape. Cycling. You can't decide between cycling, basketball, tennis, aerobics. So you want to get in shape. Running. And you can't decide between tennis, cycling, weights, volleyball, basketball, aerobics, weights, running, cycling, tennis, volleyball. So don't. Just do it. Tennis, just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. And it wouldn't hurt to stop eating like a pig either.
All our science, our technology, our mathematics, somehow they add up to moments beyond any calculation.
This. It's priceless.
Naturally.
It's Mom and Dad's 50th wedding anniversary.
Here we go.
Oh, wait, I'm going to charge it with the American Express card. That way it's automatically insured.
Hi, did you get it?
Hi, Mom.
Terrific.
You won't believe it. Don't worry. Remember, I used the American Express card. So it's insured.
Lost, stolen, or damaged. A way to protect the things you buy. Membership has its privileges.
Herman Woukes, War and Remembrance will continue in a moment.
An ABC News brief. Now from Washington, Peter Jennings.
Good evening. Vice President Bush has named New Hampshire Governor John Sununu to be his White House Chief of Staff and recommended that his former campaign manager Lee Atwater be the new chairman of the Republican National Committee. In Pakistan, opposition party leader Benazir Bhutto is on the verge of becoming the first woman prime minister of a Muslim nation following Wednesday's election. Later on Nightline, celebrating 100 years of the National Geographic. And that's Newsbreak.
Chocolate is scrumptious when it crunches. That's why I love Nestle Crunch. Milk chocolate, that's creamy, blending Krispies, ooh, so
cars, both under $10,000. But this Ford Tempo has a few things this Chevy doesn't, like power mirrors and door locks, tilt steering wheel, air conditioner and light group, rear window defroster. The Tempo has all these features, and it's still under $10,000. And every Tempo comes with one standard feature no Chevy on earth can offer. This.
Now save $1,000 on Tempo GL, only at your Quality Plus Ford dealer.
Win, lose, or draw tomorrow in Philadelphia on WNEP TV.
So as you can see, Tudsbury, with the extended airfield operational and those siege guns trained seaward, the anchorage is virtually impregnable.
Indeed, Admiral. I seem to remember the same praise being lavished on Singapore. Of course, that was before the Japs overran it in 90 days.
Aye, but Singapore didn't have a black watch guarding its back door. Am I correct, Mr. Tudsbury?
Mr. Tudsbury! Good heavens, it can't be. It is. It's Baron Henry, by Jove.
Pamela!
I'm glad you both have time for lunch, sir.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Don't worry, Byron. He's seen everything there is to see and more.
Not enough, Pamela. What the devil are you doing on the Rock? That was a British tender you came off.
It's just temporary duty, sir. We're helping the British Navy maintain some of its old Lend-Lease boats. What are you doing in Gibraltar, sir? Are you broadcasting?
No. I'm en route for Egypt. Going to do a piece on our new commander there, Montgomery. There's a hell of a battle building up in El Alamein.
All Les Sloat could tell me was he thinks they may be making a run for either Lisbon or Marseille. That's why I'm trying to get to Marseille to talk to some of these refugee groups myself that he's been in touch with.
How do you propose to manage that?
Well, it's possible. I'm one of the few guys around here with a high American security clearance, and the U.S. mission has put me on the roster for courier duty in unoccupied France.
Something's up on this old rock. Something really big. So far, I haven't been able to pry a syllable of hard information out of our command. What have you got?
Scuttlebutt mostly about a big Allied invasion, but where? France, North Africa, maybe even Italy.
I'm betting on North Africa, if invasion it is.
If it is North Africa, the Germans will take over unoccupied France, won't they? And if Natalie's in Marseille when they come...
Pardon. Churchill once wrote, "The terrible ifs accumulate." Don't let the ifs haunt you.
Natalie's a tough, resourceful girl, Byron. I'm sure she'll be all right. How's your mother? Did she ever get to Hawaii?
No, at least according to Dad's last letter. Too many problems with the house and everything. She'll be all right. She's one of those people who never changes, you know.
Mrs. Henry! Mrs. Henry!
Rhoda.
Oh, Colonel Peters, you're becoming quite a regular at St. John's these days.
Well, the sermon was much better than it was last week, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I stayed awake, too.
You know, I really like that hat.
Oh, it's just a hat.
How's the family? Heard from your husband recently?
No, I haven't. Well, how are things with you? Are you enjoying your stay in Washington?
Well, it's all right, I guess. A little lonely, though, for an old bachelor.
That's not what I heard.
Ouch.
Well, Colonel Peters, if you'll excuse me, I have to get a taxi.
Oh, don't you have your car?
No. With the rationing, I drive it as little as possible.
Well, look, I've got my car. Why don't you let me drive?
Well, thank you. That's very kind. What's the last letter Warren wrote me? Just 3 days before. I don't know why I keep carrying it.
Your son was a fine, brave, young fighting man. Rhoda, if I may say so, there's a certain elegance in the way you bury a loss. I have the deepest admiration for your courage.
Well, thank you.
Your husband's a very lucky man. You both have my deep sympathy. Well, I've got to be running now. Thanks for the coffee. And the company.
Thank you. I enjoyed the company, too. Colonel, were you always such a churchgoer?
Does it have to be church, Rhoda? And could I maybe take you to dinner or theater sometime? All on the up and up. I've been wanting to ask you for weeks now, but with your husband in the Pacific...
I think we had better let it be church, Colonel.
All right, Rhoda. Whatever you say. It looks like I'm due for some church going. Who knows? It just might improve my character.
Goodbye, and thank you for the lift home.
See you in church.
Natalie, we have a visitor.
Who is it?
Avram Rabinovitz.
Oh, my God.
Well, he makes no such claim, my dear. But he is some sort of a savior.
Well, I mean, how long is he going to be here? Louis is all covered in salt from head to foot, and I'm an absolute mess. So what's the news? Are we leaving?
I gather not. He's staying for lunch.
I'll be there in 15 minutes. Louis, come on. Come on. Oh, there you
Hello, Mrs. Henry.
Wait, I have a surprise for you. Stretch out your arms. Come on, Louis. And he's starting to talk. Maybe it's the Corsican air.
For your hospitality in this very difficult time, Signor Gaffori, we are forever indebted.
America will repay his debt, Monsieur le Professeur, the day she frees Corsica. And on that day, Corsican people will stand and do their part, and will cut many German throats and Italian throats. Just like in the old time, my ancestors in Corte, they cut Saracen throats, Genoese throats, Turkish throats, from ear to ear. That German Hitler should have looked at history before coming to Corsica.
They wouldn't dare come up into these hills, Monsieur Gaffori.
As for you, Monsieur Rabinovich, you're one of us. And you'll always be welcome in this house as long as you live. And thank you for bringing the American writer and his friends. À la victoire.
À la victoire.
À la victoire.
À la victoire.
Oh, je suis fatigué.
The view's marvelous from the top. Do you mind the long walk?
No, it will help me work up the big ranch.
So, what happens next?
The American Consul General in Marseille, James Gathers, knows you're here. He's okay. He works with the resistance. I've confided in him. And he's handling your problem himself. Nobody else knows about it. When all your papers are in order, you'll come to Marseille and proceed by train the same day to Lisbon.
When will that be?
Might be a while. The tough thing is the exit visas. But your embassy can get things done in Vichy. You'll get the visas. I see what you mean. Fine view.
What about the Castelnuovos?
I can't possibly move them there. If anything goes wrong, your Consul General can step in for you, but they'd have no protection at all. But please don't worry, Mrs. Henry. We'll work something out for them. My train leaves in about an hour. Is there anything else we should talk about?
Would it be possible for us to go to Marseille right away?
But why? It is safer to wait here. What is it, Mrs. Henry?
Is that young guy, Pascal?
What about him?
I'm afraid I'm going to wake up one night and find him in my room. No, I mean it. He scares me a little.
I noticed the way he was looking at you during lunch.
I know it's been like that ever since he first saw me. Do you think I should talk to his father?
No. The Gafforis are very important to me. I can't have problems. Perhaps it is best that you go to Marseille now. That way, when your papers come through, you can leave right away. Yes, that is what we will do. You will leave tomorrow.
While we're in Marseille, would it be possible to see you once in a while?
Why not? I was very disappointed when you left the Redeemer. Mrs. Henry, that's the kind of behavior that could get you into trouble with Pascal.
Yes, but I don't think I have to worry about waking up to find you in my room.
To a Frenchman, that's no compliment.
Well, it will be hard on the children, won't it?
They're like brother and sister now.
What are his plans for you?
It seems we can go out illegally to Spain or Switzerland. I guess Spain is better. It's on the way to Lisbon, and from there are connections to Palestine.
The trouble is to get to Spain. We would have to cross the Pyrenees on foot in November. Miles of walking in the snow and ice.
What about Switzerland?
If they catch you, back to France you go. Into the hands of the French police.
Rabinovich prefers Spain, but Anna is worried about Miriam walking over the mountains.
And there are no alternatives.
You'll be all right. I trust Abraham.
So do I. And if Miriam has to walk over the Pyrenees in the snow, why? She'll walk over the Pyrenees. She's a strong, healthy girl.
Approaching a truly outstanding collection of 20th century technology. In here stands the most powerful general-purpose computer in existence. And here we have the world's most advanced disk storage system, which can read or write 3 million characters of information per second. And over there is a remarkable mid-range system, unveiled with more than 1,000 available software applications. Now, this isn't a high-tech research facility or a museum of science. This is a business.
Just waiting for Monday.
And all of that advanced technology is brought to your desk through powerful personal systems to help solve problems in business. There are more examples of IBM technology at work.
Critical acclaim for our performance.
The Ford Probe is one of the finest front-wheel drive performance cars in the world.
The GT suspension is precise and responsive.
The futuristic exterior is matched by an interior that's open, airy, and modern.
The Ford Probe and Probe GT, a performance you won't forget.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
Weave your way through the streets of Miami, and you'll come to a place where lions stalk their prey, bears hunt intruders, and eagles make ready for the kill. The place is Joe Robbie Stadium, home of Super Bowl 23. But if you go, you need a winning team and your Visa card. Because at the Super Bowl, they take only the best, and they don't take American Express. Visa is everywhere you want to be.
Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance will continue in a moment.
This is ABC.
I'm Karen Hart.
I'm Nolan Johannes. Make it a special Thanksgiving. We ask you to be generous. Join WNEP TV's Feed a Friend.
Donate your canned goods today. Why, you can have your cake but not eat it.
At 11.
Out of juice?
Very fine. Juice it up.
At a sale, you may find a low price on this, but good luck on this, and this.
At Hills Housewares Fair, you'll find low prices on everything. Like the low price on this new Bissell carpet machine, including upholstery attachment. You could pay this, but Hills price, just $88.68. That's an exceptional value. More proof of the low prices you'll find at Housewares Fair. And it's happening now at Hills.
Friendly visitors have the night court in a frenzy tomorrow on WNEP.
I bet you'd rather be out in the Pacific on a sub, Lieutenant, than running the Pony Express.
Where's the Consul General's office?
Upstairs. But he's out of town. Had to go to Vichy for a week.
All right, look, you can do me a favor. I need to talk to Mr. Gaylor about my wife. I've already written him about her, so if you just tell him I'll come back, I'd appreciate it.
Sure thing, Lieutenant.
Thanks.
Here.
Doesn't matter.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Byron Henry. I understand the Quakers are keeping rosters on arriving Jews.
You'll have to come back some other time. We've got our hands full right now.
I just need a minute. It's about my wife and child. They're Jewish, and
I guess you haven't heard. Congress is about to pass a special resolution allowing 5,000 Jewish children into the United States.
Well, that's good. What's the problem?
No parents, only the children. Look, I'm sorry. We've got to round them up before the State Department comes up with some new gimmick to keep them out. So come back later, all right?
Good luck.
Madame Henry est là?
Elle est dans la cuisine. Donne-moi votre montre.
Merci. Salam alaikum.
Natalie, was hältst du mit den Kartoffeln, ha? Was hast du getan mit den Kartoffeln?
Ich hab getan, was du hast mir geheißen. Sie sind geschält und sie kochen sie.
Gut, ich auf dir. Sehr gut. Ah, Avram, you should hear her Yiddish now. A real Litvachke.
I'm so rusty.
There is news from Gaither, Natalie. Where's your uncle?
I'll show you. Come with me.
Bereshis. In Anfang.
In Anfang.
Warum?
Warum?
Beschaffen.
Gut beschaffen.
Elohim.
Elohim.
Gott.
Once a teacher, always a teacher.
Well, otherwise they run about and yell and give me a headache.
Don't believe it. He's having the time of his life.
5 Minuten. Pause.
Hey, Philip!
Well, Abraham, what news?
I just reached Jim Gaither by phone in Vichy. He's returning this weekend with the exit visas. I didn't tell him you were here yet, not over the telephone. Time enough when he gets here, but I'm sure when he'll find out, he'll move quickly.
How quickly? How long do you think it might take?
If things go well, you could be in Lisbon early next week.
Well, that's wonderful news, Abraham.
How's your little boy, Natalie?
Oh, he's fine. There are 2 other young families living here, plus the others that keep coming and going every couple of days. He's never had so many children to play with. It's like a nice, big, warm, noisy Jewish home.
Wonderful people, the Mendelssohns. They've helped more people than you can possibly imagine. I'll be buying your train tickets today, so everything will be ready.
I'll miss you, Abraham.
You're going home. That's the main thing.
Somehow we've never talked. And now I guess we never will. Not in this madhouse. Where do you live? You come and go like a ghost.
A little place in Old Town. Not very neat, I'm afraid.
Will you be here for Friday night dinner?
Always try to be. Do you want to come over for a while afterward?
Might be quieter.
I share it with another guy, but he'd leave us alone. So, do we have what you call a date for Friday night?
Yes, we have a date.
What is it?
The police.
Oh, my God.
Can you
you sure?
My firm does much business with the municipal government. I have protection.
Look at those people. They're Jews, aren't they?
Yes, without resident permits. But please trust me, Mrs. Henry. You'll be safe here. Now, let's not wake the little one, eh?
You asked for me, sir?
Yes. Take a look at this, lad. Seems you're headed back to the Pacific.
Wow. The Maury, that's a brand new fleet sub.
Oh. Isn't your Navy reaching rather a long arm here?
Oh, that's Astor's doing. My old skipper, he's got the Maury. It's just like him asking for the officers he wants instead of taking who he gets.
Well, there's no date on those orders. And as far as the Maidstone is, you can be on your way at any time.
I've got another courier mission to Marseille tomorrow, sir. I'll sign off when I get back.
Fine. The Royal Navy extends its thanks for your services, Henry. You're a good sailor. For a Yank.
Thank you, sir. Runs in the family.
Oh, and lad. Good hunting out there.
Aye, sir.
Well, the man of the hour.
What's that supposed to mean?
Consul General's been asking about you.
Gaither's back?
Uh-huh.
When can I see him?
Now, why don't you just go right on up there? Second floor.
Tell him I'm coming.
Pregasi pertanto significare quanto sopra gli offerenti.
Where are they?
It's all right, Donna. Vi richiamavo fra 10 minuti. Lieutenant Henry, I take it?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry about barging in like that.
That's all right, Lieutenant. I understand. I've got some very good news for you. They're fine, last I heard. All three of them. They're in Corsica.
Corsica? God, it's so close. How do I get there? Is there a boat or a plane?
Take it easy, young man. There's no airplane to Corsica. The boat runs 3 times a week. It takes 11 hours. But they'll be leaving for Lisbon in a couple of days.
They will? That's great. I get orders back to the States. I can work on priorities and take them with me. Can I at least talk to him on the phone?
I wouldn't recommend it. Not just now. Now look, Sam Jones has got an urgent job for you. You'll have to take a pouch back to Gibraltar tonight. Sam will bring you over to my house first, about 6. We'll discuss over dinner, just the two of us, what happens next. How's that?
That'll be fine.
I repeat, Lieutenant, they're all right. They'll be out of there in a few days. Incidentally, Sam knows nothing about all this. Nobody knows. Let's keep it that way.
Sure. Thanks, sir. Thanks a lot.
All right. Remember, steady does it. Don't get impatient.
Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushenu b'mitzvosav v'tzvanu lehelik neshel Shabbos.
Good Shabbos.
Good Shabbos, good Shabbos.
Ich hoffe, ich habe die Brache gesagt richtig.
Don't worry, don't worry. We'll make a rabbi's wife of you yet. Here, Louis, go to your mama. There's a good boy.
Ishak, how did you manage so much food?
I told you he was well connected, including with all the best thieves in Marseille. Natalie, Jim Gaither's back.
Marvelous. With the exit visas?
No, I'm sure of it. I missed him at the consulate, but I'll go see him in the morning. Good?
Ishak, the door.
Please excuse me, I must go.
Is there something wrong? How long will you be gone?
I don't know, but I'll be back.
Stay tuned for scenes from the continuation of Herman Wouk's War and Remembrance.
It's been the world's best-selling car 6 years running. Maybe it's because of features, reputation, or overall value. Whatever it is, it's no big surprise if you've driven a Ford Escort lately.
Winning the world over. Have you been behind the wheel? Winning the world over.
Now get a $400 cash bonus on Ford Escort.
What's that fragrance you're wearing?
Make a statement without saying a word.
A6, hurry and you'll make it.
Delta Airlines ticket agent Sam Singletary knows how to get people moving.
Mr. Franklin, your bag.
But sometimes he has to show off a few moves of his own. The kind of moves that made him a first-string halfback. Sam Singletary shares a feeling with everyone at Delta. He loves what he's doing. And it shows.
We love to fly.
Piece of cake.
And it shows.
I thought you retired.
I am retired.
What are you doing here?
A risky friendship.
Well, your friend's not going to get away with what he's gotten away with for 15 years.
A shared attraction.
I didn't mean to hurt you.
Just looking at you hurts more.
You were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
A dangerous mix.
Who's it going to be, Nick?
Mel Gibson, Michelle Pfeiffer, Kurt Russell. Tequila Sunrise, written and directed by Robert Towne. Rated R. Starts Friday, December 2nd at a theater near you.
Now, a Newswatch 16 News Brief.
Good evening, I'm Nolan Johannes.
And I'm Karen Hart. Coming up on Newswatch 16 Update at 11, John Tyson of Nescapec is being brought back to our area right about now.
Police want to talk to Tyson about the murder of his girlfriend.
Plus, some underprivileged kids from around here get treated to Disney World. We'll have a satellite report.
And we'll give you a number you can call if you're having problems paying utility bills this winter.
Join us tonight at 11.
Its 24-valve V6 engine, double overhead cams, and 220 horsepower, the new Ford Taurus SHO isn't for everyone. In fact, only a select number will experience this sport interior and performance suspension. The new limited production Ford Taurus SHO. Power in the hands of a fortunate few.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
I got it! Now people who work at home can get a great deal on an IBM PS2.
The boss will love this.
The affordable PS2 Model 25.
Distribution, of course. Why didn't you think of that?
Get instant credit, a cash rebate, plus a whole lot more.
That was inspired.
Aha!
Right. I'll sleep on it.
Visit your IBM authorized dealer for details about a special offer on the PS2 Model 25.
Very fine. Juice it up.
Sunday nights.
The cowardly French won't fight Roosevelt's rabble of green drafties, we will.
The story of our time continues.
That's your son.
I'm convinced I can get him on a plane with me back to the States.
The Allies have invaded North Africa. What?
How on earth could any document protect us if the Germans discover we're here?
There are Gestapo agents on the train and at the border. Once you and the baby are in custody, I can't help you.
I've got him in my gun sights and I'm closing.
I'll love you till the day I die.
She could capsize any minute.
War and Remembrance continues Sunday at 9, 8 Central.
A new adventure and fun coming tomorrow.
Hi.
First, perfect strangers become masters of the wilderness.
If I can't carry twice my body weight in camping gear, I don't deserve to go camping.
It's a trip up the river with Larry and Balky.
Wasn't so bad.
Then, from the top of the charts, the Beach Boys bring their #1 hit to a special full house.
A night with rock and roll royalty, folks.
And Belvedere meets his match.
You're not half the man I am.
Moby Dick wasn't half the man you are.
Then,
How'd you like to go on a 10 date with me?
Sure.
just the 10 of us.
You want to go out again?
After Perfect Strangers, Full House in Belvedere tomorrow.
Thursdays, the nights are beginning to shine.
Let's walk.
With the gang that's on your side.
In my opinion, they could be tomorrow's hope. It's cool, man.
And they're so sexy.
Night Watch. The sweet smell of success.
Oh, yeah!
And they get it any way they can. A tradition that is dynasty. ABC News, acclaimed for its award-winning specials. All through December, America's top commentators will hit the topics that make a difference. Now there's a choice on Thursday night.
I'm Ted Koppel. Coming up on Nightline, Exploring with Jane Goodall, Jean-Michel Cousteau, and John Glenn as we celebrate 100 years of the National Geographic.
This is Natalie Cortland of All My Children, and you're invited to the wedding of the year. Mine. To Jeremy Hunter, that is. I just pray it goes off without a hitch. Do you suppose that's possible? You're not going to want to miss this one on All My Children, weekdays.
This is Keith Jackson. Saturday on ABC Sports, a college football doubleheader. Michigan, Ohio State, USC, UCLA. Two great rivalries. Check your local listing.
Tonight's presentation brought to you by IBM, the bigger picture, the people, products, and resources of IBM. Exclamation Cologne. Make a statement without saying a word with Exclamation Cologne by Cody. Ford and your Ford dealer, together winning the world over with the exciting line of 1989 Ford cars. Have you driven a Ford lately? And new AccuView, the first disposable contact lens from Johnson & Johnson.
Cliff Goes to Court, tomorrow on WNEP TV.